actually practices. This occurs several times over the course of the next century. Yeah, one possible way to understand this cycle is it seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly with the Inquisition period almost a millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians through baptism, but then they're not really trusted, that they have a new Christian status, which distinguishes them from the old Christians, and they're not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly converted. They could be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized in various ways. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to really root out Judaism, put in place legislation that specifically banned, for example, Jews from traveling to different locations for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, they literally had to check in with local church officials on their route and to ensure that they would not be engaging in any secret Jewish practice. This is a level of reach and interference into daily life that's wholly modern in concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements with kind of like a 7th, 8th century GPS. So bizarre, but nevertheless, that Jews had to like regularly check in with Christian officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. And it really seems like way out of context for much of the anti-Jewish legislation that we won't see for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top in comparison to the kinds of things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which is apparently meted out even to children, was something called decalvatio, which is, it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut. I don't know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a passive crime in this context, and they might receive this decalvatio as like a being shorn of their hair, like embarrassing for a woman, and then have to walk around and people would identify them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also mean scalping. I mean, literally carving the top layer of skin off a person's head, like in the American Wild West. And that would be a devastating kind of punishment, especially for children, if you can imagine it. It's possible to imagine that that is in fact what they meant by decalvatio, especially in view of some of the other punishments. So one of the more serious charges was a marital relationship between a Jew and a non-Jew. Once again, remember that term Jew might actually refer to a new Christian, perhaps, in which case the male partner would have his sexual organ amputated. Wow. And the female partner would have her nose amputated. Horrific kind of punishments. These do sound like kind of Visigothic in nature, like the Dark Ages. We had a lot of really bizarre punishments like this, but nevertheless, you see that the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. There are repeated confiscations of wealth and repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave Visigothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We do have examples of the medieval period. France, for example, expels its Jews 3 times in, I think it was the 14th century, the 13th century, and then they're re-invited, and yeah, it would be the 14th century, they're re-invited back in. So did that happen, and we just don't have a record of them being invited in? Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, show whoever reads these laws that in fact they are adequately perceived as Jews. Again, the methodological problem is that we don't have the reaction of the Jews. If we had some documentation from the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting, or that they were hiding, or they were dissimulating, then that would validate the laws as being something that was actually practiced. But otherwise, we only
You're welcome. How you living, Pim?
Text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to.
Kicking ass. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Nothing much, bro. I was just here. I wonder why you have so many screens in front of you. You like a businessman?
I live stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years.
Damn, that's sick.
Word, dog. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No, I don't really watch a lot of movies. I kind of need to do that. What are they good movies?
I mean, they're decent movies, but it's basically what I do. It's a story of someone whose entire life is on camera, and I live stream on YouTube. I've been live on YouTube 3.5 years from 22 different angles, and I do it to show the world that we're not all that different. I additionally talk about things that are important to society, like data. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, I'm going to make all your friends, I'm going to make all your family extremely wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to give you intergenerational wealth if you don't already have it. And I'm going to want you to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How's that sound?
That sounds amazing, bro. I'd love to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
So wait, why are you in Aiden's voice channel as well? Do you like Aiden Marks?
Not really. I don't really watch his streams or anything. He came into my YouTube like last year and asked me a bunch of questions, and I just felt that was cool of him. And why not start streaming in his Discord?
Nice. So you're like a big Judaism guy, huh?
I'm a rabbi and I'm Jewish, yeah.
Nice. I was just wondering because I see it's kind of a big part of your brain. Like you see a lot of in your room on the voice channel, Aiden's like a lot of stars of David. So it's just nice.
100%. But I'm much more than just a Jew. I am someone who's a futurist. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tenure. It's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. And I'm an advocate of ending thirst. I'm an advocate of ending of the Life Share program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I think these are all achievable goals for the world, and I don't want people to think that they're impossible. Nothing is impossible if given enough time.
I agree with that.
Excellent.
So you have like a lot of electronics and screens open. Is your electricity bill like through the roof? I feel like it kind of takes a lot of power to keep all those charged up.
Yeah, we have solar, so we actually get a rebate at the end of the year from Southern California Edison.
That's awesome.
Word, dog.
Dude, so do you know that guy? He's very like anti-Jewish. His name's Nick Fuentes. Have you ever seen him?
I've heard of this person. Isn't he like Brazilian or something?
I think he's a quarter Mexican. People make fun of that for that because he's a real like white nationalist guy. He wants to be all white, but he has some Mexican. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting talking to you. I was curious. I don't know. I thought you were a bit like not to come off.
I don't know why I thought.
Like schizophrenic with the screens you had in front of you.
No, not at all. Apologies for thinking he was Brazilian. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah. Um, I just somebody who wants a better world for everybody, and do my best to be a positive person, to basically give people a view on the world that is optimistic, and just give people hope.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Thanks, big dog.
People were trying to talk to you in the Aiden VC the other day, but you were on mute.
Yeah, I
You were
don't.
talking there.
I yeah, I don't want to talk in there because not everybody's 18, and I don't want to talk to people who aren't 18.
That's a very good reason. Good job.
Yeah, not that I have anything against kids; they're fine, but I feel kids should be kids, and adults should be adults, and there shouldn't really be that much overlap.
So you mentioned cloud seeding. Does that mean like you believe stuff like chemtrails exist, like they poisoning us?
Oh, there's a big difference between that. No, I think uh, like China manipulates their own weather. They have something called the China. It's called the Chinese Weather Manipulation Service.
Yeah, I've heard of like HARP.
Yeah, again, that's not what we're talking. It it's different. I know what HARP is. I know in Alaska, and it's run by the University of Anchorage now, but it wasn't for. I know about that, but what I'm talking about is strictly talking about being able to provide water for crops or precipitation, and we have wildfires, perhaps be able to create precipitation. And China openly talks about this. It's called the Chinese Weather Manipulation Service, and they advertise it. Chinese Weather Manipulation. They actually openly talked about it during the Olympics in 2008. It's called, uh, and the reason why it's called Beijing Weather Modification Office. It has a Wikipedia page. It's a Chinese cloud seeding organization. That's not any kind of propaganda or any kind of boogeyman talk. That's straight up science, and they use it. And I think that in the United States, anybody who thinks that like anything outside their purview is possible wants to throw these labels on him, and I don't like that. I talk about science, I talk about facts. And one of the things that China said during the 2008 Olympics, when people were saying, "Oh, well, aren't you worried? Like, why don't you make it a dome? Why don't you make the opening ceremonies and the Olympic stadium a dome? Because you know it could rain." And they said, "We don't have to worry about that." And people are like, "What do you mean you don't have to worry about that?" And they're like, "We have the Beijing Weather Modification Office, and they will spray the sky and make sure it may be cloudy, but it won't rain." And it didn't rain.
That's crazy.
And that was,
Don't you think? Couldn't that be like have a negative impact? Like I feel like we should just stay out of that. Like humans should not mess with the climate. I feel like that get a little iffy with all like climate change, how that's like becoming a thing.
yeah, I mean, so what are you saying? That we shouldn't manipulate the weather?
Yeah, I don't know. That seems a bit iffy. Like I think we should just keep nature how it is, the weather how it is. I don't know.
I get that. I
I'm sure
100% get.
I'm sure they've looked into that.
I
So
100.
I'm sure that they're smart enough to know.
I 100% get that. I'm cool with that if that's what we want to do. But obviously, there are people out there who don't want to do that and actively manipulate the weather, and then piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. And it's like, no, dog, you're actively manipulating the weather. It's obvious what you're doing. Storms are stronger. Fires are like, I mean, in California, we used to have what was called a fire season. Now it's fire season all fucking year long, and it just keeps expanding and expanding. In the Gulf Coast, they used to like not get 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 14 hurricanes a year, and now they do, and it's like every 2 weeks. And there's like a hurricane season for it. I mean, the idea that the weather cannot be manipulated is a joke. It is propaganda, frankly. I mean, and it's not just like China's my only um, example of this. Dubai, cloud seeds. Every Tuesday, I think it is, in the United Arab Emirates, they create clouds to wash over the city to provide precipitation to the plant life that's there. I mean, it's like clockwork. It's like, oh, it's Tuesday. Okay, it's going to rain today for like an hour to just clean off all the cars and everything and all the buildings because of dust. Yeah, and I've seen their weather modification facility. I mean, I haven't seen it in real life, but I've seen videos of it. It's very high tech, and it's got like just like this. It's got screens all over the place, and they just sit there and they're like, okay, we need rain here, and we need rain here, and it has these jets that shoot out from the ground. This isn't from airplanes, though you can easily do it from airplanes. They don't need airplanes. It's just from the ground. It just shoots jets out, and it shoots out like aluminum oxide or some kind of chemical, and that mixes and creates clouds that rain like 30 miles away, which is right over the city. And then all of that evaporates. And then it's like everything gets all the plant life gets water and all of the buildings get cleaned. And it's like a cleaning of the city, basically. And for people to think that the United States can't do that or isn't capable of that, I just think they're lying to you. It's not even like, it's just straight up lies. And anyone who wants to say it's unfortunate that like in the scientific community you got about these things because in your lujabo you'll be seen as a loon. But it's like I'm just I'm an intellectual who thinks that
Just not asking questions.
yeah, that's 100% right. Who just thinks that look, I'm financially independent. I don't have to worry about somebody taking my job or somebody. Yeah, I don't worry about somebody making fun of me. I'm made fun of all the time in that in-raw server or any other server on the internet. People don't know who I am or what I do, so they just automatically want to make fun of me. So trust me, I've taken more shit on the internet than any person ever. And so I'm very strong. And it's like, okay, are you done with your comments? Okay, let's talk about real-time science. Why is it that China has an entire service that openly talks about weather manipulation and does it? They have like television reports on it. Why does Dubai do it? Why does Israel do it? So if these countries can do it, then why can't the United States even have that discussion? It's really unfortunate. But these are things that, when I was a kid, if you talked about a place called Area 51, you were just seen as an absolute loon. You were like, because you were told it doesn't exist. You were told there's nothing there. And then in 2012, it was declassified by the Obama administration. And then they say, oh, well, now it's like an Air Force base. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You assholes 10 years ago used to think that you were an absolute loon to say that this place existed, where the B-2 stealth bomber was developed and other highly classified advanced fighters. So you used to say that this place didn't exist. Now it does, but there's no retribution to those people. So I stopped listening to those people a long time ago when there were literally things that they used to say were these theories that were actually true, that actually came to fruition, that were actually proven in court. I mean, so I live my own life, and then there's a huge contingent of the world that I feel is negative and just basically wants to echo what they hear in the media, and that's cool. I call them propagandists or closed-minded individuals. When people listen to what I say, I know that it makes complete sense and it's very logical, and it's like, oh, okay, so that's how that works. So in terms of weather modification, that's something that I feel is a gift that we've been able to develop. And so long as we have that gift, we can either go one of two ways. So there are other ways to go, but the two major ways are don't use it at all which I'm cool with. Again, if we just don't want to touch the weather, I'm totally fine with that. But if we are going to, well, then we should use it for good, and we should make deserts into very fertile areas, and we should use it whenever there's a forest fire or wildfire. Instead of spending billions of dollars on firefighters and risking their lives and taking these um, these planes that are filled with just small amounts of fire retardant and having to spray all that, and it's just one big bill. At least here in California, it's just one big bill that the taxpayers have to pay. You don't need that at all. You just literally cloud seed for like 30 minutes and it'll put out every fire.
Damn, that's very smart. Actually, I haven't thought about it like that.
100%.
Smart.
Dog, I know so much would make your head spin. Other things that I talk about, and these are really my passions, are
Yeah,
are it's just advanced technology. It's futurism. I'm a futurist. So things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrency, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France that went extinct. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. They already made headlines recently with their dire wolves that Joe Rogan has met. These are real animals. They have excellent. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird. These are really exciting things that we're going to be seeing in the next decade or so. And when people talk about them, like, oh, that's wild, that's lunacy, that's false, those are theories. It's like, dog, Joe Rogan met these animals. Like, they're on television. They already made like a mouse woolly mammoth, or like a mouse that had woolly mammoth DNA in it. These are real things. And then when it happens, there isn't any retribution against those people to say, hey, remember all those people you made feel bad with your mean words and all that garbage that you spouted? You remember that? There's no retribution against those people years later, and I think that's unfortunate. I mean, that's fine. I'm about freedom of speech, but there just is this contingent that says that these things are impossible, and they're not. They're absolutely not. They're actual science fact, and they're happening. So I'm a major advocate for these types of developments. I'm just a big advocate of science and technology, but futurism specifically. Things space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar space. And the reason why I talk about this, it's like most people will be like, well, Rabbi, you're what, like in your 30s, and you're like not going to experience any of this. And at one time I thought, yeah, you're right. But then I started learning about the next type of technology that we'll talk about, life extension technology. So, Pog, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80, 100, 120 are the goals that I want to make. And the way that I want to be able to do that for you is through life extension technology with your consent. Pog, if you just want to die the normal age that you would, that's fine. But you have to already understand that you're utilizing life extension technology, or people in your family are utilize life extension technology, would have pacemakers and artificial limbs, and just really taking, heart medication, and even just acetaminophen is arguably a type of life extension technology. I want to help with things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, and cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy, to be able to get you to be 100, 120 years old. But then eventually you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. This has been a fun run, and I don't want it to end. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. But if you want, there's another type of technology that's really going to revolutionize things, is becoming a reality, and that's mind uploading technology, where your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Pog, is that there's an opportunity for you to experience a digital immortality, and I think that's very exciting. What are your thoughts?
I've heard of this. Yeah, that is amazing to hear. Like that would be crazy but scary at the same time. Because like if there is an afterlife, obviously I'd want to go to heaven. Obviously I'd want to live like eternally, like, forever. Well, I believe in God, obviously. I'm not sure. I think that'd still be like that's crazy. I don't know if like I really believe like that actually be you if you're like saved digitally. I don't really. My mind can't comprehend that. Your IQ seems like way larger than mine.
Well, thank you. It's not sure. It's probably close. In terms of human intelligence. Now, when we get into artificial super intelligence, that's when IQs become really extremely, almost infinite differences. But I'm just a normal human, just like anybody else. Now, let's talk about that. The reason why your mind can comprehend it, but it has difficulty, is really it's paradoxical. It's known as like thousands of years ago, this was a paradox that was developed. It's known as the Theseus paradox. So what is that? It's basically the same idea as this. Let's say you have a ship and you dock it in the harbor, and you take the ship apart piece and rebuild it in the dock right next to the original dock. And you rebuild it piece by piece from the original parts of the original ship. Once you're done, is that the same ship or is it a different ship? I'll ask you that, Pog. Is it the same ship or a different ship?
It's probably the same ship.
But it's in a different place.
I'm not sure. That's hard.
It is. It is. And it's the same with your brain. So if I take your brain apart, scientifically and safely, atom by atom, and rebuild you in a different place, is it the same you or is it a different you? Now, you just said with the ship, it's the same ship. So then wouldn't that make it the same you?
Yeah, but like ships and brains are like two different things. I feel like a brain would be super hard to like.
No. We're literally talking about atoms. So at this point, we're just talking about like molecules, atoms. So it's not even like, oh well, this is part of your thumb and this is part of your eyeball. No. It would just literally be like proton, neutron, electron, making sure that they're in the same spot.
I mean, I would love to be a part of that. Like that sounds scary, but like very interesting at the same time. Like, let me ask, do you want to do that? Like with your afterlife?
Absolutely, I'm gonna live forever, within reason.
Damn.
Yeah, and I think
that's insane. Like that's amazing to think of.
Yeah, and if you've never heard anybody talk about it, well, now you have, and we're known as transhumanists, and we're growing, and we're stronger, and we're very powerful people on Earth. So if you don't know what that is, it's like the people who are utilizing technology to be able to live longer and eventually get to a point where we live forever. And then there will be two types of people on this earth. There will be your standard Homo sapien humans who die, like people in the jungle and indigenous people. And then there will be people who are able to utilize life extension technology and live perhaps 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 times the average human life, and then eventually not die, essentially be able to reincarnate themselves into a different type of being.
That is amazing. So like you say, like you could live 10 times longer than the average person. Would you actually be living like you would know what is happening on Earth, or like you're just living in like a digital world?
No. Oh yeah, 100%. So what we're talking about is this. There's a type of technology that exists that reverses aging. So what do I mean? I mean that it allows your cells to be able to repair their DNA and be able to themselves a faster than normal rate, so that you basically have like Benjamin Button syndrome, for lack of a better term. But basically, as you with every day that you get older, you actually your body gets younger, so your skin gets tighter, your organs become stronger, and you can essentially live at like a 20-year-old body for hundreds of years, and be able to not just slow aging but reverse it. Now, you don't want to reverse it too much, because if you do, then you'll become like a child, and you don't want that. But you can find a happy medium so that he is in a perpetual state of youth, and that's wonderful, if that's what you want. But you're going to get bored of that. And what do I mean? I mean that there are only so many things on this earth that you'll be able to do until you are bored. But there are other things that you'll be able to utilize, like stimulants and perhaps psychedelics and perhaps virtual realities and metaphysical environments that keep you more entertained than the average person. So let's say you're able to live 1,000 years and you've just had a really great time. That's cool. But with the same type of technology or perhaps variations of it, you'll be able to, if you wanted, be a different kind of being. So perhaps you'd be able to be Pog, but instead of being Pog, you'll also be able to shapeshift. What do I mean by that? I mean, you'd be able to be a different kind of being, almost like a chameleon with its colors. You'd be able to perhaps walk into a machine or take a pill and be able to change yourself. Well, why would you want to be able to do that? I don't know. Maybe you want to breathe underwater. Maybe you want to be able to fly. Or maybe you want to have, look like an octopus. Whatever you be. These are opportunities that you may be able to experience yourself. And as we study extraterrestrial species, I take that subject very seriously. And the idea of extraterrestrial species being able to shapeshift, eventually being able to advance and evolve to the point where they're able to shapeshift, is a reality. And they have chosen whatever type of uh, we call them shells, but like exterior bodies that is best for their environment. So some are reptilians, some are alien greys, some are like human, um, like tall whites. Perhaps some are almost like um, draconian. Some are taller grays. Just whatever is best for their environment. They've determined that that is the best type of shell for them, or body, or whatever you want to consider it. And you may have the same type of revelation. So you're here on Earth in your human body, and that's all cool. But eventually, when we start doing terraforming of other planets, meaning like turning Mars into a livable habitat, perhaps eventually turning Venus into a livable habitat, and the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, like Io and Europa, turning those into habitats. Perhaps being whatever you are, let's say a 5 to 7 foot person, human, may not be as beneficial. It might be more beneficial due to the gravity of those environments to be smaller or to be larger, whatever you want to be. What I'm saying to you is that if I'm telling you that you have the opportunity to live forever within reason, why do I say within reason? You don't really want to live forever, because forever becomes a punishment then. You don't want that. You want to be able to live until you've done everything that you wanted to do. You've been able to be a man, a woman, a child, an old person. You've been able to be a dog. You've been able to be a bird. You've been able to be some kind of like aliens. You've been able to have sex with aliens. You've been able to travel the stars and do everything that you want to do. But you want the freedom at the end of the day to be able to say, okay, this has all been good. I want to end it though. You want that, because if not, then life really becomes a punishment, and you don't want that. But with that being said, with all that being established, you are going to have the opportunity perhaps to live longer than any of your ancestors. And if you want, become a different kind of being. We call them, I mean, it's really in the transhumanist community, we don't have a great word for what we call the new type of human, but it's been called a a instead of being a Homo sapien, uh, it's almost like a digital sapien. It's not a great word, but it's basically a transhuman. It's a different kind of species. So you've seen Darwin's evolution of man, where we go from like early man to Homo erectus and then Homo sapien.
Yeah,
We're moving into the next one, and the next one doesn't die.
that's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, you're blowing my mind right now. Like, this is awesome, baby. This is crazy.
Excellent. And see, you had the courage to want to talk with me and see what I'm doing, and I've changed your life forever.
Definitely. I'm definitely going to be researching, like, transhumanism. It's crazy to comprehend.
And we're just
So,
in
like,
the earliest stages of it.
So you think, like, that's achievable to do within our lifespan? Like, before we die, we can go into that?
100%. They're already successfully transferring mice memories. And so I've heard that the first developments of human mind loading technology may be within the next decade. I mean, we're already doing it with mammals. We're already doing it with mice, basically transferring a mouse's memory from one mouse to another. We're already doing that. Successful at doing that. That's already very, very far advanced in terms of the technology. When I started this, we talk about brain-computer interfaces. When I first started doing this stream, which was during the pandemic, 3.5 years ago, and I would talk about brain-computer interfaces, and people would be like, "Well, that's all science fiction and all this garbage," and I'd be like, "Okay, that's fine." Now, since then, and just while I've been streaming, we've had the first successful brain-computer interface. That is Neuralink. It's through a man named Nolan Aspro. We've had the second one. We've had the third one. Now they've created half a dozen of them successfully. No one has died during it. And now they have a helmet that you can wear so that you don't actually need the implant into your body. You can just wear an implant and be able to use a computer using just your mind, not needing your hands, not needing your legs, literally controlling a mouse cursor with your mind. And you're able to do it to such an extent that you become the greatest gamer in the history of mankind, to the point where you essentially have an auto aimer for you. It's a bot within your body, essentially, to the point where these Neuralink patients have even said, when we have video game tournaments in the future, they will need two different categories. There will be people with Neuralink implants where they're competing against others who have all this advanced technology, and then there will be your standard Homo sapien, because the Homo sapien has no chance at beating someone with Neuralink. And so when I started this, people were like, "That's crazy. That's you have to understand how long I've been streaming." They would say, "That's crazy. That's goo-goo." Be like, "Okay, that's fine." And then this happened, and then they come back and they're like, "Wow, they really did that." Another one, when I first started this, I would talk about artificial intelligence, and people would be like, "Oh, that's science fiction. That's all garbage theories." And I'd be like, "Okay." And then November 30th, 2022, ChatGPT, and it changed the world. Large language models now have essentially redefined our society. And I would tell people, there with artificial intelligence, it's going to be brought to us and available to us in the very near future. When I first started this, I'd say where you'd be able to create a poem at the drop of a hat, or a picture at the drop of a hat, or just be able to prompt it to write an essay for you, and people would be like, "That's magic. That's never going to happen." And then ChatGPT dropped. And even when ChatGPT dropped, people didn't realize how powerful it was. Even in its early days, I would go on Twitter Spaces, and I would host Twitter Spaces and just educate people on ChatGPT, and they would be like, "That's it's not that. It can't replace me." And it'd be like, "Oh, you want to bet?" And they're like, "Well, I'm the best coder in my community." And it'd be like, "Okay, this thing is going to be, it either can code better than you, or will be able to code better than you within the next few months." And they would go into it when I teach them what it was, they'd be like, yeah, it actually codes better than I do. And it does. It's better than any coder on earth. I just heard something by Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, and he said, not within the next 10 years, not within the next 5 years, but within the next year, AI is going to replace all but 20% of all the coders on earth. Now, for those people out there who are skeptical of it, okay, maybe it doesn't happen within the next year. Maybe it takes a year and a half or 2 years, but it's inevitable. We will, within the next decade or so, have a point where it is pointless to be a coder. There's no reason to be a coder. It would be like being someone who manages telephone lines in the 1940s, or it would be like someone. They used to have these people. They were called knocker uppers, people who would awake you in like the Industrial Revolution to get ready for work because they hadn't invented a system like an alarm clock. These people no jobs in them. There are no knocker uppers. There are no switchboard operators. And in the same way, there will be no coders. Now you may have project managers who have to put code together, something along those lines. But even those people will eventually find themselves without a need in society. And it causes major societal issues like, what do we do with our lives? How will we be able to support ourselves? And the answer to that is generally something known as universal basic income, where because the government and corporations are making so much money utilizing artificial intelligence that people are given a monthly stipend. And this has already been tested in Long Beach, not far away. People were getting $1,000 a month to just live, and they lived much happier lives when they didn't have to worry about their rent, or they didn't have to worry about their food, or they were able to take their kids to Chuck E. Cheese or the park, or they were able to take a small vacation, or whatever it may have been. They lived much happier lives. And 40 hours extra in their life that it's an incredible gift that we'll be able to give to ourselves. So I'm very positive towards the future. I'm very optimistic of the future. But that's not for everybody. There will be a major segment of the world that suffers from a lot of these implementations, and it's going to be a scramble to the top. It already is, but it's going to be even more so in the future. We're going to have perhaps controlled economic recessions and depressions, and when I know it's just a time until I go viral. And Pog, if you're like, Rabbi, all you do is sit in a room all day, and you don't do anything. Well, that's what you think. I have all these computers right now that are robots. They are literally programmed to promote me on different platforms, such as Kick, but primarily Blue Sky. If you're like, well, what the fuck is Blue Sky? It's essentially Twitter, but has 35 billion real human users. It doesn't have as many bots as Twitter does. And I get people, just while I've been talking with you, who will tweet about me because of these bots. I'm becoming almost a meme, and I'm becoming well known on there. And if you're like, all right, well, what else? Like these, okay, I've got right in front of me, right here, right where my hands are. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 devices. I've got 33 devices total that I'm using. So basically, I have become almost the central nervous system of the internet in a lot of ways. A lot of times people talk about something called the dead internet theory, where the internet is just robots and it's not really organic content. And we're in this overlapping area of the internet where some of it is art, but a lot of it is robotic and spam. And I'm kind of really at the center of that because my whole life is documented, which is very important to the world. It's essentially a time capsule for society. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And people will watch this just like they would read someone's diary 100 years ago or a journal 100 years ago. They will do the same with what I do. And it's not just the story of a person who, in my opinion, I'm fascinating. I know I am, but I'm no different than anybody else. It's not just that. from a biological standpoint and a scientific standpoint, I'm doing is very important. And here's why. No person has as much data archived on the internet that I do than I do. And on top of that, it's available to everybody. So it's not like I am paywalling it, or it's not like I have created any kind of um, guard or border or fence around it. Anybody can go back and watch what I've done over the course of the last 3 years, 3.5 years, almost 4 years now, and be able to see every single day of what I've done. Not just that, every single moment of every single day. Not just that, I have a radio going in the background that is always playing the news. So it's literally like a time capsule. You can go back and be like, hey, I wonder what was going on in the news, at least in California, on this date, and you can find out. I mean, it's world news as well, and you are able to not just have that, but in the future, people will study me from a biological standpoint to see, because it is more data, more human data than has ever been archived. You'll be able to know my heartbeats per minute, my breaths per minute, my blinks per minute, my circadian rhythms, my eating habits, my social behaviors, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythms, everything about the human body will be able to be studied at an academic level. So from a scientific standpoint, this is an amazing opportunity for the world to learn. On top of it being a really cool story, and I talk about really cool things and really exciting things for the world. And I just know it's a matter of time until more and more people have the courage to do what you did, learn about me, learn about what I do, and by word of mouth, just tell their friends, and it's going to be the biggest event in global history.
Oh yeah, I believe you, bro. I think a lot of people should be interested about the central nervous system.
Absolutely. I'm the central, uh, I'm like this, the central core, or, or the main spoke in the wheel of the internet.
33 devices, that's a lot of information. So,
We're dogging, you don't even understand the streaming on those. So it's not just like I've got 33 different streams because each device multi-streams. So, I mean, do you see in the left side it says 24/7 YouTube streams? Okay, there's a link there. Take that link and put it in a browser. And look how many different views you have of just me, just on YouTube. That doesn't count Twitter and Rumble and all of those other platforms.
oh my God, you're right.
You've never seen somebody with so many different live streams. I mean, it's difficult to just have one YouTube live stream. You have to have power, you have to have internet, you have to have the devices. On top of that, you need to have um, good enough internet to be able to broadcast yourself. On top of that, you need accounts that are in good standing. And then you have to have the fortitude to be able to stream for, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever streamers do nowadays. But you're never finding anybody who's like, oh, I'm going to do that for 24 hours straight for the rest of my life. And I'm not just going to do that, but I'm going to do it on different devices. Nobody does it.
You're right, bro. That's crazy. Shit. I think I got everything I wanted to know out of you, bro. I'm definitely going to stay in touch, be active in your Discord.
Absolutely. You're always
I am
welcome here.
curious, but like you said, that one computer you have loaded has like something that's like Twitter, but like filled with like did you say 35 billion people?
35 million people. Yeah, it's actually
30,
37 million people. It's called Blue Sky. It has all of the liberal people who left Twitter after Elon Musk bought it. They went to Blue Sky. So it's got everybody from Hillary Clinton to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to like everybody in Hollywood. They're all on Blue Sky now. They're not on Twitter. And then I just spam the shit out of them.
Wow, that's awesome, bro.
Thank you. Look it up and get yourself an account on Blue Sky. And when you're bored, type the word Rabbi in, and you'll see everybody who's been talking about me recently. Just while I've been talking with you, I had somebody 42 minutes ago tweet about me. 56 minutes ago, tweet about me. 7 minutes ago, tweet about me. Um, 14 minutes ago, tweet about me. I mean, I just have to just keep these bots going, and I'm gonna go viral.
Hell yeah, bro. Believe it. That's awesome.
Excellent, man. Well, you go do you. Go do good in the world. Whenever you're bored, come on in here. And again, more than anything that I talk about, all the science and all the I'll make you a trillionaire and all those other things, I'm here to be a positive person in your life, to have an optimistic view on the world, and just give people hope. If there's anything that I can ever do within reason to help you, come here and I'll do my best to help you, okay?
Got it, bro. It was awesome talking to you. I'll definitely think of some questions.
Take care, my friend. Peace. Do well.
Later, you too.
Thank you.
reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react to the fall of the Visigothic Empire. Let's turn to that in just a minute. First of all, I want to point out that this brief period, right, from 587 to 711, is one of those strange kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of pinprick view of history, and it is, incredibly dense with text, but absent other perspectives, it's hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called rhyme of history, that a lot of the elements that we're seeing in the Visigothic period would later be expressed, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition. One of the more famous people who thought about this was Baron de Montesquieu, a very important 18th century thinker, who wrote, as you see here, tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les vues de l'Inquisition. When he was referring to the Visigothic era, he said this is all like completely mirrored in the kind of ideas and activities of the Inquisition. It's phenomenal. But we can even go beyond this. We see elements of it like this idea of limpieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, which was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then they were given this label of new Christians, and there was kind of this coalescing of thought around the idea that the Jews were somehow racially distinct from the Christian population. And this was out of step with a lot of the medieval world, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. Let's remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, to be sure, and there is, the cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to the new society in which one entered. So here the idea of purity of the blood meant that you had one group of societal members based on their descent, on their ancestry, and another group who belonged to the same faith but were of a different ancestry and therefore were somehow legally shunted aside. So that's something we see in the Visigothic era possibly, but we certainly see it in the Inquisition era. And one last thing. One of the brilliant early scholars of the Holocaust was someone named Dr. Rabbi, who wrote this massive 3-volume work, early work really delving into the Nazi bureaucratic text publication of the European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era, and I thought, oh, come on, please, that's like looking at history backwards. And I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling that, there really is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust. Specifically, the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens. Something which we do not see really happening until, I'd say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, modern communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic era. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigothic law codes. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being the roots of something that would only mature in its darkest form in the 20th century, but nevertheless, I think it's worth contemplating. This all comes to a dramatic conclusion in the year 711 with the Muslim invasion of the peninsula. You can see on this map here coming up from the south, and with remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, we were definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope to engage in when we come back to Peninsula, is how much Jews were involved with these early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive welcome for them. I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular period. At any rate, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the law codes of the Visigoths, and it is entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed the Muslims quite actively, given the level of persecution they experienced under the Visigoths. So let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula, and it's a fascinating discussion to be sure. I'm looking forward to speaking with you again. Thanks very much.
I gotta be in LA by tomorrow night, but we can have a couple. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, there's like between now and tomorrow night, dude. We have all kinds of time, and it's St. Patrick's Day. I can fix it. Yeah. How about, so what happened? Better. Yeah, that's much better. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was kind of sweet. Yeah. Throw it in the middle. Can you help the other ones too? Thanks, Keith. Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
let us now turn to the Arabian Peninsula to understand some extremely consequential events in Jewish history as we look at the birth of Islam and the beginning of a major civilization within which much of Jewish history would unfold. But before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomena that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is, I'm really happy that I can use the word prolegomena. I think it sounds so cool, but really just basically means a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews in Islam. Here we go. Beautiful image, by the way, in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and Muslim playing chess, kind of like an iconic representation of the convivencia that we'll speak about when we get to a discussion of Al-Andalus, the so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish Muslim history. At least in the high points in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam and the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred in central Germany at that time. One of the most important early scholars of the relationship of Jews and Muslims is Abraham Geiger, shown here, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the reform movement called liberal in Germany. But what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Mohammed aus dem Judentum aufgenommen? What did Muhammad take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It was very important to enter a text which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had pertained for much of the medieval period. And he really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was one of those rare historical books that sort of seeps out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish Golden Age that I briefly mentioned earlier, that you see in all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. There's this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogues that have a distinctly Jewish or Islamic feel to them, such as this remarkable Dahani synagogue in Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking dual minarets that have a bit of a Slavic onion bulb look to them as well, but nevertheless very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well, even in Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it. It's all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this amazing synagogue, here's a picture of the interior with my colleague Kraus of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic synagogue of the status quo movement. And I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting back there. As long as the pandemic subsides, then I'll be there, God willing, with an amazing institution called the Ashkenazium, which my colleague Dr. Michael Figo is bringing together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself in this cool paper, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. It's going to be done willing. My part will be done willing in October, so if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is in the context of something which was called at the time the historical. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Goetz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, who wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews that we've spoken about in previous classes, and this German historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who essentially argued that the picture that Goetz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands, was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Goetz, among the kind of many thinkers of the era, the zeitgeist of the era, was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain during those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at the poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they took, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow. It's so much worse Christian lands, isn't it? This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation, God willing, in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to the Renaissance men, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism and creating these wonderful literary works. And the implication was, Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair. He said that the Jews have only brought negative things to Germany. He coined the notorious slur against Jews would later be used by Adolf Hitler, the Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look backwards at the Muslim period. the idea of looking at the Muslim period as an ideal one is something that was heavily leaned upon in the 19th century, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th and especially early 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly when we get to the 20th century. And here we see, the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record, the way we approach the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the Zionist movement and the growing immigration to Israel, which to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations in the land of Israel and in the region as a whole. Many of these Muslims beginning to go through their national reawakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100, 200 years is now catching up to the Middle East, and they began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this stuff when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to the land of Israel. And so many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian, who looked at this period, he says, in a very moderate way, he says, look, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a correct way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing different than we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this semester. He also said, and this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking about the world, it was never as bad in Muslim land as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst. Nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate and even-toned way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Mark Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that we would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest living historians of this period and this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. And he proposes there are 5 main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience in these two areas. And let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history in the next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish antipathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism.
There he is, Doug. I was just thinking about you.
Special mother-daughter relationship, which can have.
How you living, Pimp?
Not too bad.
Doug, are you ready to play Melancholy? I'm kicking ass, taking names, baby. Are you ready to play Moncala?
Yeah, sure.
Did-
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
here's the scenario for you.
Okay,
You have three options.
what's the scenario? What are
You're
the
paralyzed.
options?
No, you're paralyzed, right?
Quadriplegic or paraplegic?
Paralyzed. You just paralyzed. You're in a car accident. You just been paralyzed. You need to get to hospital.
Okay.
Okay. There's four people that can drive you. One is extremely intoxicated.
Okay.
The other is dead. The other one's sleeping and cannot wake up. And the fourth one has the cognitive abilities of a 12-year-old but an IQ below 70. In your situation, which one are you picking?
Does the person who's drunk, are they normally a pretty good driver?
They're extremely intoxicated, like highest, what do you call it over there?
Blood alcohol content?
Okay. They have the highest blood alcohol content you can have.
Well, that means they're in a hospital.
No, okay. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, well then that's basically a dead person.
So, they're not dead. They're extremely intoxicated. Like, extremely intoxicated.
Yeah, but I mean they're like that puts you like in a coma. I don't know, I'll probably take the 12-year-old who's got a 70 IQ or whatever and just teach them what to do.
They're not 12 years old. They have the cognitive abilities of a 12-year-old.
Okay, whatever. Some 12-year-olds are pretty smart. That's too easy of a question. Your question is, would you rather have essentially a dead person due to alcohol, a dead person literally, an asleep person, or someone who's like a 12-year-old?
Yeah.
Right. The answer is the 12-year-old.
Okay.
Did you know that Moncala is the oldest continuously played game in the world? Did you know that Moncala is Arabic? It means to move.
So this person with the cognitive ability of a 12-year-old has no experience whatsoever with driving.
That's fine. I could teach them. Could I tell them, hey, turn there or whatever?
You're paralyzed.
Can I talk?
Yeah. You can talk, but you can only say a few words.
Okay.
You're paralyzed.
All right. That's all I need. I just tell them, where do they need to drive me? The hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, I might lose. I think I just lost.
Yeah.
Oh no, I won.
How you got better at this game than playing
No, I think I played 2 games without you, and I lost. Though I thought I won. That's the weird thing. Sometimes I think I'm gonna win, and I lose, and I don't understand why I lost.
I'll go to the gym.
Okay, well we're gonna play like 1,000 games of Moncala, so just get ready for it.
Why do you like this? You hated this game.
Yeah, I know, but it's very simple. And the simpler a game, the more I like it.
How's it simple?
Because you can play it like with very little stuff. Like you can play with only 2 of the little holes on each side. There are stories of like people playing it like in Africa and like slave ships and things. So you're not going to have any. Oh yeah, you do.
Person has severe ADHD and your inability to concentrate can an IQ test be completely flawed.
I mean, what is severe ADHD, dog? What is that?
The inability to concentrate.
Can't everybody concentrate?
Well,
Can't everyone concentrate to some extent?
yes.
Well, you just said the inability to concentrate.
Okay, well, can I put it this way? If someone has an ADHD, can their IQ results come back flawed because of their ADHD?
I mean, IQ is just really the ability to identify patterns. So perhaps they're just not good at identifying patterns. But they might know a lot of facts or something that doesn't necessarily mean that people can interpret to mean that they're smart, but they just intelligence is unique amongst individuals. So in some cultures, intelligence may be defined by the person identify patterns, which is generally what it is in Western academia. But in another situation, like let's say you're living amongst indigenous people, it might be the ability to identify different plant species that are poisonous or not. It depends on the environment, what people consider to be intelligence.
Intelligence is the ability to problem solve.
Welcome. Not necessarily. That's how we define it in Western civilizations, but in some cultures it may be different.
I mean, it's completely flawed because you have an advantage. If you just learn the IQ test and how it's measured beforehand, you can go into it with the knowledge. It's all about education.
That's true.
First of all,
Oh, I screwed up.
no, I screwed up. I just gave you a shit ton of them.
You didn't give me shit, dude.
Fuck. You can come. Oh, no, you're fucked.
Are we gonna tie?
You lost.
They're having a naked bike ride in the middle of the city. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Okay.
I mean, who's up there?
Zoot.
Mostly men. I
Zoot.
saw their fucking hairy bits.
Zoot. We just did a draw game, and when you draw, nobody wins. Unlike in mini golf, where we both win. Isn't that interesting?
That's good. I was looking at that.
That's really interesting. All right, Audie,
Go get
why are they having a naked bike ride?
I don't know. They do a lot of weird shit these days. I don't know. But I think it's disturbing.
Does this sound like a two-player game?
Yeah.
Could you fight with me in two-player?
I don't know how. Unless you played like teens.
No, like if you added a bit like fabric, no, you can. It would, yeah, you wouldn't be able to put it in select. Do you think like anyone? Do they have coordinates in this game out there?
Does it have what?
Does this game have coordinates?
Oh, yeah, they do. I was just looking them up. Yeah.
Is this game not popular?
Dude, it's the oldest continuously played game in the world.
Really?
Yep. Surprised me too. I thought it would be chess or Go or something. At least Another game? Oh yeah, because you didn't have any on your side.
So this is the oldest board game in the world.
Dude, I'm gonna read you what it says. It says not just board game. It says wait, let me see if it says board game. It says Mancala, which is Arabic, is a family of two-player, so it is two-player, turn-based strategy games with small stones, beans, marbles, or seeds, and rows of holes or pits in the earth, a board or other playing surface. The objective is usually to capture all or some set of the opponent's pieces. Versions of the game date back to the 3rd century, and evidence suggests such games existed in ancient Egypt. Among the oldest known family of games to still be widely played today. So this is like an Egyptian game. Like the Paro used to fucking play this game. So remember that time you had an invitation to play?
7,000 years.
10,000 years?
7,000 years ago.
7,000 years?
7,000 years ago.
6,000.
I think I may either win right now or lose right now. No, I won. Hi, Zoo.
You're winning.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. I played trash today. I can get a cap this year. Fuck. I'm actually gonna do the hard thing. Wait, I thought capture doesn't give you a free time.
No, just when you end in the end thing.
Okay. So, oh, you gave me a wall. I can come back from here.
No, you can't.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You're done.
Oh, yeah?
100%. In fact, I think you already lost. It's over. There you go.
Still again.
This is the greatest game in the history of mankind, and it's also the oldest.
Okay.
I don't think so, dog. You're up, pimp. Oh, that was good, Zoo. Fuck. Zoo, you won.
Still again.
Absolutely.
Are you ready?
Yeah, dog.
First. Rabbi, how long? Right, you can't catch it. Can't catch this big box. Oh, shit, Rabbi, I won.
Let's see it, big dog.
Yeah, you're in trouble. Ah, I did the low action with that.
Word, dog.
That's the lowest score that I've ever gotten now. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
why'd you do that?
Why not? I just want you to be able to get my thing.
And you won.
Zoo, remember that time you were like, that you won and then you didn't?
I played really shit.
All right,
I
well,
need to slow down.
play well, dog.
My ADHD.
Dog,
My ADHD.
dog, quit with that garbage. Quit with that garbage. Just admit that you're getting your ass kicked in the oldest game in the history of mankind.
Mancala?
Moncala, baby. This is our new jam.
Why isn't it played in the Western country?
It's a good question. It never caught on, apparently. It was brought over by like slaves in the United States. It was popular, but
Slavery is a choice.
that's incorrect.
I'm joking. It's a Kanye West quote.
Especially sexual slavery. That's the one I need to choose the most.
Oh, that's the most controversial thing I've ever heard.
Dude, this is a close game. Oh, you just...
I just gave you the win. Maybe not.
Maybe not. You might have won.
No.
I think you won. Yep.
No, because I only get one.
You won. Oh, no, I'm wrong.
Sorry. Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
What's your... Oh my god.
Got you, baby. Oh, you won. Wait, how did you win? Look at all the pieces you got. See, that's what I don't understand. How you win like that.
I had one before. Like I've had that happen to me as well. It's just like you're not concentrating enough, and then you give the other opponent. You don't realize how much little effort the other opponent's put in, where the other opponent went because of so much little effort and got more on their side. This is a game where you don't want to try too hard, Rabbi.
Yeah, you're kind of right on that.
Yeah, 14. I think the best OPS for this. Into this.
I think you're right. You are right. I did too well. That's interesting. Okay, I kind of know why. Okay, so I'll quit doing that.
I'm making the same mistakes as you before. You're trying too hard. Yeah, Rabbi, I think this game might actually be one of the best tests for ADHD that I've ever seen.
Okay.
So, I'm a genius.
Why did you just say you have autism? Okay.
Rabbi,
What's up, pimp?
I do think neurodivergency and mental illness are all subjective things where the human mind's so complicated that it's not. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Everyone has an individual personality, sort of perfect. Rabbi, did you listen to Justin Bieber's new album?
I heard about it. No. But is it good?
Look, that's subjective to a person.
Do you like?
It's unique. I have to move like that. Don't have a choice. Okay, you made some error. You made an error. Okay. Best thing I can do here is this.
Oh fuck!
Oh no, you still won. No, we tied. Yeah, we tied.
I'm gonna win.
Oh, we tied.
No, I win. Fuck, we tied.
Oh, this should tie. Yeah, because I can't do it. Oh no, I won.
Fuck.
Around my phone's nearly dead. I'm coming back to the hour.
Okay, one more game.
Okay.
One more game.
Okay. Oh, Rabbi, where would you rank Justin Bieber on, like, pop stars? Like, what ranking would you give him?
Out of what? What's the scale?
100.
Maybe like a 75?
75?
Yeah.
Who else is in the 70s?
Tom Jones.
Dennis?
Maybe the Jonas Brothers.
What about, Ed Sheeran?
Yeah.
No, I'll put Ed Sheeran in my mix.
Okay.
Michael Jackson has to be top one. Or Prince.
Yeah, Michael Jackson's way bigger than Prince. I would put Michael Jackson in the 90s, the Beatles in the high 90s, the Rolling Stones in the high 90s.
You made it in the top 10.
What'd you say?
You mean when you're putting in a 90s, you're putting him in the top 10, right?
Yeah. Taylor Swift. She's probably in the 80s.
Yeah, top 25, top 20. I don't know what else is there.
All right, so go charge your phone and come back.
an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the Church Fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion. It occurs centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of socio-economic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods like the 13th century. And the king is very powerful at other periods. And sometimes the king's interests vis-a-vis Jews do not coincide with the church's interests. And depending on which power is stronger and in which region, that can hold the Jews in one direction or another. The nobility is also very significant. Sometimes the kings do not have absolute power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so Jews can often find themselves pulled in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and as a result, much of that uncertainty and, for example, propensity for expelling the Jews does not exist in the same way. Third, Christian lands often have special economic restrictions applied to Jews, such as exclusion from certain guilds, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in a particular location. These things do not necessarily pertain to Muslim lands. Fourth, there is a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, you begin to see the gradual expansion of what I like to call an ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early in the medieval period to really speak about nationalism, which is essentially a modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger regional identities, which will ultimately find its fuller expression in nationalism, begins earlier in Christian lands, and this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this proto-national identity? In Muslim lands, you don't necessarily have the same growth of that specific regional idea of a pan-Islamic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and Jews are much more included within that model than they would be in the European model. These are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews in Muslim lands from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we go through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. The Golden Age in Spain really was a golden age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it shortly. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context, hopefully these ideas will give us a better sense of how to fairly characterize the market experience in these 2 realms of Jewish history. Wow, so much talking. Okay. Thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam. Thank you very much.
Just got to think about it. We got to think about this of what you would wear again. I think what you're curly wearing would be perfect. Nice and compact. Nice and compact. It's not going to get caught on something. Ooh, we're totally fine. I want to go see the river in Chicago. I love Chicago. Have you ever seen it? Great like that? I haven't. I wish I did, and I wish I was there with my whole
Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period, and there are various degrees to which we can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Arabian Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to the figure of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses. But nevertheless, we certainly are on solid ground when we look at Josephus, who speaks about 500 soldiers sent to the region in the first century. This is entirely plausible because when you look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, there's no question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. Also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, noted that there was actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, in the region what we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Kimya, which fascinating kind of footnote history in this sense. But to be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we have a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hijaz, which is, as you can look at see on this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is known for its agricultural output, and there are numerous noted Jewish communities that are shown here in this map with the solid dots. We should point out in particular the presence of Jews in Mecca, which will of course be the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina. Note even the Hebrew sounding term Medina, which in Hebrew basically means city or province, depending on the context. Also note here the location of Khaybar, which will be especially important in understanding the conflict between Jews and Muslims in this early period. So we've got this environment where Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, the founder of Islam, Muhammad, has interactions with Jews, to be sure, and with Christians. And as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as the prayer multiple times a day, the dietary restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians, and Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad's early encounters with Jews were positive. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to characterize his relationship with Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this early period, based on the sources that we have that come from 3 biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between these terms. Arab is an ethnicity. It's like a people. It also is a culture that involves, certain modalities of dress and certain kind of patterns of economic activity, and of course a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior, much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dress in the Arabian Peninsula, and they call it simply Arab Jews, and it's not considered a contradiction of that. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be inappropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims, unless you want to say the Jews who have converted to Islam. But you could easily say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that ethnicity. Muhammad's biographers describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with the various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis, although there are many significant individuals who did leave Judaism to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes ended in betrayals and then were followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings and all kinds of acrimony. Captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took 2 wives from Jewish captives who later formed very significant positions within his circle. One of the most notorious of the incidents of violence which followed an alliance which was betrayed was at the location of Khaybar. And in fact, ironically, for Muslims, Khaybar actually occupies a very large place in their kind of map of historical geography. Martin Gilbert, in his introduction to his work on the history of Jews and Muslim lands, specifically notes that one of the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bali, he shouted out as child, "Jews remember Khaybar." It's actually very large in their thinking with regards to the understanding of their relationship to the modern world. But I think what's perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I've only sketched in the very broadest of terms, if you look at some of the sources that are in the notes, you can get into very great detail about what happened to whom and what precipitated certain violent episodes. I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other contrasting Muhammad's conflict with the Jewish tribes, with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers, you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over territory, influence, and social position that translates societies at many times. It's certainly not pleasant. It's certainly not useful, but it is definitely something which you could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of human conflict. The Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupy tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically, and those are things that we're going to see in 2 very important documents that we'll discuss right now, and the next one will be in the following lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Pact of Imam. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely named. It's not really a constitution, although that term has been used widely to try and explain it, particularly to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that otherwise suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gill, who is one of the well-known historians of this period, it basically demotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the Constitution of Medina basically, after all this is done, Jews, you will have a level of protection, you will have a fixed place within society that you can rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be equal to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. This is extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular, and by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that they would have to remain docile, but at the same time, the Constitution also extends to them the protection of the Muslim people as a whole. In other words, they exchange their independence and their status for a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant about all of this is that the Jews may not have a high place in society, an equal place in society, but they do have a reliable place in Muslim society, and that will be exceptionally important for their future historical development. Okay, let's come back to this idea in the next video as we talk about the Pact of Umar and what it means for Jewish history moving forward. Thank you very much for
Oh my gosh, well, it looks like we're kind of, that's quite literally exactly what happened. And I hate to be. Yeah, we love Helen Hunter around here. Even though she hasn't been on, it's like she's one of the actors who's like, she was so giant, she was such a giant actress, and now she's been in nothing. It's like, what happened there? She was in something called like Hide and Seek or Come and Go or
The Pact of Umar is a hugely consequential document that had a huge impact on the way in which Jewish life was regulated in Muslim lands. It was not necessarily adhered to according to the letter of the text in every place and in every time. A lot of variations from the pact, both in terms of leniencies and in terms of stringencies, seems to have been related to the specific inclinations of a particular ruler or a particular time and place, but nevertheless it does give us a sense of the location that Jews had within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands and really contributed a bit to their survival under these conditions. The pact is attributed to the second caliph, who reigned between the years of 634 and 644. Caliph essentially means successor, and this is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also refer to the caliph known as Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, who ruled in the 8th century. However, there's a problem with the text because most scholars note that the document is not cited before the early 9th century. So in other words, we're not entirely confident that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th century. So what's especially important for our purposes is that at least from the early 9th century onward, this document defines and regulates dhimma status for Jews. Dhimma essentially means protected class, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society which is not as high as believers, as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm as well. People of the book include the Christians and later the Zoroastrians as well, and in certain contexts it refers even to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic faiths of Judaism and Christianity. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Pact of Umar, and as a result, the people who pertain to that faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and certain rights, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. The specific items in the Pact of Umar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also of Sassanid, that is, Persian regulations as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians and so on are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And let's look at those three. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activity, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that particular land is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built anew, they could only be repaired. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this was observed in the breach, and Jews did frequently engage in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, often for an exchange of funds, but nevertheless, the idea was that Judaism was to be maintained in its status quo and not expand. Very important, I should mention that the protections that were granted to Jews were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which was frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim lands. But to continue, Jews and Christians could not engage in loud public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades, or the pact also refers to using noisemakers like clappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity and Jewish activity, but the holiday of Purim, of course, does involve the use of noisemakers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Pact of Umar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to features of the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could preserve and observe their own religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews, but they have to kind of like constrain it to make sure that it doesn't impinge on the religious sensibilities of the dominant population. Jews were particularly happy about that and very pleased to accept it in the sense that, Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, a range of small symbolic discriminatory practices and social distinctions. For example, Jews were not allowed to bear arms, carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctive clothes that set apart from Muslims. Again, quite often these practices were simply ignored or bribed out of existence. Jews could not ride with saddles, they had to use bareback. And whether these rules were enforced really depended a lot on local conditions. So the idea, though, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, Dima, nevertheless they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions on things like economic activity, on the whole positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, in the jizya, but also maintaining Muslim travelers. Jews were required, for example, to extend a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain economic activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited. And then there were things like they could not build their taller than Muslim houses. Same would apply for religious structures as well. So it was kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims are the dominant population, inferior rights, and Jews and Christians and so on were a subordinate population. Again, protected. This is something that Jews really appreciated. It allowed for Islamic lands to achieve the status of being a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law, because the Pact of Umar at least defined areas where Jewish activity was protected. The implications are huge, because this meant that Jews could rely on certain structures in place for their maintained activity. It's true that there were these symbolic placements that kept them in a second-class status and theoretically prohibited them from expanding in size, building new synagogues, things like that. But by and large, these things were not especially strong prohibitions to their advancement. What I think is especially interesting is to contrast the Pact of Umar with the doctrine of witness that we discussed when we looked at the Church Fathers, because this provides us with a kind of counterpoint that illustrates the difference of Jews in Muslim lands as opposed to Jews in Christian lands. Jews in Muslim lands had to recognize their subordinate status, but nevertheless had a tremendous amount of freedom within those boundaries. In Christian lands, Jews were to be preserved in order to later provide testimony for the truth of Christianity, a theological purpose which posited their future existence, but at the same time kept them in that subordinate status in Christian lands as well. So ironically, the Pact of Umar is kind of like the Muslim version of the doctrine of witness, and very similar socio and economic implications. And we'll have to see in the next few lectures exactly how that played out within Muslim society. In the next lecture, however, we're going to go to the continent of Africa to look at the fascinating and not well-studied history of African Jews, and much of this takes place within the Muslim order. Thank you very much for watching.
Dova King, Dr. P. Duke, and Eli Slugworth, Gators, Godmother, Goldie Mae Star, Great Source Nightmare, Hurley at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs. I poisoned this fucking Big Mac. Jenny J, Jess, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Casey's mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe.
I'd like to now turn to the fascinating history of the Jews of Africa. And this is an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. If you have a look at this map of the continent of Africa, I think we can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic regions. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known aspect of Jewish history on the continent. It includes, towards the east, Egypt. You can see the Nile Delta in this satellite photograph. It includes really important regions like Tunisia, Morocco, which have long established Jewish settlements, because when the Jews were exiled from Israel in the first century, they followed a path that had already been trod by many previous migrants. The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa, up into Spain, and then later across the Pyrenees into Europe. But it also includes simultaneously settlement of the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and so on. But the coast of North Africa is a fairly well-known area for Jewish history. We've already treated it a few times in previous lectures, and we'll come back to it again in future lectures. So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa, because much of the history of Jews really is integrated with other things that are going on, particularly in the Muslim world, and so we will return to those later. Then there is the fascinating story of the Jews of Ethiopia, and that's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century, and then later on when we get to the semester, hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally in the Deep South, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. Most of those are migrants who come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however, and so it's better for us to treat them later on in the semester. A little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time, and South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it is at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, some fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia, but I'm going to break it up into these 3 sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that we're already discussing. Ethiopia is going to have 2 kind of standalone lectures, and South Africa will also get to when we get to the spring semester. This is not to say that Jews are only found in these 3 regions of the continent. On the contrary, many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed Jewish descent. The so-called Falasha or Beta Israel, which we'll speak about in the next lecture, are hardly the only African tribes that have been associated by themselves or by others with the Jews. But in the interest of the scope of this particular series of lectures, I'm just going to concentrate on the areas I've identified here. One of the most profound writers of the history of the Jews of Africa is undoubtedly Dr. Tudor Parker, who has written some amazingly important works that focus on the history of the Jews in this region. He's especially well associated with the Beta Israel, and some of his works, they're really wonderful to read, and they're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us, and that is the so-called Hamitic myth. The story, which you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis. Here it is represented in the 15th century Mandarin Chronicle, where Noah, after successfully, braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and he uses motherfucker. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep in his drunkenness and naked. His three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, shown here, all find him drunk and passed out like this, and Shem and Japheth, not exactly as put here, but Shem and Ham elect to cover him up to respect his dignity, and Ham does not. So when Noah wakes up, he finds out what has happened, and he is especially angry at Ham, and for reasons which we'll have to left aside for now, he actually curses Ham's son, Canaan, or Canaan. And this curse, for much of Western history, has been associated with slavery. It has been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlement of Africa. In kind of a fanciful association, the word Ham in Hebrew is not related to the word, one of the words for son. And the medieval argument is that Africans receive darker skin because of their exposure on the equator to more sunlight and so on. So there's this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It really should be after Canaan, but you can have a look in Dr. Perfect's work to say a little more about that. But how it's been used is fascinating. It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to have come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa. And 19th century European explorers said, there's no way that local Africans could have built this. It's simply too fantastic. It must be that there were Semites somehow involved, because the local population is descended from Canaan, from Ham, and have to be held at a lower cultural level. Even though later researchers have pretty conclusively identified that this was an indigenous African culture. But from this Hamitic myth, you have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites, who may have come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations, and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between many, many different people of Africa, and they use this Hamitic one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves, who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite, or perhaps the most famous of which is Lauda Equiana of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience as a slave, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement, but he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices because of his presumed tribe affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic or Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lemba tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and was served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason. Now, one last comment before we look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which will give us our first look at real Jewish history in Africa. We should understand that there are many different populations that use the words black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. So let me just clarify that in this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa, and specifically we're going to look at the Jews of Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I am not speaking about many other peoples who claim similar origins, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. It's an entirely different phenomenon that is deserving of study, but not necessarily historically linked to the populations that I'm going to discuss here. There are movements in America that call those Black Hebrews or Black Israelites because they identify with the ancient Hebrews or Israelites, sometimes with a bit of animus to people who identify as Jews who do not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian Jews, for example, with the claim that somehow Caucasian Jews have supplanted the true identity or true racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it later. For right now, we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have the reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. And their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews up there throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating. Thank you for watching this.
Yeah, I mean, it we're right by the blood place down the street on Lamar. There's been bringing blood place has been here since 1951. Drawing blood together since 1951. It says like we are blood family. So yeah, is that what it is? Yeah, it's called we are blood. It's really weird. I looked at it today when we were driving past it thinking, what is this fucking place? Like,
the Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoy doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying the history of Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new. I was also surprised by how much it was actually very similar. And so, of course, this is Jewish history. Even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment, a lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical, or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experience. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture. But I have to set aside remarkable events of the 20th century for when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally returned to the land of Israel. It's really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to read that chapter of it for quite a bit more. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered, simply existed, but they were the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer, who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fashion, really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there is the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. More likely, he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others, and so there is some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is some reference to it. Rav Ovana, also known as Bartanura, or simply the Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed to his community. A much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia. He absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of what slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married. Could they buy slavery, and then was it possible for you to marry her? And in fact, he was in the positive, and he was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. So Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interaction of this population with other Jewish communities. The map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia are located, around Lina. And as you can see, proximity to Saudi and Yemen is very significant. There are about 4,000 south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn to the discussion of where do you come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews in Israel. According to the Kebra Nagast, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty comes from Israel. Echoing the account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia, across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon, who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So, ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites particularly because of this particular royal connection. Traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that may account for existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break off from those Jews who left Egypt in the period of the Exodus, or perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel, who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasions in the 8th century before the Common Era and made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time and have no real way of validating them. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence of Jews through Hinyar. You'll recall we spoke about them a few weeks ago. This is the kingdom in South Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century, and they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that they arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Hinyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat on what that word actually means. Living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Judith, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline, as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Their occupational profile changes from farming and going into crafts, pottery, and other types of semi-urban types of professions, still very strongly represented in the martial arts, but gradually losing their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what we call these. I kind of danced around it, and the term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they would call themselves the Beta Yisrael, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christians, who were called the House of Christianity. They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Ayhud. Pardon my Amharic pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Ayhud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. And so the Beta Yisrael, calling themselves Israelites, were recognizing their Israelite origin, but knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin, they used this more specific term, Beta Israel, Beta Israel, which designated that they were not following the same faith as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they wouldn't call that either. Now, the term Falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's actually a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or landless person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beta Yisrael during the period of their lowest ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral land holding, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was Falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, So the term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the terms of their faith, which is called the Haimanos, which means a little faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. It doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it works. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past, with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have the Talmudic teachings. Karaism, which we're going to discuss a little bit in a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless, it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just the understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Nida. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for perhaps the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Qumran or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly, so it's not an absolute certainty. There are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith which are definitely not common to other Jews. They have, for example, monasticism, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of monks. And they have incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word perhaps Oraita in Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written in Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity, and also of the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of text, probably taken from the Greek, and they used those as their central religious text. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which are not similar to what's going on in the rest of rabbinic Judaism. This will pose significant consequences for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that in a much later lecture, but I will note at this point that great scholars like Rabbi would say, chief rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Ridvaz and said that they are Jewish in origin, and that has really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things that I've learned in my own research for this lecture, they have an incredible yearning for Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, however, there was an unfortunate event which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic traditions. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis to study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Gohan. And this is one of the rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity, and was the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, as we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event, because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspects of this story, which relates to the targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Aaron Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called Falasha, as you see here, an illustration from one of his many books at the time. Much of the actual preaching was not done by Stern directly. He actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served, because at one point he was arrested by the emperor. But many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity, who went on to proselytize on his behalf. In 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named Tindi Fanta converted through this mission. He was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor. And this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. The curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beit Israel took this very seriously. I think this is part of the cultural milieu of Ethiopia, with which I'm not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will face a death sentence on the emperor?" So the Beit Israel went to court over this. It's 1862. It's still the modern era, and several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practices, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian Jews. Now, in that same year, there was some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated, ended in disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease, and ultimately the march ceased at Tigray in northern Ethiopia, when many of the survivors simply stayed there, and others tried to make it back to Lake Chad. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jewry, but there will be a glorious 20th century development that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jewry. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful, and I find it absolutely inspirational. And I look forward to speaking to you next about the Jews of Khazaria, strangely related topics.
Respectfully. Yeah, respectfully. And then maybe at one point you could bring up the guy that she was like having to make a farewell, but it could be like a moment where everybody's like, oh, like you're okay. And then you're like, no, I'm kidding. Or something. But everybody's gonna be like, horrified. Easy, block, easy now. Yeah. We loved you before all that now.
Don't say soccer.
I'll say football.
Don't say soccer.
Yes. Okay. I'll go. I bet if she was on the pitch and she was playing football, she wouldn't have been in the car.
I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Khazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which we're going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazar. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection to Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus, that would be based in today's Kiev, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and then they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, you can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion or migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from. And that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who use that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there, many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartan, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. God willing, we'll talk a lot more about them shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time we get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis says the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about it? We'll talk about it in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Samper of Hebrew University. Great scholar, has written quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history and has published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended in the Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their, toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halakhic Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that is presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied is precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazar. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. And one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. The professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorist of early Yiddish who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary that its grammar is essentially Slavic is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all three language groups. If you study German, if you study some Slavic languages, and you study Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about the Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So bottom line is, Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkish. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? You simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French, types of cultural accretions that follow the Jews they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration, Ashkenaz, is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of Jews, and they most of them just appeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Iraqi Jews, and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family, and there are significant distinctions between especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that says a lot more about Jewish males and Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that. But a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms. And that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer, sex, which owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would lay east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may report that most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mother does not pass down the Levite connection. So the Y chromosome of Ashkenazi Jews is that they do have origins consistent Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. Then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back to that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented of Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community. And so it's not demonstrated by the research that we have. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving around the coast of North Africa. It's not necessarily Levites that will end up producing lines on the other. So complicated to see this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector, and there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah are Ashkenazi Jews, account for almost half of Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did race centered, what can we study intelligence. So thank you very much for watching.
The one that folds in half. The one that folds in half, but then you got the wrong model when you broke your phone. Yeah, but it seems like people actually shove those the wrong way all the time. Well, sideways too. You freaking snap your shit. Damn, Brutus. Ever done that, Grant? Like a mistake? Yeah. Yeah, you can get all sorts of stuff stuck in them. Like what? Gray hair waiter?
Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call it Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, that's hard to say, of the Khazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story described in the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story is this King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching his borders. And he thinks to himself, oh, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of these other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him into Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you notice that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Levi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about this. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Levi's work as well. Chastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which we'll take us beyond the scope of our discussion is emissaries do not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Chastai ben Shabbat were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated. Typically, this was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omelian Pritzak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen on hard times, the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image, there is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazar community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kievan Rus. population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Ramienia Piet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity, and there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chastai ibn Shakrut with King Joseph, they actually report the same scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become, rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom, the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time of 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. If you ask Professor Shaul Stamfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regards to conversion. Why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us. Besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chastai ibn Shakrut, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe been a historian too long, I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine and then Kiev and the Rus in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? who converted them? If not the
Welcome.
rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So,
every day's holiday, every meal is a feast. How are you living?
Amazingly, baby. Are you ready to win some money?
Yeah,
Where's your boy?
I think we could do it. I ain't gonna be drinking this time, so
All right. Well,
it'll be a lot more stable.
that's a good start. Where's your boy?
They're all fucking bitch ass.
All right. Let's
They're
do
all
it.
got a life.
They don't have lives.
Yeah, they got a life.
Dog, they are literally doing everything they can just to get their dick sucked. That is not a life.
Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, that's what Nets is doing as we speak.
Word, dog. Everybody knows that.
You know,
You didn't have to
that's
tell
just
me
how
that.
it is.
I knew how that worked.
Where's my phone at? You ever played this on YouTube?
What is this on YouTube? Crossy Road. No, what is that?
You never played Crossy Road?
No, I'm too cool for that. What's up? What is it? It's like Frogger?
Yeah.
How do you play it?
You just dodge all the cars, just like Frogger.
No. Is it like available? How do you download it?
It's just on YouTube. Look, you just go to YouTube. You literally go to youtube.com, you just scroll down. And there's all these games like Jetpack Joyride and all this stuff. It's a new feature.
I was going to say,
Crossy Road,
for
you don't have to download anything.
for how long has it been a thing?
The past couple of months. It's
Well,
kind of new.
I-
Like Jetpack Joyride, you ever play this one?
Dog, I haven't played any of them. Show me them all.
This one's pretty fun. They're all really simple games. Move around.
Simple games are the best kind. All right, get it. Get it. Oh, this game's tight.
Basically, you're just firing a turret. And you gotta collect the points.
Oh, that was terrible. Dude, you're missing them all. Coins. Terrible. Awful. This may be the greatest game in the history of mankind.
I love it. Look, and if you go by these guys, you can high five them. Oh, maybe not. Used to be able to.
Dude, get more coins, baby.
What happened?
She wants the snack for Grace.
That's the basis. It's pretty fun. I love these old games I haven't played. Tone Man Run's pretty cool.
Let's see it.
This one's like, I like this one.
Would you consider it the greatest game in the history of humankind?
Yeah, I would say so.
No doubt.
Even if I someone over there. Sure. So basically, you get this and you grow. You hit the targets. You hit these and you get fat. And so I'm like super bulky. Hit a bump, so I shrunk a little. Got cut off. Very entertaining. I played this game a lot, actually. All right, 250 mass.
Don't suck dick, dude. You just suck.
Bro, I miss every coin. How's that even possible?
It was terrible. All right, be good. Do well. That was terrible. I'm very unimpressed with that. You can do better. You can do better. All right, that was good. And now you're tall. Now you're small. Now you got decapitated. Okay, now do well. Super well. Dude, that was really good.
I looked at it. I didn't even laugh. I just looked at it. Oh, no, not the robot, guys. I want my mass. Times 2.
Oh, you're super
Plus
tall.
25.
And you're fat.
Yeah.
Super tall and fat.
Yeah, boy.
Get points.
Coins come to me.
Get points.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, look at that.
Uh-oh.
First skill. Damn it, there's no way past it.
You just got to do it. Now get it. Get it. This is your time to shine. Do well. 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 Super well.
Well, that was the best so far.
That was.
Alright, 75 bite, 25 fat. Yeah, I'm that boy. No, don't do it. There we go. There we
Oh,
go.
you thick, baby. With 3 C's.
Let's go.
Get it.
Didn't get hit once.
Get it. Do well. 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 Super well. Try to get all the way to the end.
Hey, you gotta defeat the boss at the end.
All right. Well, do it.
Super tall.
No, we're not killing mommy.
Get it. Super well. Oh, you did it. You did it.
Yeah.
Bravo.
All the way to the end. Holy cow. And the boss. I defeated the boss.
That was amazing. Bounce. Bounce, baby, bounce.
Yeah. I almost made it on that one.
Yeah, you did.
Damn, I keep getting close. How's ass cheeks? I don't even want to live with that. It's terrible. Yeah, there's that one. A bunch more games. Let's see here. I think that's all they got for right now. Building a queen is the same thing, but it's all like hella fruity. Dreams flying. That stuff's crazy. Did you hear about the Epstein cover-up?
Oh, I hear about a lot of things.
But you actually like looked into it and stuff?
It is not something that I necessarily enjoy, so I do my best to stay away from it.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Oscar, come on. Come on, buddy. Come on, get. Get. Come on. Get out there. Come on. No, only not. Come on. All right. Hey. All right, you have to listen. So to pay my auto loan off, okay?
I'm waiting. Tell me.
So to pay it off, I need $325. I have $310. I'm short $15. What do I do?
Just pay it off and then just wait till you get $15 more.
So you ask someone for money? Who's gonna loan me? Can't put 20 in?
A lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity? I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times, but it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, Lena of Adia Bene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Chimyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps,
Miss Aquarius,
to the ongoing
how you
history
living,
of the
girl?
Khazars, what happened to them?
What's good?
I need to do something about the iPad app here. This is ridiculous, man.
Why is that?
This, because I keep understanding I was on that chill bar job. Got out, came back, and tried to get on here. This thing just kept crashing, and I uninstalled and started about 2 times. I said, this thing, and I'm finally on it, but I'm gonna have to find a way I can like see if I can. Like, I know they got a support thing. Let them know y'all need to update the app for iPads and Apple and all that, because the iPad is like crashing. Like, y'all gotta do something about that.
This is for Discord?
Yeah, for the iPad. Yeah. My iPhone was doing that, and my iPad was doing it. For this, yeah.
How was your day?
Yeah, I'm back home. It was good. Oh, Lord. Now I'm ready to play, so I go lay down and go sleep.
All right. You got an invitation. We're waiting on you.
Are you playing too?
I don't know if she's there.
Hey, Addie.
Good one. Oh, she is there.
Addie.
Audie, apologies. I didn't know if you were there. You'd been quiet.
How are you? Yeah, you got it straight. You okay? I got it straight. Come on,
Beautiful strike, Miss Aquarius. No. This Aquarius is on a roll. Get this, girl. Right in the corner. Perfect. You've gone spare, strike, spare. That's phenomenal.
Thank you. Yeah, you got another strike. Let's go.
Yeah, but that's not as good as yours. Spare, strike, spare. Get another strike. Strike. Okay. You got the spare here, though. No doubt, no doubt. You got it. Wow. Spare, strike, spare, spare.
Let's go. Let us strike. You got this spare. Yay.
Get it. Get it.
It's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
What up, Zoot? Zoot and I have been playing a new game. It's the oldest game in human existence. What up, pimp?
I'm not happy with my life.
Okay, why not? Let's make you happy. What's going on?
I hate the fact that I'm broke and really just.
Yo, dog.
Yeah, you won. Yeah, we won.
Zoot, you're.
I also hate my life, but I love being alive.
I don't think that broke living in my mom's house, the girl I like when he talks to me, she was like 6, and yeah.
Okay, Zoot, do you want an invitation to bowling to play with Miss Aquarius, Audie, and me?
Did you say she's deceased?
No, I said she's overseas. She works
Oh.
Zoot, we're gonna pre-press you into this. And you, Audie. All right, Miss Aquarius is getting an invite. Audie's getting an invite. Zoot's getting an invite.
I have severe, I have a gambling problem. I have severe ADHD and severe autism, and I don't know what to do with my life.
I'm laughing at you. I'm extremely relatable, Zoo. My says, I'm just keep man. Let's go.
Audie, accept the invite, girl.
Somebody.
Audie's up. Audie.
I
Audie.
have Tourette's as well. And developmental autism. And anxiety and depression, probably bipolar.
You don't have that things.
I don't have bipolar.
Zoot, what don't you have?
My mom said this. This is my mom saying the same question. I don't have an eating disorder. I don't have unfortunately, I don't have support syndrome or Down syndrome. Yeah, it's probably better just to list the things I don't have instead of the things I do have.
Word. Thank you. Why won't that chick talk with you anymore?
Huh?
Why won't that chick talk to you anymore?
Because she makes good money, but she has impulsive spending habits, and most of the time here that she keeps on like spending more money on shit.
That's not a reason why she's not talking to you. Why isn't she talking to you anymore? Audie. There you go, girl. Zoot, you were talking to this chick for like 5 years. Why now all of a sudden doesn't she want to talk to you anymore?
Because
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Because I can't answer that question. Only she can answer that question.
Well, what is your best guess?
My best guess is that There's two reasons. One is that she kind of just doesn't want me to see what her life looks like, so she doesn't want me to talk to her. The second reason is that when I met her, she was in a relationship, and I was a crush, like when she was in a relationship. I wasn't the most responsible when she broke up and she didn't admit to someone. They just got a 7-year relationship.
So did you share all of the issues that you have with her?
No, yeah, not until we met in person.
Oh, I mean, she always comes back, dude. You've been talking to this chick for 5 years. It's not like she won't come back. Just be patient. And if she doesn't, then it's for the best.
I mean, I can talk to her best friend, but if I really need to.
Yeah, dude, I don't know how good a plan that is by, like, okay, well, she won't talk to me, so I'm going to just talk to her best friend. Like, that's fine, but that's not the nicest thing to do.
What?
It's not the nicest thing to do.
Yeah.
Daddy.
Audie. Come on, Audie. There you go.
I mean, it wasn't the nicest thing to do. She was like, last time I spoke, she was just like, yeah, I know you two been talking a lot, and I was kind of jealous.
Right, and her friend likes you. So why don't you go for the friend?
She's in a relationship. I think she's in a relationship.
Oh, so you're just some random dude on the internet who they just flirt with?
Yep.
All right. I mean, what has my advice been to you for this entire time? Don't go for chicks 20,000 miles away. Go for chicks 2 miles away.
8,100 miles away.
Whatever, dude.
It's 16,000.
Well, actually, that's some good advice. In this economy, the closer, the better it should be.
What did I tell you to do? What did I tell you to do, Zoot, like months ago? Zoot, you'd come in here and you'd be like, I can't get any chicks. I can't get any chicks on dating apps. And I said to you, it's probably because your pictures aren't very attractive. You're like, that's probably right. So I said, exactly the pictures that you need to take. And I even told you, if you need to, get a professional photographer and LFG. And you're like, okay. Then I said to you, oh, wow. Like a bunch of times, did you get it? And you're like, no. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, why not? And you're like, because it costs $250 or whatever you said. And I'm like, you don't need to spend that necessarily. You could even, if you want. That's right. Who wants another invite?
I love you.
I'm sending you all an invite.
Except me.
No, you're getting one too. Miss Aquarius, don't you go anywhere. You're getting one as well. Zoot's in.
Hey, one more. This is the
Last one. All right. And then Zoot and I, and we're going to play Moncala. So Zoot, it's exactly what I said. Take some pictures of your dating profile, clean it up a little bit, and then go date chicks around where you live. And don't give me the image that there are no chicks where you live, because there are, and they're beautiful. That too. But that's just if you want physical pleasure. If you want a relationship, which is what you really want, then find a nice girl around where you live. Miss Aquarius, that was an amazing spare.
I didn't get out of my fucking mom's house, get a job and make money. I don't think you understand that I gambled away $2 million in the last 6 months.
That's a lot of money. But you don't even call it, that's not even real money. That's whatever you call it. You call it profits or what, unrealized profits.
Don't ask. I don't want anyone here to ask me how I gambled $2 million in 6 months.
Cryptocurrency.
Yeah. Chasing losses after you see it go down 50% and be like, fuck, I'm no longer, it's just.
How'd that one do for you? What was it called? Fat Chick Gym Company?
Yeah, I lost money on that.
Is it? Yeah, Fat Girl Investment Co. Is it done?
Yep.
Miss Aquarius putting up numbers.
That's not me. That's I.
I know. No, I'm looking at your score. I know. You've got 26. That's a lot.
Come on,
Zoot, you owned like 4% at one point of Fat Girl Investment Co. What happened?
Never on doctor.
Okay, well, you have a huge bag.
No, I sold it.
You sold everything that your grandma had? Zoot, do you still have all of that money from with your grandma?
Maybe a little bit. Not much as I thought.
Zoot, you were very close to being a millionaire. Are you still that close?
No.
Okay, well, shit happens. You could get it all back. You never know.
Yeah, I know.
Nice strike, Zoot. Nice strike, Zoot.
I need to get 3 strikes in a row from here.
All right, get these, Miss Aquarius. Get 2. You know you can get 2.
No, can't do it. You made me mess up, buddy. Okay, I'm happy for you. Come on, Abby. I'm happy for you.
No, I don't know how damn strikes gonna fix on my fucking last time.
No, it wasn't you. I'm talking about Rabbi, not you. I said I'm happy for you. You ain't got a strike.
Oh, Rabbi's so far in front of us.
Well, I don't mean it. I don't care how we win. There's no that. That's the motto.
That's right. Miss Aquarius knows. She's the nicest woman on earth.
Come on,
Zoot, get this.
I didn't do so well. I mean, I'm doing better than
All right, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius takes the lead. Miss Aquarius takes the lead.
She'll become better.
Rabbi House is a very easy win here. It is 3 points. And Orty might come back. She can beat me.
Get it, girl.
You need a spare to beat me, Orty.
Oh, almost.
I could never beat you, even if I had pressure deep in myself. Yay! See, that's their first pick. I'm second. Let's go. We all won. Congratulations to everybody, okay? Everybody won.
Absolutely.
I want to let y'all know that we are undefeated in bowling. We are undefeated in friendship, okay?
100%.
So if you lose, we still won, okay? We still winners.
That's right.
Yeah, we don't have to accept what you need. What you say, Ivy? I said that we don't have to accept defeat. Every week is a trophy. That's right. Amen. Amen. See? Hey, I got a trophy. Yay. You're so sweet for that.
Rabbi, the thunder and what?
Why?
We got 4 people in.
Yeah, but Miss Aquarius is going to go to bed. Artie, do you play a game?
Okay. I'll set her right now.
I'm going to sit here.
She's just going to chill. And you and I are going to play the oldest game in the history of humankind. This was played by Egyptians, dude.
Are we playing with 4 seeds or 3 seeds?
3, because that's what the ranked version is.
3?
Yeah, that's what the ranked version is. Zoot.
Did you send me?
Like 1,000 times, Zoot. Zoot. I keep sending it to you.
I'll send you an invite.
Zoot, just
Send you an invite, sorry.
just look at your invites, dude.
It's not showing up.
Okay.
I don't think that was a great move.
I think it was one of the best moves in the history of humankind.
Really?
Oh, for sure, dog.
Oh, right, you can beat me so easily here. The thing is, right, Jack, best move here is for me to do this. That's a smart way.
I won. That's one game in a row, Zoot.
Don't say one game in a row.
Send me an invite, baby. Zoot. Zoot, are you going to send me an invite or are you going to just jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, where's your invite? Zoot, I'm going to send you an invite. Zoot, you have an invite.
Zoot, when is your birthday?
January 15th, 1996.
Zoot, are you going to send me an invite? Or are you going to accept my invite? Or are you just going to say your birthday way too quickly?
I don't know why it's not setting, but I can't say no. I just sent you an invite.
All right, big dog. I just got it.
I'm sorry, my app's glitching. I might have to close it here.
You may have to do that.
This game. Of course. Oh, okay, fuck no. Keep it in you. That was fun.
Zoot, I love when you say that because that very rarely happens.
You're in a really bad position.
Yes, I am. Fuck. You won.
Holy shit, man. Let me close it. Did you send an invite?
Yep. I'll send it again.
It's still showing up.
All right, we'll check again, big dog. Did you get it?
No. I'll send you an invite. But I've got an idea though. Next game, send me an invite for something else than me. Then I'll open that and then send me an invite again. Do this. What about them?
Maybe.
I'm in a really shitty position right now.
You're in a great position.
I'm in love. That was a great man.
I won. All right, Zoo, check it and see if you got an invite. All right, Zoo, are you ready? I'm going to send you an invite. A new invite. Zoo, did you get it? There you go. I won, Zoo.
Hold on. I'll be back.
No, play me one more. I just sent you an invite.
My fucking mental capacity. I can't.
Dude, this is a high IQ game. Dude, don't give me that. This is a high IQ game. This is what they used to play in Egypt, dog. This is the oldest game in the history of the world.
Why don't we invent our own game?
Okay, Mancala, and we're going to become obsessed with it.
Oh, wait, why don't we invent our own game? Got nothing better to do.
Why not play ones that are already established and very exciting to people of history?
Because you can't make money doing that.
Oh, I don't give a shit about making money, dog.
I'm broke, bro. I need to make money.
You won.
I fucked up what most people would consider comfortable money.
Zoo, you had 6 figures. Do you still have 6 figures?
In Australian dollars, yeah.
Dude, Australian dollars, I was just reading about this. You guys have a major issue with inflation. That shit has become monopoly money.
Anyway, I'm gonna go.
All right, we'll come back soon.
Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kievan Rus destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to like pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they have that impact, the demographics of the region. I already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations, like in the mountain Jews, perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? Right? What is the deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. You consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of the Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity, and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are, right? As we discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis, and for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not real Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel, and that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamford's message. But we're going to move on from a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry. I'm particularly going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching.
Hell, y'all call me Steven if you really, whatever. Steven Lazar. Whatever, dude. Just happy to be here, dude. His car got towed. We're in fucking evidence room. Yeah, I gotta go to the evidence room after this. Yeah, nobody heard this, but car got towed last night. And I get to where I'm parked, and I'm like, okay, I'm kind of high.
Let us now
Welcome.
return
How are you?
to the heartland of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region, the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. Immediate post-Talmud.
How you living, pimp?
Sorry?
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Well, are you at least 18 years old?
Good.
Okay, well, what's good in your neck of the woods?
Not too much.
Just what?
Collecting knives.
You're collecting knives? What kind of knives?
Anything I come across.
Okay, very cool. What kind of games do you like?
Nothing specific. I don't really play games.
Okay, very well. Do you like podcasts?
I rarely listen to them.
All right, do you like history?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm watching history lectures right now. If you want to. Here we go. Enjoy, my friend.
Talmudic period, which is associated with the leaders of the academies known as the Gaonim. The term Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, depending on the way in which it's used. Like to say a person is a Baal Gaiva would mean to say they're a very arrogant person. But in this context, it means like the pride and joy of the community. Here's a great map from the Barnavi Atlas that shows the influence of the Gaonim of Baghdad. You can see on the right there's a kind of blue circle which has Baghdad right at the center. That's where the centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the period after the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, Surah, Medita, and so on, and Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic Empire and also of the Gaonic Empire, if you will, which mirrors much of it.
Yo,
what
what
I really
up,
like
Pam?
about
How are
this
you?
particular map is it has the sort of like arrows that are reaching out.
What's up, Psych? How you living? All right, well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. We're just watching lectures and history.
Directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to a certain degree their political influence as well. But they also have that brown circle with Jerusalem at the rough center there. That represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmudic learning. There were, of course, two Talmuds written, one in Babylon, known as obviously the Babylonian Talmud. The other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud. And the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely were linked with each other, had a lot of communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines in authority. Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, what we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa into Spain and further east all the way out to Pakistan and Bangladesh. there are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Geonim had such an assist in reaching these far from Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diaspora communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth. You no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting it all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between these communities in the diaspora, as far away as Spain, let's say, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called in Hebrew she'elot. And the Geonim, the leaders of the academies in Baghdad, are able to send back responses, which are called in Hebrew teshuvot. So, in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called She'elot u'teshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses. And sometimes in English, this is known as the responsa literature. Singular would be responsive. And so there's a symbiosis in the sense of these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests, they send funds to support the academy's activity. And at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities, Baghdad can also confer official confirmation of the municipal leadership of these Jewish communities by indicating a specific addressee as a figure of importance in the community. That ipso facto renders that person much more significant in terms of the municipal leadership of the community. We'll speak a little later about how the communities were structured. But so there was this symbiosis between the diaspora and Baghdad, the periphery and the center, that only began to really fray as Spain in particular got much more significant towards the end of the period we're discussing. Also note, of course, that there is a rivalry between the Jerusalem center and the Baghdad center. Ultimately, Baghdad would eclipse Jerusalem. Let's also think for a second, too, about the impact of language, because by incorporating this entire territory under Islamic rule, Arabic as a language really begins to act as a much more effective lingua franca for the entire region. And this has significant impact, not only for the political and economic reasons that I described earlier, but also in terms of the way Jews thought about their own language. The Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cognate feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course, Hebrew and Arabic are very closely related languages, so there was a lot of cultural give and take there in terms of the absorption of Arabic as an important language. Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judeo-Arabic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urbanization. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most peoples of the Middle East, an agrarian people. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture. And although there were always elites who were active in culture and in commerce and so on in these small cities of the time, it was during the period of the Islamic invasion and conquest that Jews really began to shift towards a more urban posture. The shift towards trades, crafts, skills, things like that was very prominent from the 7th to the 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims taxed the Jewish population in particular and the general tax. Jews were, of course, required to pay a poll tax that was on the individual, a head tax called jizya. We spoke about that a few lectures ago. By the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated you had paid your poll tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could to someplace where people didn't know you, and you could produce your receipt if necessary. You would have less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another haraj, which was a collective land tax that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the burden that was once carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where the villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews, who saw the cities as a much more amenable form of earning their living and a lighter tax burden. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. Jews have to be very gregarious people. They need to walk to synagogue. They need to be walking distance of a ritual bath, an Asian restaurant, all kinds of things like this. So it kind of fit with their cultural evolution. This is Professor Marina Rothschild, very important scholar of the Geniza, which we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture or so. She presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the confluence of the Gaonic expansion of influence and the discovery of a new method of communication that is specifically through paper. Now, historically, when new technologies have been developed, Jews tend to be early adopters, especially when it's associated with information technology. The Arabs call the Jews the Am al-Kitab, the people of the book, but really we are the people of information. And so any way that we can communicate more effectively is something that appeals to us. Let's have a very quick look at the history of information technology up to this point, and it'll be clearer what actually happened that made a huge difference. So here's perhaps the oldest form of recorded information technology we have. It's a cuneiform tablet. It is basically a clay tablet that has these little wedge-shaped marks embedded into it and then baked. Great for durability. This is a piece of clay that lasts a long, long time. It's really hard actually to destroy it. You can break it and you can kind of piece it together. Really handy for archaeologists, but heavy to carry around, awkward to store, difficult to read, all kinds of things that make this not such a great choice. The next evolution in information technology at this time was parchment, which of course is very widely adopted by Jews. Torah scrolls are written on parchment, and this is essentially treated animal skins. Much more convenient to record and store and carry than cuneiform. Parchment has another kind of interesting feature that we don't recall that often with temporary methods of communication. It can be reused in a kind of a blunt way. Specifically, once you write on parchment, then use that text again. You can take some kind of like fat, hard object, like let's say a type of ruler, a stick, and you can rub it really hard, and that doesn't erase the letters, but it fades them significantly, breaks down the ink that's held by the animal skin such that it becomes less prominent. And then you can just go and write on top of it. This is called a palimpsest, and you can see in this fragment from the Geniza, there is back, the original text, a Greek text, and then written on top of it is a Hebrew text. Now, it's not very beautiful by Hebrew standards, but it is useful that way. If you're familiar with the classic Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, where Elisha ben Abuya says, someone who learns in old age or learns as an adult to what may this be compared to writing on rubbed parchment, meaning if you learn as an adult, like in your 40s or 50s or something like that, then you have to like erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really goes away. What you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain in a very systemic manner. And you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but nevertheless you can do it. On the other hand, Elisha Ben Buya says, now if you learn things when you're a child, then that is much better. It's like writing on fresh parchment, nice and fresh and high contrast and so on. Anyways, this is parchment. Jews adopted parchment in a big way. The other big development, again, in the ancient world was papyrus, which is a plant product. And the most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt. There's lots of reeds along the Nile River. And as you can see from this Egyptian document, holds color well, it can be very beautiful. And in fact, it can be made into a book form, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into like square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex or a book. This was actually very much used by writers in the first century, and so it was adopted by the burgeoning Christian movement as a major form of information technology. Note, of course, the early Christian movement is, of course, also Jewish, and so Jews adopted this technology. However, when the split between Christians and Jews grew wider in the 2nd, 3rd century and onward, many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian movement. It also has some technological. Papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it tends to be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention, which is where we are in our Babylonian period, is of course paper. Paper had been around for several hundred years. The Chinese had developed it significantly, but it was only in the period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians began to see the great value of paper and to use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus. And of course, paper lasts an extremely long time. And so in the period of the Gaonim, the rapid expansion of the use of paper as a mode of communication among Jews across the entire diaspora in the Islamic world represented an opportunity for the Gaonim to really accelerate their influence. A lot more correspondence is happening back and forth, both religious and spiritual, and also, of course, economic and personal. A lot more writing are being produced and are being copied out because, think about it. In order to produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create enough parchment. But with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them places. So this is a period of a great expansion, a consolidation of a more unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah that the Gaonim really are able to capitalize on with the communication methods made possible by paper. Now, at this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life, not as a historian, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was preparing this lecture, I had one of those flashes of momentary inspiration where I sensed in my own biography the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a wave of a historical moment. I'll share this with you. So have a look at this picture here. This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of one of my sons sitting on a rock outcropping just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to hike out to and sit and think about, life, the universe, and everything. And as you can see, I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper mill that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, And there was no one here at this point. This is actually quite a remote part of northern Canada, but they took advantage of the old growth forest and the river network to create a paper mill that would serve the burgeoning interest of newsprint readers. A town gathered around this paper mill, which included my grandfather, Olav Shalom, named Alex Abramson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for farming. And so after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become, in Yiddish, a shmata dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, you can see on the right, Alex Abramson and Son. It's not the big roofed building. It's a smaller one right in the back there, which was the ancestral home of him and his children, and my father, who is the son and the Alex Abramson son. And of course, then my mother and I, we lived in a little apartment on top of the store there. And so just for a second here, I thought about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the Talmud, and paper just got more and more popular over the next 1,000 years until my own lifetime, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because few people read actual newspapers anymore. And so the demand for paper has dropped so much. And my father, Oliver Shalom, understood in a very prescient way that the future in Iroquois Falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town. And so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Talmud that was popularized by the Gaonim on pages of paper. But now I work primarily in a material that is entirely digital, like this, as we're engaged in today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from paper. There's no way you could actually capture this on paper. So we have really come to a brand new cycle in information technology transfer. I'm very excited to be at this cusp of a great new moment for the popularization of Talmud and Jewish history in general. Okay, sorry for that little sort of tangent. Let's go back to our material. The Gaonim, of course, are the leaders of the academies now based in Baghdad. And we actually know a fair bit about them because of a really interesting letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies, Rav Sharira Gaon. Gaon is not a surname, it's a title. And he is asked by a community in North Africa, hey, can you explain to us, of course, in much more formal language, how exactly did the Talmud come to be? And what we make of these kinds of conflicts and how are we supposed to use it and so on. And he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript. And he goes beyond the period of the closing of the Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the institute of the Gaonate and a sister. Now, we have had opportunity in previous lectures to speak a little bit about the earlier period. At this point, we should really talk about the growing conflict between the Gaonim as the intellectual and spiritual leaders, not of Baghdadi Jewry, but really of world Jewry at the time, and the exilarchs, who are recognized by the Muslim authorities as they were practiced by the Persian authorities under the Sassanid Empire and so on, as the de jure and de facto the Jewish minority. The term exilarch in Aramaic, Reish Galuta, and there's actually a prayer that's recited even today in synagogues. There's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that is still recited today on Saturday mornings for the health and welfare of the exilarch. The term, of course, exilarch means leader of the exile. But that's not to say that the Gaonim and the exilarchs always saw eye to eye with one another. The Geonim, of course, the person who had reached the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be, a superior administrator and so on. Whereas the exilarch was a descendant of the house of David. That was a very important thing. And there was a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were exilarchs who were much more pious and much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that this created was regarding an exilarch named Bustanai. He was alive at the time of the Muslim conquest, and when the Persian king was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, the Persian king's daughters, the princesses. He took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exilarch Bustanai. Now, Bustanai married her, and he had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become exilarchs as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment because it doesn't sound like such an kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage where the new Muslim ruler says, here, this is your wife. And so the rabbis and the Geonim had difficulty dealing with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a halachic way to accept it. Specifically, argued that although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the exilarch would not actually have his wife converted, and so she must have converted to Judaism, and so that kind of like assuaged concerns. But there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Rav Shrira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out that he says that even though I am also descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustanai exilarch part of the family. Like there's kind of like an arm's length relationship to it. And so you frequently see conflict between the Geonim and the exilarchs over a whole host of activities. In this context, we have to mention one of the most important of the Geonim ever, this very unusual and creative figure named Rav Saadia Gaon, who lived in the late 9th and early 10th century. He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very effectively on Hebrew linguistics. He wrote a commentary on the Torah. He engaged in very heavy polemic with the Karaites, who we'll discuss in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. One of the most significant elements was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem who disagreed on something as important as the calendar. Specifically, when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year? And Rav Saadia Gaon strongly argued for a different date than that in Jerusalem. Ultimately, he actually won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian. He was from Egypt, and in fact, one of the prizes was when the exilarch actually appointed him to lead the Academy of Surah. And they later on, the exilarch had a conflict with Rav Saadia Gaon, even though he had originally hired him for the position. They had a major conflict. They were eventually able to patch. But this is the kind of environment in which there is a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently come into conflict with one another. But it is the Geonate that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual leadership. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Saadia Gaon, and that is his fight with the Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population, and I hope to return to later on in the series, but it is in this period when they really see significant growth. Unlike the mainstream Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes the Talmud as source of how to negotiate the text of the Torah. The Karaites reject that interpretive tradition and argue that the original biblical text has to be observed much more stringently. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities in the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on a face value. This is inevitable. So many passages in the Torah admit of ambiguity. Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradict one another, and the only way to negotiate these kinds of difficulties is to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Anan ben David had proposed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. There's a lot more interesting story about why exactly this happened. We have really only polemical accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exilite, but was passed over, and some have argued that this was part of the reason for his creation of an alternative interpretive tradition. But at any rate, he didn't form what were called at the time Karaites, but later Karaites absorbed his legacy as their primary impetus for their religious thought. The Karaite movement, however, expanded significantly throughout these centuries, despite the long-term conflict with the Rabbinites. And here you can see in this map the many centers that they established themselves in, and of course they exist to this very day. But when you look at Karaite history, for hundreds of years, historians have been forced to kind of evaluate this movement from within the context of the highly polemical religious literature that exists on the topic. That is, Rabbinites like Harav Saadia Gaon criticizing the Karaites, and Karaites criticizing Saadia Gaon and others. So it's very difficult to get a sense of how Karaism has actually lived in real life. The Geniza, however, offers us a brand new picture of what it must have been like. The Geniza is basically this massive trove of documents which would have been thrown away, except for an unusual habit that the Jews near Cairo had of preserving everything written with Hebrew characters. So not just religious books or prayer books or Torah scrolls, things like that. Also, bills of sale, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, children's doodles, all kinds of amazing things are recorded in this massive trove, which only became available to scholars in the late 19th century, and in fact is still being deciphered even to this very day. At any rate, when we look at the Geniza documents, which give us a really good picture of hundreds of years of Jewish civilization as it was lived in the Mediterranean basin, we see that, surprisingly, Rabbinic Jews and Karaite Jews get along pretty well for the most part. We're not talking about the religious elite that have strong antipathy toward one another. But in most communities, you see that Rabbinite Jews and Karaite Jews live side by side without too much difficulty. You have the examples of Jews who belong to both communities, Jews who marry between the communities, certainly affect contracts with one another, do business with one another, celebrate their celebrations with another, and by and large, the Geniza portrait of Jewish communities indicate that Rabbinite and Karaites got along a lot better than we would think they would if we were only looking at the polemical literature that the religious heads have left for us. So we'll probably have to come back to this again as we go a little further in this history. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this very quick overview of some of the religious, social, economic, and even theological aspects of the 7th through 11th century in Baghdad. Thank you very much for watching.
It's like a pre-workout thing, but it's for gamers, not for working out. You take it before you game. Swear to God, I met him at the weed show Friday, and he gave me a big goodie bag. He goes, "Hey man, can we talk about some shit?" And he wants to go have lunch after this. I said, you know, and it's like, I was like, "You take this just to play video games?" And he's like, "Yeah." I go, "I'm in, bud." Yeah. So I'm gonna get him catered out on fucking It's in the back of my blazer. I'll tell you, I'm just seriously.
So we just finished talking about the Gaonic period, and one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by the Gaonim of Baghdad were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few moments to look at the origins of that community and understand how they were shaped by the Muslim conquest, and we'll conclude this lecture with one of the high points of the history of the scholarship that emanated from North Africa. So when we speak about North Africa, there's actually a term that's used in scholarly literature, the Maghreb, which means literally the West, and it's an Arabic term, the Hebrew will be Ma'alav, that encompasses these countries here in modern day terms. Basically, Libya, Algeria, Morocco in particular are the most significant Jewish countries. And as you can see, the population density is highest on the coast itself. As you move further south, you get to the Sahara Desert, much more forbidding, much less population growth there. But there are Jews who are living, for example, on the southern side of the Atlas Mountain range in Morocco and so on. Let's have a look here at a satellite photograph so we can talk a little bit about the origins of these long-standing communities. Now, much of this is shrouded in legend. There is definitely, however, a significant Semitic influence in North Africa from the first millennium before the Common Era, let's say 900 BCE. But it's not necessarily Jewish, it is Phoenician. Phoenicians are a maritime nation that, of course, were involved in Israel as well, and they have settled many places along the coast. Their language is closely related to Hebrew, and so that was kind of like a cultural and linguistic trade to North Africa, especially significant more migration there. Now, one of the most famous cities is Carthage, which would be in Tunisia today. The legends of the earliest Semitic settlement suggest that some of the earliest populations to settle there after the Phoenicians were some of the early Canaanite peoples. Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children, who did not form, let's say, the Mosaic Israelite Jewish branch, that is Abraham's children by Keturah, his second wife, that describes his children by Keturah as having been sent east with gifts. Obviously, they returned, bringing with them Asian food. But it's also possible, according to Josephus, to think of them traveling west. So they would have been descendants of Abraham. Augustine, in the 4th century, we spoke about him as one of the church fathers a while ago. He refers to the local term that people use for themselves in his region of Canaani, saying that this actually comes from Kanaani, which means Canaanite. That some of the earliest peoples were those that may have been expelled in the conquest under Joshua. There was a legendary thought that the peoples of North Africa may have descended from the Girgashi people that are mentioned in the Torah as one of the 7 Canaanite nations that are expelled in the context of the Jewish conquest of the land of Israel. In terms of Jewish settlement per se, Joshua himself, his tomb is apparently venerated in Clemson, which is in Algeria. Unlikely that Joshua actually moved to the west, but nevertheless, this is kind of like part of the lore of the region. But the fact that there were Hebrew speakers in the region, not Aramaic speakers, suggests that it is not at all impossible to imagine migrating from the 6th century BCE onwards. That is, after the destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar and the expulsion of Jews to Babylonia, it is in the Persian period that we begin to develop Aramaic as the lingua franca of Jews. Having Hebrew as the spoken language would suggest that, yeah, in fact, these peoples would have settled earlier. But at any rate, whatever you make of these various legendary possibilities, there's no question that we have strong populations there in the 1st and 2nd centuries, lots of documentation of boatloads of captive Jews after the First Roman Jewish War being sent throughout the Mediterranean. You have the migration after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We know of Jews, for example, in Kyrenica, that Kyrene, that actually had a revolt against the Romans in the year 117, the Kitos rebellion, which we spoke about a while ago. So there's no question there's lots of Jews living here around the turn of the millennium. There's some interesting archaeological discoveries, such as a mosaic that was originally thought to be of a church that was discovered in Tunisia. But looking at it a little bit more closely, you can see it says right there in the middle of the text, Sancta Synagoga. It says Holy Synagogue. And in the little medallions on either side of the text, there is the very classic Jewish representation of the menorah, which makes this a prime candidate, of course, for first century Jewish settlement in the region. The Muslim conquest in the 7th century is especially interesting because we have a lot more historical treatment of the discovery of Jewish tribes living in North Africa. A Muslim historian, Ibn Khaldun, says they came across these Berber tribes. Now, the term Berber is acceptable in English, although it is originally a derogatory term that was applied by the Greeks to the indigenous peoples of North Africa. Lacking, respect for the local terminology, they refer to their language as being kind of like a gibberish. They would say bar, 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 and hence we get the term in English barbarian. But ultimately the term was transvalued and was used to refer to these peoples without necessarily having a negative connotation. Now, among these multiple tribes, several of them were actually practicing Judaism, and the Muslims were surprised to see, wow, significant Jewish population among these peoples. The earlier Semitic context, the earlier migrations of Jews, no doubt had an impact on the local population. The conversion to Judaism was especially pronounced among the nomadic form of the Berber civilization, the so-called Boto branch, that were less sedentary, and actually quite warlike, which is fascinating to see. In particular, you see there's a lot of legends regarding Queen Kahina of a tribe called Jirawa. It is associated with Judaism. In fact, the term Jirawa may be related to the term Ger. Ger means convert. And although there are lots of questions surrounding Queen Kahina and trying to understand whether or not she's actually Jewish, if the Jirawa were actually Jewish at the time, but she's nevertheless in a major part of 7th century history for her ferocious defense of her tribe from the Muslim invaders. She actually fell in battle herself, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local population. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic warrior clans is a bit of a distortion of what else is going on in North Africa as well. There's actually a lot of scholarship developing, especially on the coast, as you have more and more scholars coming together in the welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbi Hananel ben Sushiel, who was an 11th century commentator who actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. If you study Talmud today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbeinu Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which is prime real estate for commentaries. He actually wrote his commentary before Rashi, which gives you an indication of the antiquity of his work. Now, he may have been originally from Rome, and that just indicates how important the community of Qairan, which is not the same as Cairo. Qairan is located in Tunisia today, but that the community was strong enough to attract a scholar of his standing. Even more famous than the name of Hananel, it's impossible to talk about medieval North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov al-Fassi. Al-Fassi means the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco, and he wrote a brilliant and very widely used Talmudic commentary that is still incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Rossi's commentary is interesting in that, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halachic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and debate looking at the beauties of the text and arguing different positions, and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, coming to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics or biographies or recipes, observations from the natural universe, all kinds of things which are kind of a miscellany that are attached with very, very thin connections to the previous material. I think it makes the Talmud absolutely fascinating to read. But the Al-Fasi said, wait a second, it's really important that we get to the bottom line, how we should behave here. So he went through the entire Talmud, and he removed all of that other stuff called the Gadata, which I personally, find that much more appealing in many ways, but that's just me. He removed all that stuff, and he recorded the debate in the Talmud back and forth, inserting his commentary as necessary in the narrative, sometimes with clearer conclusions, and he made a much more struck down, pragmatic. This is how the Talmud derives the final legislation that eventually became a major building block in the entire firmament of Jewish law. Hugely influential text that is usually printed at the back of every Talmudic tractate in traditional printings today. I should mention, before we leave this, that another author, about 500 years later, Ibn Habib, said, you know what? All that other stuff is so good. So whereas the Al-Fasi removed all of the Agadata and kept only the Halacha, Ibn Habib said, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to keep all of the Agadata in a separate book, which is published under the title Ein Yaakov. He and then later his son completed the work, and that was a widely studied text for many hundreds of years. It is somewhat faded in recent centuries, but hopefully it will get some renewed attention because it is an absolute fascinating. Okay, so that's a very quick look at Jews of North Africa. I hope you enjoyed this brief video.
Like the little camera, so I couldn't take it. But I wish more than anything I could go back in time and take a picture of my body, because I remember looking. It's like, I don't know, 7 a.m. or something. I'm not even happy. I just got through. Like, other people are kind of happy. I'm not happy at all. And I'm just up in my dorm room by myself looking at my body, thinking, holy shit. And like some of the other dudes.
One of the most fascinating periods, I think, in Jewish history is a brief period of about 2 centuries that existed in medieval Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the phenomenal personalities that animated the cultural, especially the literary, poetic life of the Iberian Peninsula between about the 10th and the 12th century. There's a lot of question, however, as to exactly how golden this era was. A series of books over the last decade or so have come forth on this. And so I just very quickly give you when was this golden era? Why do people call it golden era? And what are some of the criticisms to say it was not so golden after all? Okay. I happen to have given quite a few lectures on this topic, and of people in the following lecture, I'd like a very brief moment to speak about 3 of my favorites, actually 3.5 of my favorites. But I'll put in the links below some directions to longer videos in which I explore the lives of these people in a fuller length. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about the golden age of Spanish Jewry. When we last discussed the Iberian Peninsula, it was under the control of the Visigoths, who, when they converted to Catholicism in the year 589, initiated a bizarre reign that was characterized by a tremendous amount of anti-Semitic legislation. As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding exactly the nature of how these decrees were implemented, because we really only have the legislative side to look at, to try and examine the history, but it was a period of remarkable anti-Semitic legislation, with punishments like amputations and the imposition of a police state to track the movements of Jews, all kinds of really strange things you wouldn't see for centuries later anywhere in Europe. At any rate, it was a very, very nasty period. We have to assume between the years 589 and 711, which is when the Muslims entered the peninsula and conquered it in very short order, along with their rapid expanse across the southern part of the Mediterranean and into southern Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the flourishing of a, sort of a Jewish-Muslim synthesis, or of this kind of cultural coexistence that will be so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. But by the time we get to the 10th century, things change dramatically. One of the concepts that comes up again and again in the origin stories of this golden age is the notion of the loyal and wise Jewish advisor, meaning you have like Muslim rulers coming into the era, military rulers. They've got to manage a restive Christian population who resents their presence, and the Jews serve as an excellent intermediary between the interlopers into the culture and the indigenous population. They're literate, they're numerate, they're urban. There's all kinds of advantages to using the Jews, who themselves have no special connection to the local population, and especially not to the previous regime, the Visigoths. So the Jews fit that role very nicely. And over again, you see this phenomenon of like a Muslim military ruler coming in and needing some local support and infrastructure, and Jews are there to fill that gap. It's not clear at all that, as some 19th century historians have argued, that Jews somehow betrayed the Iberian Peninsula to the Muslims, but it is not at all outside of the realm of possibility that when Muslims came in, and as their military advance required them to go further and further north, and they had to leave behind a thinner and thinner layer of administration, the Jews were able to staff those positions to control the population, tax them, and so on. So that's probably where we have the functional origins of this interconnection. Jumping ahead a little bit, of course, this is reversed over the next several hundred years in something called the Reconquest, or Reconquista. And that refers to the Christian movement from the north down to the south, slowly pushing the Muslims back out of the peninsula. As you see in this map here, which covers the period from 914 till 1492, which is, of course, the expulsion of the Jews. And shortly before that, the complete conquest of the peninsula with the fall of Granada in the south. But as you can see with the color coding here, gradually over the course of half a millennium, the Christians begin to slowly work their way down, with significant consequences for the Jewish population, as we shall discuss a little later on in the semester. So speaking specifically about the Golden Age, what we're talking about is basically the era from Chastai ibn Shakrut to Yehuda Halevi. Those are kind of the major figures who bookend this period, and that dates from the 10th to the 12th century. The area in which this golden age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which is known as Al-Andalus, the Muslim region, and it works within a Muslim cultural ecosystem, in particular the attitude to poetry, and that we shall see as being so significant. I'd like to suggest, I don't think I've ever seen this term used before, but maybe I can coin it unless I'm stealing it unconsciously from someone else. There was kind of a silver age that followed it. Not nearly as amazing as the golden age, but really important figures like Nachmanides or the Rashba, some phenomenal figures who were in Spain shortly after the golden age was coming to a close, and they existed within the Christian cultural ecosystem. With quite a different experience in many ways, as God willing we'll discuss as we go further along. So basically, that's what we're talking about, these 200 years between the the conquest of the peninsula in 711, it really comes to its golden period in the 10th century, up until the 12th century, when the Reconquista begins slowly to make its impact. This brief, fascinating period. Okay. Now, what makes it so, then perhaps one of the most significant, is something that is known in the scholarly research as la convivencia, or as I think the Spaniards would say, la convivencia, which always makes me laugh, but it's literally the living togetherness, right? The coexistence, which is a little bit stronger, I think, in Spanish. The idea that these are, very diametrically opposed cultures in so many ways. I mean, Christians and Muslims and Jews, they have a lot to argue about, and they did argue in many ways, and there was a lot of violence involved in the history between those three parties. But for some reason, during those 200 years, there was a tremendous amount of a living togetherness where they appreciated each other's cultures in ways that we don't see for much of the period. There's certainly several key examples of this convivencia, which is not, a perfectly round convivencia with, Jews and Christians and Muslims all sharing equally. It tends to be lopsided towards the Muslims in terms of political authority, for example, towards the Jews in terms of fiscal activity, say. But, and I would say the Christians are probably at the bottom end of this triangle or this circle, but nevertheless, it does represent a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it, though. Was it really as great as we will describe in the next video in particular? First of all, we should understand that one of the reasons why this happened at all is because Spain is so far away from the center of Muslim culture, which was in Baghdad, right? In fact, in many ways, the Spanish Caliphate, the leaders of the Muslim society in Al-Andalus, declared themselves a separate and independent caliphate from the caliphate that was based in Baghdad. They were so far away. I mean, we're talking about distances that took, days, weeks to travel. And so it was kind of like being in Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. There was a lot more flexibility because they were so far from central authorities, and they could act independently in many ways. That's why you see in many times a kind of relaxation of Muslim orthodoxy, such as, for example, the consumption of alcohol, which was a very big part of the kind of evening salons that would be held where Muslims and Jews and Christians would get together and declaim poetry and drink a lot of wine. This was something that you wouldn't see happening in Baghdad. There would be some elements of this in the Ottoman Empire, but centuries and centuries later. So the supervisory control of Orthodox Islam did not have the same kind of impact on Spain as you would have in the center. There would be ups and downs to this. There would be invasions from North Africa, from much more doctrinaire Muslims who would insist on a return to some of those values. But for the golden era that we're talking about, there's a lot of center versus periphery issues which are very significant. And the way, the same thing holds true for the Jews, because their center of luxury was still in Mesopotamia, with the great armies of Surrender themselves moving to Baghdad. The Gaonim were based there as well. And so they're very far away from the central authorities too. Let us not forget that although we speak about this convivencia, it wasn't completely equal. It wasn't like mi casa, su casa. It was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures who reached great heights, but always subordinate to the Muslim rulers. So there's no question that somehow there could be an independent Jewish state or anything like that. And
how you living, baby?
Wow. What's with the advertisement? Rabbi Rothschild, how's it going?
Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Okay. Oh, no way. You're from Blue Sky? Thank you so much for coming here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Go for it.
Okay, well, first First of all, apologies for my bots. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've done so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I know exactly what you're referring to.
Excellent. Well, that's what I do with my life. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, and that may make me a very influential person someday. And I'm going to help you, UAE, exotic falconry, and finance. If you need it, I'm going to take care of all your friends, your family. Make sure you're financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to ensure that you are able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to be able to help the world. How's that sound?
That's so generous of you. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
Are you like the rabbi?
I am, yeah, definitely.
That's awesome. And you're doing it literally as a sort of an obligation to God or whatever?
No, I do it for the good of the world. I don't do it specifically for Judaism. I really want to educate the world on ending world hunger through the use of technology. People don't know that we could do that with things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is build wells in Nigeria and other developing nations. I want to continue those kinds of projects. I additionally am an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we dewater onto land to make it drinkable.
Very cool. Where are you located? What's the character on that body pillow behind you? The pillow behind you?
Yeah, most certainly.
If you don't mind my answer, I'm being very forward.
No, you're absolutely fine.
There we go. Is that weird Sonic hedgehog?
Yeah, so that's the name of the cryptocurrency. They sent me a bunch of merch, and I wear it. So it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 million. And these are their NFTs. Am I the what?
Blue Sky Club?
Yeah.
Are these the guys doing the Blue Sky Club? I'm not like offended for the Blue Sky bot. I'm like very neutral.
No. I create the Blue Sky bot. It's right here. Do you want to see how it works?
That's it. You're really cool. Like I'm viewing exotic costume finance on Blue Sky and also on Twitter. I have 7,000 followers. We should create like an electronic cult together.
I'm down for it. Do you want to see my bot?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry that you offered one thing and I said another thing.
No, I really like what you said, though. I'm always willing to collaborate with people. Okay, just one moment, my friend.
Let's check out this thought, baby.
Absolutely. So you're aware it has like really bizarre names, like really get your attention kind of names, right?
Yeah, we're going to start that too. Don't worry.
Excellent. Okay, here we go. So let me turn the camera. Okay, here I am. I'm going to flip it. And okay.
Well, you've got 24-hour radio stations on here. You've got like Joe Rogan, Joey Diaz, Apple Music. Did you put these together?
Absolutely. I built the whole server.
This is cool, man. This is a nice project.
I appreciate that. So what you're going to see is Blue Sky, and you're going to see the pink cursor. And what the pink cursor is going to do is it's going to refresh the page by newest. It's going to organize by English. Then it's going to come over here. It's going to get the latest posts. And then what it does is it likes, retweets, and comments on every single person, no matter who they are. So right here, we've got someone named Ellen Genderless. It's going to like their comment, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Then it's going to repost it. And you can see that little pink cursor. And then what it's going to do is going to comment on it. And what it does is it actually sends a Blue Sky link that has a picture in it that Blue Sky cannot ban, or they haven't figured a way out to ban it yet. And it's just got this huge wall of text. I call it a manifesto just to get people's attention. But it talks about some of the things that I talk about, like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, just a lot of futurology stuff. And then it goes to the next person and just continues it that way.
like really out there stuff.
Yeah.
Your pesto, it reminded me of what's that soap company?
Yeah, everybody says this. The Dr. Brahmers. Yeah, everybody says that. That's incredible. Well, dude, more than 3.5 years going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you really want to blow your mind, in the upper left corner, you're going to see a link that says 24-hour YouTube streams. Put that link in YouTube, and you'll see I'm live on 22 different YouTube simultaneously right now. You can watch you can watch me in 360 degrees. I have a ceiling camera.
Dude, we've got to do this. I've got like a bunch of property networks, and we've been wanting to do they're just like friends, right? They're just friends. So at the start of the pandemic, I created a fake business.
Okay.
And this fake business is a gag where it's UAE, exotic, South Korean finance. And I just pop in threads, and I try to sell people a bird, fully finance. Just weird stuff. I try to say that there's tax credits available. And then we got a bunch of other people who are dislocated because of the pandemic, and they decided to become content salesmen too. And so we created a little company on LinkedIn, and pretty much now, if you ask Google what my company is, they'll say it's legit.
That's hilarious.
And so we got a bunch of people who coordinate to do pranks, and I'm thinking we should set up a synagogue.
Well, I mean, at least in my opinion, you can do whatever you want religiously, but I am a religious individual. I daven every day. I lay tefillin every day. I keep kosher. I say brachot. So I don't want to mock that, really, but what I do want to do is educate.
No, I don't want to either, and I wouldn't. I'm a religious Jew as well.
Okay,
although,
excellent.
I spend a lot more time in contemplation and isolation. What the hell, man? Things are really bad.
100%.
How are you going to make sense of all the stuff going on?
I get it.
Crazy.
I 100% get it. Do you mind if I tell you about some of the other stuff I'd like to discuss?
Go for it. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I appreciate you being here and sharing everything.
Do you have any editing for highlights, by the way?
Oh.
That's the only thing you're missing.
Yeah, so because I have so much content, I don't. I mean, what I do is I do podcasts with people. So those are nice chunks that people can digest for themselves. I do have some people who clip and create content for me or memes, but really this is a gold mine, or like a.
Yeah, it's great. That's exactly what you're up to.
Absolutely. So
I keep cutting you off, my friend.
you're fine. So things I like to talk about are futurology topics such as antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, quantum computing, currency. I enjoy talking about de-extinction technology. If you didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2000 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. For the year 2020. What did you say?
The ibex with its clone, they had an excellent clone. They killed it and turned it into a chicken nugget. So I heard.
Oh, that very well could be. 20. You're good. You're good. You're good. 2020 company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing project. We recently made headlines with the dire wolf. They created 3 dire wolves. People have been able to meet them. Joe was able to meet them. They are, after the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, on their agenda to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just.
I'm following this precisely, and I'm loving it. And I don't want to lose here. I'm wondering if I can invite some friends in here for a big also Beaver Dale festival.
Invite anyone you'd like.
Okay, and the reason why I asked permission first is because you're going very rapidly, and if I'm inviting these people, then I'm obviously not paying the full attention that would be required for me to absorb the things that you say, which are quite notable and extraordinary.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take your time. I'm here.
Give me a moment. I'll try to figure out how to get an invite link.
Yeah. Okay.
Discord and share it. I've got like a big fucking Discord myself with that 12,000 people.
That's okay. Just in the upper corner of this call right now, it just says create invite, and you can copy that and paste it to anyone you wish.
All right. Oh my God, this is gonna be the best. Okay, let me get the invite link, copy link. Okay, hold on. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my Discord server and I'm gonna tell everybody. And I'm gonna ask you some questions as I'm offering this post, if you don't mind, so that I can get it corrected. Because this is just a wonderful conversation. I think this is really cool.
Excellent.
I'm about to marry a couple, officiate a wedding between a couple of these guys.
Very cool.
Okay. Everybody, where's that? Forgive me.
Take your time. I'm here.
So the first thing I'm going to ask you is I get your name correct. I just saw the manifesto that I want to make sure. So I'm saying I'm currently at a Discord run by Rabbi, and what's your name?
Rothschild, Rothschild.
Oh yeah, that's right, Rothschild. And he's telling me about 0 point energy, or 0 point energy, and let's you also
Quantum computing, artificial.
Immersive free propulsion engines.
Absolutely. That's certainly plasma engines are a thing.
Sorry, you didn't say that, but I was thinking it as you were discussing the other bits.
Certainly. Those are all things. And given enough time, they're all achievable technologies.
Forgive me, what else was the fun stuff?
Sure. Artificial.
The manifesto was so wonderful. I'm so sorry. I'm not patronizing you. I'm truly in love with us and all of this stuff.
Absolutely. No, I don't think you're patronizing at all. So we've got artificial general intelligence, artificial super, things like Santa Claus machines, things like space elevators, things like invisibility cloaks, things like light communication, things like quantum computing, things like geothermal energy, things like nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission.
Okay. Got it. I was writing as you were talking. Okay. Currently at a Discord run by Rabbi Rothschild, he's telling about your energy and engines and aliens. You guys join it now. He's discussing space elevators and Santa Claus machines. It's the real raw intelligence data here, people.
Fine, I get it. I love your enthusiasm.
Oh no, this is so cool. No, I love your enthusiasm.
Excellent.
This is great. This is cool. Okay, and then I'm sending X. I've got 70,000 followers there. All right, link to Discord there.
You're amazing.
I think I'm going to pin it. I'll pin that.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, no, this is cool. So sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
No, you're not rude. Hey, before you pin it, or if you've already done it, that's fine. Let me send you the manifesto so that you have it if you don't already have it. It's that. Nope, I'm just going to send it to you in here.
Okay, cool.
And so what you want to do is just check your DMs, and I just sent it to you. It's just one picture, but it tells about everything that I do. And then it has all of the technology that we talk about, or just a few of the items. But this is what I like to discuss. And this is, you should know, this is the biggest event in global history. This is essentially a time capsule of human society going back to the pandemic. But it's not just that. This is the most amount of data that any person's ever uploaded. And so generations of people will study this, not just for the story, not just it's a tale of a human life, not just because it's a time capsule. I always have a radio going on that captures every event that's going on. Welcome. How are you, Clay? Welcome.
We were talking about space technology. I don't think we've mentioned aliens yet. But
No. No.
liberating technology.
Yeah, but aliens are
Wrapped up in his mind.
aliens are
Man is a walking creator of data. He's streaming on 20 YouTube channels live simultaneously.
that's correct.
That's no joke.
That's correct. In fact, aliens are maybe my favorite topic.
Yeah, I know you didn't mention them yet, but I figured that we would have alien intelligence in there somewhere.
100%.
Hyper fast compared to our time scale. Maybe they're hyper slow. We could be like a little racing atom compared to them. They could be on a geologic time scale. We don't know.
Well, I really think that we perhaps were seeded here on Earth by some type of alien civilization. If you look and at least what alien abductees have said, they come from Zeta Reticuli, so we are perhaps a human zoo or like an experiment of theirs, and we.
Maybe like evolutionary Madagascar. Maybe we're like a live simulation. Maybe because they can't compute stuff. Everything that they could like calculate out, they've already done. So they have to run some physical experiment. Maybe there's something about. Yeah, sorry, I'm pontificating. You probably know some answers.
You're good. The former head of the Israeli space program, his name is Chaim Ashad, and one of the things that he has said is that we are visited here on a daily basis, and that our governments have had and built treaties with different alien civilizations, and whether that's true or not, I'm not. Yeah.
Real quote. I believe he's living in Canada now. You know.
I'm not sure of his current whereabouts.
Yeah, but it's a real quote. Sorry, you just confirming it. I didn't mean to disrupt your train of thought.
Absolutely. Look what you did, man. You have a wonderful community. Welcome, everyone. If you don't know who I am, let me introduce myself to you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. This is essentially a real-life Truman Show or real-life Big Brother. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to help everyone in here not just become financially independent if you're not already, not just create generational wealth if you don't already have that, but I want to be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. It's very active on Twitter. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penguin. One of the things we do is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for those types of programs. I'm an advocate for projects like the Life Straw program. And I'm an advocate for things like desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that I like to talk about are futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, alien disclosure, quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the pine ibex. Fast forward to the year, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. They just recently made they had their first anniversary or their first birthday of a dire wolf, which are 3 dire wolves that they created. Joe Rogan has met these dire wolves. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth introduction, and then the dodo bird, which I just think is really exciting. Other things that I talk about that affect every single person in here are things like life extension technology. When
I mean, with still on futurology and thinking creatures is very cool, especially if you can, but the thing that you mentioned, I haven't heard of before. What is a tangent clause machine?
Oh yeah. So that's essentially a replicator. It's basically a 3D printer that is connected to every element in the periodic table that will allow you to make anything that you want. You can make a car, you can make a dog, you could make a diamond ring, you could make a pen, you could make a Nintendo entertainment system. You could make a Super Nintendo. You could make a Nintendo 64. You can make literally anything you want. Imagine a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it uses every element in the periodic table of elements. It can replicate anything.
Well, I would imagine that such a machine that could be used to manufacture weapons would be very dangerous in some parts of the world. I don't know how we could release the technology responsibly.
Well, in the same way that we release Xerox machines or copy machines and they're unable to copy currency, we could have the same type of limitations for nuclear weaponry.
So we don't have to put like restrictions on the Santa Claus.
If necessary, probably.
So I've been playing with an idea. It's a little bit of a futurology thing. Forgive me for injecting. I mean, you've got what must be an encyclopedia of ideas. So what needs them more? But I'm living here in California, and as you might know, California has a water shortage generally.
Yeah,
so people have been pumping groundwater out.
Excellent.
Depleting those aquifers and our buildings have been sinking lower and lower. So I have a plan to construct what are essentially pump jack wells, where you create these towers that are well above, they're water columns, and they go below ground as well. And you fill them with water, and you use these to replenish all of the water that is 180 feet deep. So it'll be like an elevator effect on the ground of California. It'll be going up as this water is introduced. And I'm imagining that you could just have, after you put this infrastructure in, you could have point source wells put anywhere you care to farm. Just get a pickup truck and get a pump, get a well pump, like pump just about anywhere, because you flooded the water table of the whole state. So that's my thought about what we can do in California. Thank you for your time, Rabbi Rothschild.
Oh, most certainly. I'm also based out of California, Irvine, and as you know, we have the Pacific Ocean just off the coast. We could use literally the Earth is 2/3 water. We could use that water through desalination and have a water shortage again.
So I have another fact here that's interesting. You might find well incorporated into your plans. It turns out that 50% of the heat that comes from that arises from the center of the Earth, 50% of it is the result of sort of wildcat nuclear fission in the raw material in the core of the Earth. So it's just nuclear decay causing about 50% of the heat there. So we're essentially living on top of a sloppy nuclear, just about the sloppiest nuclear reactor you could ever want. That's 50% of the heat there. So my thought is, why don't you dig a big old hole and throw radioactive material down there? I don't know.
Well,
never mind.
no. It's a great type of technology. Instead of digging the hole and throwing things down there, you use the heat of the inside of the Earth to turn a turbine, and that's known as geothermal power.
Love it. The other thing that I was thinking would be cool is to deal with the nighttime when you don't have solar energy being produced. To use a system of water reservoirs to pump the water up into a higher reservoir during the day, and then use hydroelectric generation by releasing it at night to run through those turbines to serve as kind of a physical battery.
So certainly that can be done. It's not necessarily the most efficient way. There are certainly the most efficient way that.
I mean, that's what you do if you've got basically, I don't know, the tech level of America right now. Sorry, go ahead.
The most efficient way that we currently have is nuclear. Nuclear is a miracle of science. But if people don't want to use nuclear energy, there's geothermal, which you mentioned. The fact that geothermal doesn't necessitate need of the sun is important. But really, one that I think it hasn't been explored is something known as tidal energy, where we put turbines in the ocean and allow Earth's natural waves to generate energy.
Okay, we've been doing that. The only problem with that is the reservoir thing I was telling you about would have to be like extremely pure water. And the problem with these tidal things is that they have some serious degradation problems, maintenance problems. But I think that's a cool one too. I like it. I love nuclear power. I think it's also a huge answer. Although I have some doubts as to whether anybody can really, we can't really trust any company or subcontractors under the current system to build out the plant, right? We can't really trust them to do it. Because at every step there'll be incentives to be cheaper or whatever, just because of, you can say it because of the fact that we live under a capitalist system and we use contractors and private contractors and stuff to get stuff done. I don't think we can actually have nuclear power in this country. I think China can do it.
One moment.
They're bourgeois, industrialists. They have an effective death penalty on the rich people. They're industrialists, but we can't.
One moment.
Go ahead, sorry.
One moment. We've had nuclear energy in the United States for 70 years. What do you mean we can't have it?
Well, we've got these grandfathered reactors that I just don't, and there's no incentive to build it. It's really good. I mean, just the fact that we're not building it.
Do you know how many people in the United States have ever died from nuclear fallout?
I'm 100% in favor of the reactors. I don't trust a capitalist to build them.
Okay.
I draw centralized state government to be in complete command of both the nuclear reactor and the essential software that runs it. Like mandatory minimum. I think we can do the nuclear power thing, but we can't mix it with what I would say entrepreneurial capitalism.
Okay. I mean, nevertheless, whatever we can use to have basically unlimited power opportunities is going to be extremely beneficial to either a state government or the residents of a state or the residents nationally.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be overbearing or throw any kind of water on it at all.
No, you're absolutely
100% in favor of nuclear power.
Excellent. And what people usually fear when they hear nuclear power is fallout. And people don't know that there have been less than 50 people or less than one person per year who has died from nuclear fallout in the history of nuclear fusion and fission. So when did this happen? People think people died at 3 Mile Island. 0 people died there. People think that a lot of people died at Chernobyl. Only about 41 people, you can go to Wikipedia, that's what's stated on there, died from Chernobyl. And people think Fukushima killed a lot of people through nuclear fallout, and it did not. The tsunami killed a lot of people, but you can see on Wikipedia 3 people died at Fukushima. So about 44 people in about 80 years of nuclear history is not that bad. I don't want anyone to die, but when you compare 44 people versus the amount of people who have died from the pollution of coal and of nuclear energy, not nuclear energy, natural gas and petroleum, just the people who have to maintain those types of systems, more of them die than what we have who die of all time in the history of nuclear energy. So nuclear energy is extremely efficient. It's extremely it's extremely powerful, and in my opinion, is the future of energy for the world.
And then something to add there is that the radioactive material that we release into the atmosphere from burning coal in lieu of nuclear, emission-free power. The amount of nuclear radioactivity that they take is worse by orders of magnitude than the amount of radiation that's ever been released as a result of all nuclear events. combined.
I'm in agreement with
is
you.
it might just be nuclear active. I shouldn't be so generous with citing a study that I haven't read for a little while.
That's
But it's like the radioactive material released by burning coal. It's crazy. Holy shit, lot of people.
you're right in that, and its effects are very difficult to calculate because whether someone develops cancer 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, it can there could be contributory factors to it, and thus it's easy for these types of companies to be able to get away with hurting people, and I want to stop that. People have always had a very close eye who dies due to new energy, and at least in the United States, no one ever has due directly to nuclear fallout.
Do you think that there are universes in microscopic that we overlook in our everyday life? Like, do you think that there's the equivalent of a Milky Way galaxy possibly orbiting, let's say, a subatomic particle in my room right now? Let's just say.
Well, when we talk about this, we're really talking about scales. Now, do I think there are planets at a planet scale um, in a in a in an atomic sense in your room? No. But what I do think,
How do I jumble this on an ultra microscopic level? Like, I'm talking gluons and quarks here. Matter is simple to speculate the patterns that emerge from it might be recognized as light.
wait.
Or, maybe it's just a big reaction of some kind of alternative physical universe.
there are definitely similar patterns, especially when it comes to orbiting and vibrating that we see in the universe. Definitely. Now, in terms of scale, there's something like in terms of and I use AI all the time. I've been using AI since the launch of ChatGPT November 30th, 2022. So let's get the scales here. Yo dog, can you please give me the scales from 10 to the negative 30 all the way to 10 to the 30th, and with 10 being at the human level and 10 to the negative 30th being the nano level and 10 to the 30th being somewhere around the size of the galaxy or the universe, I should say. And provide it to me in a list of 60. So from negative 30 to positive 30. All right, here we go. So to the negative 30th is way below Planck length. To the negative 29th is a hypothetical realm. Negative 28th beyond known physics. Negative 27th is deep quantum speculation. So really the atomic scale starts at 10 to the negative 18th. Then we have subnuclear particles at 10 to the 16th. A femtometer or a proton size is at 10 to the 15th. A small nucleus is 10 to the 14th. Picometer of atom nucleus scales at 10 to the negative 12th. A hydrogen atom radius is 10 to the negative 11th. An angstrom or an atom size is 10 to the negative. So that's really what we're talking about, 10 to the negative 10 in terms of the size we're talking about at atom level.
So I would say that 10 to the negative 10 would be like not like the equivalent of a planet, but like the equivalent of a Milky Way galaxy. Like, if you split this atom apart, you get protons and neutrons, and if you tease them out as well, you would get more and more infinitesimal, bizarrely reactive subcomponents. So, as I said, you would get some sort of chemical version that could possibly be considered as intelligent.
Well, it depends how you define intelligence. So you're talking at like the quark level or smaller?
Light. I'm sorry, I went too far.
That's okay. It also depends how you define life. But you're talking at like the quark level?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's something that's so small, so beyond our ability to detect, then it's essentially just like a homunculus universe.
understand what you're saying. I really think that
You go so deep, like, you end up in a realm with radically different modes of physics, but ones which comprise a cohesive whole that gives rise to an entire universe.
well, you keep using the term universe. Are you sure to say universe?
I'm using a small U universe because we're kind of going past what I would call an event horizon of detectability and what's the other word? Wait, I guess universe would be the right word because, I guess the thing of the scale that I'm postulating would be fundamentally beyond our ability to effectively communicate with or really causally influence in any way. So I suppose we're discussing angel things doesn't have to pin. Forgive me. I'm sorry.
You're good.
This is cool. I'm also looking at this Discord that you got. You have all the television shows that you like listening to on repeat. Like even like all the ones like whatever you can just like half pay attention to them. So at some point you can like probably listen to them while you go. Or do you listen to any of these things?
Yeah.
Personally?
Yeah. So those are like at least when I built the server like more than a year ago, the most popular according to AI television shows of all time. And then like 50 most popular musical genres, and like the 50 most popular social media, 50 most popular sports, 50 most popular movie. I've got video games.
So there's postmodern orthodoxy. There's a channel there with like a little speaker by it called Talmud Day. Is there like a little AI in there, like literally going through a simulated Talmudic like study section?
Well, there, if you click on the text of it, I do have overviews of all of these, and it's my intention to be able to create robots that do all of that. But as of right now, Discord does not have that ability.
So these are just empty rooms. I thought like a whole bunch of closets. I was like, my God, because there's like television shows here. I was like, oh, this guy just has like a channel where this guy's this master computer whiz just has this Discord thing set up where you can go to this channel and listen to this stuff. Of course, he's streaming 24/7. He's gonna like kind of skim like I do by like having this shit on background all the time.
So
you're telling me no, I've completely misinterpreted that I'm a fool.
No, that's okay. It's against Discord's term and conditions to do that. So you're not allowed to do that. Or I would. I do have bots that, like for instance, like the Joe Rogan Experience. I have a bot that plays all the Joe Rogans in here. However, it sometimes I didn't build the bot, so it's not as efficient, or I should say as stable as I'd like it to be. It might work for a month, but I want it to work for 100 years straight without any issues. And so if it has any issues, then it stops. So I don't normally, just for my own sanity, I don't normally lend support to those bots. But like I do have some bots that are very stable. If you go to Lo-Fi Boy, Lo-Fi Girl, Dark Ambient, Peaceful Music, Peaceful Piano, you go into any of those, they just are playing content.
Okay, I see somebody in there. That's what you call.
Exactly.
Well, that's cool, Rabbi Rothschild.
Thank you.
Are you an actual rabbi?
I am.
Did you go through the process to be certified as a rabbi?
Yes.
What's your Orthodox rabbi?
I'm an Orthodox rabbi, specifically modern Orthodox. I made smicha about 5 years ago, and instead of
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. And I didn't necessarily start on this road. I just was a religious individual and was recommended by my rabbi to study under rabbis. It was during the pandemic, but I had the privilege of studying with some rabbis around the world, including in Israel, and specifically under Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer. And so after a course of study, I made smicha under him. And then from there, it was still the pandemic, and shul was still closed, synagogue was still closed, at least we were doing a lot of things virtually, and made me become more comfortable being on camera. When before I was comfortable on camera, you don't just start live streaming your life. It's slow. It's a slow adoption. My Chumash classes or my Torah classes were on camera. My Gemara or my Talmud classes were on camera. My Hebrew courses were on camera. And so I became more and more familiar. My Chavrusa, my paired learning was on camera, and then eventually recognized. And I'm also a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies. And so I would go to work, or quote unquote, go to work working remotely. And then I'd have classes in the evening, and everything was on camera. So I was on camera already about 16 hours a day or so. And I recognized that, you know what, if I just keep the camera on for another 8. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The way it started, though, specifically, I would, after work, would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And so I started taking videos of myself, and some of them were funny. And I thought, you know what, in the future, my family, I don't have children or wife right now. In the future, I plan on doing that. And if they have interest in who their father is and what he was like before he met their mother and such, these videos might be valuable to me. So I started uploading those every night.
It's curiosity in the moment. I feel like I'm making history right now, and it's benefit to nothing.
Exactly.
So I don't have a report. It's everything.
Exactly. And I had seen the movie The Truman Show, and I know of the television show Big Brother and such. And I always thought, like, I'd even ask my parents as a kid, why don't we just record our whole life? Like when we would have like certain events or whatever, certain holidays or whatever it may be, why don't we just put it on camera? And it was like, well, at the time, for VHS tapes, you would need to literally make that a full-time job and be able to do that, and it wasn't practical. But with the emergence of the internet and being able to live stream, all I have to do is just make sure the streams are continuing, are maintained, and every 12 hours I stop them so they archive, and you're able to watch them on YouTube. Any longer than 12 hours, and they don't archive on YouTube. So this gives people the ability to watch a time capsule of human society. Maybe 100 years ago, someone might have written a diary or a journal and been a diarist or a journalist. Well, I'm just a modern day person who does it. But instead of me writing a diary or a journal that takes too long for me to do to really encompass everything, I do it through video.
4,000 years ago, somebody was pushing little things in the clay, thinking, man, nobody's ever, this is some cutting edge stuff. People think I'm really crazy for stuff in the clay. Man. Now that's the thing. So you're doing that. You're doing the very, like, when we look back on that, probably people be like, I don't know, I can't imagine.
You're 100%. You're 100% right. Many years ago, people might have seen this as like the Epic of Gilgamesh or even the Bible. And what I'm doing right now is essentially a modern day Bible. And people will study it in the future, just like we study the stories of people in the Bible. People will study my life in that way.
So I'm also in a position where I'm like isolated and doing pretty intensive study. I kind of want to do the rabbi thing. It sounds cool. I think I got it in me.
Okay, so I can tell you everything that you need to do to be able to do it, and I'll get you set up to do it. Everything I do is free, so all you need is just stable internet and devices. And just know that by you being on my stream, you're already doing it. So you're already a part of it.
So I'm in process already.
Oh, yeah, you're already doing it right now. By the second that you joined my Discord and came on camera, that camera right there is recording you. And so you're already like, this is the birth of your, what I call life streaming. It's not live streaming. Well, of course it is, but it's streaming of your life. So what you do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you can use that or you can create a new one. I'm live on Twitter Spaces 24 hours a day. and I know that you're familiar with what Twitter is. Do you have an iOS device that you can use on Twitter?
I could make myself in devices. Like I've got a bunch of old phones. I was thinking about having them all plugged into like TikTok Live and just to stream on all these channels.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
I want to watch that.
Well, that's a great question. You'll find that really funny thing, and you'll go and you'll clip it yourself, and you'll put it out there, and that content will go viral. I have some clips of mine that have hundreds of thousands of views that, like, for instance, like one, I was in an AMA with someone who was a television anchor, and something funny happened, and I have a video of me that I was able to clip, and it has like 160,000 views. I mean, you can do that on your own. Basically, what you're doing is you become a content producer, and as Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, "Content is king." You can make it true today. You can basically take that data that you have and store it, or have Alphabet and Meta and Amazon and all of the other platforms store it for free. Now, if you're going to do this, I advise, well, the more devices you have, the better. But I advise multi-streaming, because what will happen is you'll lose an account, or somebody won't like you and you'll get banned for copyright infringement or whatever it may be. And so you want to have backups and backups of your backups. So what you do is, I use a platform known as Rumble, and they have a feature that allows you to multi-stream for free, and thus you can connect YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Kick, and all of the other ones in that, basically unlimited amounts, or you could probably have at least 100. And then each device multi-streams. So when you go live on one device, you go live on perhaps like dozens of devices, dozens of platforms.
So I don't know. I started to keep pushing this Rabbi thing. That's an also Rabbi puts I'll give you a little family. There's sportsmen. They got out. It was my grandparents got out of the Holocaust. And look for him working for the United States intelligence civilian contracted. But died very shortly after my dad was born. He got weapons, and so we were raised without knowing Hebrew, not having any kind of Jewish culture. We were all very Jewish people, but I mean, like, not knowing what the hell to do. So, like, my mom, she came to the synagogue, and my two sisters just got bar mitzvah at like 45 and 47. I'm 42. I feel called not only to do bar mitzvah, but to become a rabbi and dedicate myself to study and contemplation in that way. So that's why I'm interested, man. It's like you decided to do that and then just went and did it. I'm interested in that journey. Like I absolutely am super into that.
Okay, well, very.
And also the typewriter stuff. That stuff's great.
Very well. I mean, right before you came in, I was watching Jewish lectures, and that's the best way to do it, aside from just going to your local Orthodox rabbi and studying under them. Yeah.
Cool. I've been reading the Jewish Study Bible. There's a passage in it I couldn't cite it because it's not. You could probably go dig it out. I think it might be Deuteronomy. It's like a bunch of stuff. Okay, you got to give your best to the Lord. Just give that. Dedicate your firstborn son to the Lord, right? I'm thinking, well, I'm the firstborn son of my kid. Probably should. I've been doing this drive to essentially just sanctify everything I do my entire life. I've lived a very interesting life. Well, this makes sense. Like maybe I should have been much more religious at an earlier age.
I'm not the person to determine that for you. Everything.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to freak you out.
No, you don't freak me out at all. Everything is a journey, and there are wise sages that say that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. I think before you say that, hey, I'm going to be a rabbi, first become an Orthodox Jew, or at least
Get a bar mitzvah, baby. That's what you're telling me.
well, you made bar
What
mitzvah.
happened?
You made bar mitzvah when you made bar mitzvah when you were 13. You don't need a party to do that. Just on your 13th birthday,
Okay.
that's what happened. So that's already been done. Now you can celebrate it if that's something you want to do. I can't tell you
I
not
don't
to
care
do that.
about that. I find austerity is the sort of God.
Okay, well, I mean, then the first thing that you would really want to do is connect with your local Orthodox rabbi. So you're in California. There are tons of
Yeah.
local Orthodox rabbis.
I got a guy in the list. It's within walking distance.
That's
I got
beautiful.
I got it. I was just interested in Rabbi. How did Rothschild end up doing content advertising for the books I bought? You know what I mean?
That's what I do, though.
So yeah, I'll put up with the local rabbi. But it's really interesting what you described.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm here to
Anyway,
I'm here to support you on that journey. And so, if you ever have questions or you ever need support, I'm here for you. And again, some of my favorite activities are just to sit in here with my bots going and watch Jewish history lectures.
That's really cool. Like, where are you right now? Are you in your own home? Are you renting a room, or?
I live with other people in a home based out of Irvine, California, and
Oh yeah.
and
So they're probably startup people. They probably think this is cool as shit.
we're very diverse. So some of them do. Some of them are like students at University of California, Irvine. But I get other people.
You got like a grad student in humanities who thinks this is some kind of tragedy they're witnessing.
Well, and I've got other people who are like older people and they don't know anything really about the internet, and so it's a diverse household, and people are always moving in and out. And some of the people aren't from the United States. We had some people from Ukraine move here since the war, and like they barely speak any English. So we've with that, and they're like a student at Irvine, at a local Irvine institution, and like really, you don't have to be Jewish to be here.
Who's the landlord? Who's the enemy here?
He actually is the people who own the home are Iran, and they are in my I think they're of Zoroastrian. We don't really get too much into religion, but I live close that I've got two synagogues, of which I'm a member, within walking distance, which is really nice, and it's just a convenient place, and been here for quite some, and don't need to necessarily make any changes currently, but once I go viral, I'm going to buy the house. I'm going to be able to buy the whole block, because I really feel like I'll be not just one of the most influential people in the world, not just one of the wealthiest people in the world, but also one of the most famous people of all time.
You're gonna hit it big. You're gonna go viral. That'll be the answer to everything.
Absolutely. And so you see what my bots do, and how they get people in here and get people energized. And when I first started using the bots, they would be like kind of like boring names, like please join Rabbi's Discord, please join Rabbi's Discord, and that's great. I might get like 2 or 3 people who tweet about me or whatever, blue sky about me. But when I started making them funny, I get 25 people a day, at least like 25 threads a day of people talk about me, which is really exciting because I just know that it's a matter of time. Now, on top of that, I have another bot that I've created that basically creates clips on Kick, and I get a lot of people in here from Kick as well. So I have multiple bots, always Welcome, Dodo. How are you? Can you hear me? Feel free to talk if you'd like. Hey, how are you? Welcome. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Show me your Legos.
I wish I could. How'd you find out about me, Dodo?
Fuck if I know, dude. It was the Birdman.
Oh, okay, very cool. All right. I do have Legos. I have the Seinfeld set, and I've got some other Legos, but they're not. I don't have them right here.
Oh, I kind of mentioned earlier your special interest, but okay, that's dope too.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. So I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams, and I do so for world peace. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do with my life is just completely stream my life, most every aspect of it. And I talk about things to improve the world. That data is Earth's number one resource. According to The Economist magazine, data overtook petroleum as Earth's...
My shit's about to die lately, so if I dip out.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. You should just know more than anything of all the things that I say. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society. And I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything that you ever need, Dodo, I'm here to help you, okay?
Oh, that's sweet. Am I joining a cult?
No, not at all. Feel free to believe whatever you want.
All right, let's fucking go.
Yeah, absolutely. I talk about things to improve the world, though, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is build wells in developing nations.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sponsored by some people from Twitter, a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And we build wells in Nigeria and other developing areas for the good of humanity. Other things that I'm an advocate of are things like the LifeStar program and desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. It is a lot. Apologies. My internet.
Oh, you're good.
I talk about other things to help the world. Really, I'm an advocate for life extension technology. So when you were born, Dodo, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. But if you want, in the future, I want to be able to give you all the money that you need to be able to take care of your friends, your family, to become financially independent if you're not already, to have generational wealth if you don't already, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. And with that money, I want you to be able to utilize life extension technology to be able to increase your life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapies. But you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And if you want, this is all with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Dodo, is there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital immortality in the future. What are your thoughts?
Okay. So, I will start. I'm a transsexual myself.
Very
so I'm not unfamiliar with body modification. Using, exogenous substances and bodily products to modify your body, but oh boy, I don't know.
That's okay.
You kind of throw me for a loop here.
That's all right.
It's a little bit all over the place.
That's all right. I'm trans myself. I became non-binary according to the state of California in the year 2020, and I became a woman in the year 2024. I am about being whoever you want to be, and not just am I transgender, I guess. I'm also transhuman. So you can understand that you should be able to be whatever you want to be.
Right. I'm okay. All right. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. I have a feeling we come from very different pipelines, very different algorithms, and very different web communities.
That's okay.
Maybe how do I put this? Good job. Damn. Okay. All right. Maybe. I think we kind of have maybe a different take on gender, but that's yeah.
That's fine. We're allowed to. No one has the real answer, so be whatever you want to be.
I think I'm pretty good.
Excellent.
I'd like to think so, at least.
Well, as you know, that transgenderism is about personal freedom, personal autonomy, and so is the transhumanist community. You should be able to live as long as you want.
I can see, yeah, sure, a transhumanist lean out of to transsexuality on kind of I don't know, I guess on a basic level. Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
There you go.
It's not a concept I haven't, considered.
All right, well, perhaps you should
But
consider
I
it.
think that maybe some of that is, I don't know, taking it a little far. I hear. Okay. Tell me about your are you a practicing rabbi?
Yeah.
Do you
I am. I don tefillin.
what's your involvement with the synagogue?
Well, before I started live streaming my life, I attended every single day for years, never missing. I'm a very dedicated Jew. I do my best to keep as kosher as possible. I do my best to say blessings on everything, on all the food, and when necessary, I don tefillin on camera every single day. I am about to, after I speak with you, say a prayer called Havdalah, which is the close of Shabbat. I do everything that I do. I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't combust on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I am as dedicated as I can be to being a frum Jew with while live streaming my life. But prior to doing this, I was as Shomer Shabbat as you could be. My days consisted of attending synagogue starting at 6:15 in the morning. That was after I had already gone on a run and showered and put on a suit and such. I would then go to work. Then I would attend many times on my lunch hour. Uh, we would have uh, mincha, and then at night I would attend Marv. I would attend um, really 3 times a day for years, and I would also attend Chumash class or Torah class. Took Hebrew to improve my Hebrew skills and Yiddish skills, and then I would attend Gemara or Talmud classes on a weekly basis. I'd also on Sundays I had paired learning of Rusa with some other people within the synagogue, and um, that's as orthodox as anybody on earth.
Um,
Welcome, Riser.
Yo, dog.
How you living, pimp?
Miss me?
Absolutely. I'm watching the William Montgomery podcast while watching Jewish history lectures, and we have a friend here, Dodo. Dodo and I were just talking about some aspects of the transhumanist and transgender world, and just living like a pimp. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I don't think I've ever met Dodo before. Is
Do-
he still here?
Yeah, Dodo's a new friend. Yeah, absolutely.
Where did you come from? Yo, Dodo. What's up?
Dodo met me through a friend known as UAE Exotic Falconry and Finance. Have you ever seen this person on Twitter? They've got like 70,000 Twitter followers. Very, very charismatic, very funny individual. They found me through my bot on Blue Sky. Basically, my bot on Blue Sky and Riser, we've got some funny things to go through. My bot has been spamming people, and one of the people who had spammed was this person, UAE Exotic Falconry and Finance. He came in and was really inspired by what I do, wants to do his own live stream, and has a lot of followers both on Blue Sky and on Twitter, and tweeted about me and posted about me, and then that's how we got to meet Dodo. Dodo saw one of their posts, and then that's how we got him in here.
Oh, congratulations. I'm glad your bot linked up with that guy, and then that guy tweeted about you. A long tweet right there. Ultimately,
Sorry.
That's okay. Take care, Dodo.
Yeah, I'm see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, dipping out as soon as I get here.
They had already said that their device was
Is he
dying.
related to Zoot or something? Because he just leaves that fucking will.
Yeah, you got that right. Zoot needs our help. He needs support.
He works in private equity. So
That's true.
he's good.
That's true. I see Dodo's back.
Here, I was curious. I had forgotten the question. Have you so Jewish by descent? You convert with just out of curiosity?
No, through my mother, I can follow my lineage through my grandmother's grandmother from Germany. Her name is Matilda Zegelmeyer, and I can follow her through to the Bible.
I was thinking, I don't think I understand, the Torah's definitions, as I understand it, there are what can kind of be described as a number of different genders for either biological sex, as described in one of the books of the Torah. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, generally we think of two, but the Talmud gives more. Even situations where people are intersex, the Talmud talks about seven. The Talmud talks about seven. So, I mean, you have men and women, and then there are androgynous people. So, people who have like both male and female characteristics. We have, as I recall, people who we call tumtum. These are people who lack sexual characteristics. We have aonate, which are people who were identified as female at birth without developing secondary female sexual characteristics at puberty, generally. We have people who are known as Saristana, which are identified as male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics at puberty. And then there's Saris Adam, people who are identified male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics because of castration. So there's the issue that occurs with castration.
I was going to ask, where were these characteristics identified in society when the Talmud was written? Kind of amongst the social strata. What I don't know, where would these different genders be found, or was this as uncommon an occurrence as it seems it would be, or is it I don't know. It's interesting for a work of literature,
Sure. The rabbis did,
so long ago.
Certainly, the rabbis didn't see things as certainly in a gender standpoint. They saw these things as biological realities. So within a community, basically, they would find that people fell into one of these seven categories. Generally, the first two, man and woman, but there
were these categories. Were there often stigmas against them? Were they generally tolerated or well accepted socially, or how was this kind of viewed?
Yeah, not like today. Generally,
how did these people live?
So you're asking, like, how did someone who didn't have their someone who was androgynous, let's say, there are certain aspects of life that they wouldn't necessarily need to uphold. So in terms of someone who maybe was identified as a woman at birth, but then never developed secondary sexual functions, wouldn't necessarily fall very neatly into the society where they would be ready for marriage around age 12 or so, or a male around age 13 and the reverse of that. But they were loved by their families and cared about deeply by their families, and it were recognized that we're all made in the image and likeness of God, and due to God's will, they were just created a little differently than most of the people in society. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're any worse than any of the other people by any means.
Let's see. And this was, and these people lived where? What region are we talking? Are we talking about the Levant or the Middle East in general?
Absolutely, the Levant specifically, yeah, Judea.
Okay.
And just like today, we have people with physical, biological abnormalities. The same thing happened then.
Neat. I learned something today.
Absolutely. Come back whenever you have any other questions. I'd love to get to know you better, Dodo.
Appreciate the input. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're always welcome here.
See you later.
Take care. All right. So we just had a bunch of people in here. Like when I say a bunch, like a dozen, not a dozen, but like pretty close to 10 or so that came here from they call him the Birdman. And if you're like, what is UAE Falconry and Finance? I've seen this guy before. He has a big Twitter account. What he basically said was that during the pandemic, he was bored and wanted to get people's attention with like a fake company. And so he started UAE Falconry and Finance, and people started to follow him or whatever. And
I see it.
yeah. Excellent.
All caps. I'm currently in the Discord run by Rabbi Rothschild. He's telling me about 0-point energy and inertia, 3 engine aliens. You guys join us.
Yeah. So he brought in a bunch of people, and we just had conversation.
779 people.
That's amazing. And I mean, he just did it like an hour ago, not even. So that's been really cool. We have
Did you talk to him on the Discord?
Yeah, we were face to face. He was on camera.
Does he look like his profile picture?
Let me see what his profile
picture on Twitter is.
He looks like Luigi. He looks like Luigi.
Yeah, look, that's his profile picture.
Let me see. UAE.
His Twitter profile picture.
Is it UAE Falconry? What is it called?
I'm looking at Bernie Goldsmith Falconry Finance, but I'm assuming it's the same guy that's tweeted about Rabbi Rothschild.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's him.
How do you even manage that board of people?
There was order that I did get a lot of questions, and I've got my spiel. Basically, like when you first meet me, shut the fuck up. Let me tell you everything that I do, and then I will literally sit here for hours.
30 seconds to 1 minute.
Well, no, it takes longer than that, but it's like we timed it one time. It was like 2 minutes. Remember, I was trying to see how quickly I could do it, and yeah, it's about 2 minutes or so. But then once I say it, I answer a lot of people's questions in that. And then if you have questions for me, whether they're about different genders within Talmud or they're about 0-point energy or it's about alien disclosure, I'm ready. And I'm not saying I know the answer to everything, but I know a little bit about a lot of topics. And so anything that we can't answer, we're going to go and we're going to look up the answer to it. So anyway, I was in here and the Birdman, Bernie Goldsmith, came in here and was like, all right, so I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? And he's like, your Blue Sky bot. And you should know something, Riser. Whenever anybody finds out about me on Blue Sky, it makes my fucking day, because that's the one I worked really hard to go viral on, and I don't get a lot of people in here I get a lot of people who talk about me on Blue Sky, an incredible amount, However, they don't always come in here because they're like apprehensive. They don't know what's going on. But when I do get somebody in here, it's fucking amazing. So, but boy, have I been getting a lot of people talking about me on this guy. I'm like I'm like a I'm like a I'm like a phenomenon.
Tate McRae of Tate McRae and Justin Bieber of Thursday.
Exactly. I'm a phenomenon. And
Coldplay, Mike Meyer.
word. So he came in here and he was like, all right, so what do you do? And I tell him my whole spiel, and he wouldn't let me say it all, which was fine. He kept having questions, and it's just like, I'll answer it in just one moment, blah, 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 blah. And then I was able to answer, and he got really excited, like super motivated. He's like, oh, this is great. I want to start live streaming my life. I want to become a rabbi. I want to do all these things. It's like, okay, well, 1 second, one thing at a time. Like, let's not put the cart before the horse. You can do all those things, and I'll help you become anything that you want to be. You just need to, like basically, if you want to start doing the live streaming thing, I'll teach you how to do that and all these other things. So he's like, oh, I want to link to your Discord. Is it okay if I put out a tweet? I'm like, absolutely. I mean, that was really nice of him. He got a ton of people in here. And so then he put that out, and then a ton of people came in here. And then some of them had questions. Some of them were on camera. Other people were just like, what is this? And then, so he was in here for some time. And then he brought in some other people who had some religious questions. And again, I don't know the answer to every single religious question on earth. No one does. But anything that we don't know, we're going to get the answer to, or at least we're going to do our best to research the topic. But fortunately, I knew the answers to their questions. And then Dodo had some questions about transgenderism in general, and then about transgenderism in the Bible, and then you came in. Okay, so if you're wondering, how are your bots? Let me just say this. This is okay. Do you have Blue Sky?
No, I don't.
Well, you are missing out. Okay, that's fine. So I came up with like a really good strategy. Before, my strategy was to create an account and then in the username put join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord for world peace, and then I would just spam people with it. And then Blue Sky recognized that I spam people so much that if you put the name Rabbi Rothschild in the username, it bans your account automatically. So I had to become more creative. So I'd be like, join Rabbi's Discord for world peace. Please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace. All this other shit. And I did that for like months. And that was okay. And that would get me a little bit of attention, but nothing crazy. So then I started, this is just recent, like within the last 2 or 3 days, I started using funny names. And this has gotten me a shitload of attention. So the names that I use are really, really raunchy. They're like extremely raunchy. So let me look up a few of them. Now you have to understand, I'd love to have really long names, but you only get 64 characters, which, you can't tell a whole story in that. It has to be pretty to the point. But some of the names that I have that I've put up, oh, whoa, this lady is fucking obsessed with me. Okay, here's one of them. Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, Rabbi. I get so much fucking attention with a name like that. Another one.
Do you allow that?
Why wouldn't they?
It's like vulgar.
Yeah, but a lot of people go on there and they're like got their OnlyFans and shit. So it's already like, you know what I mean? It's already like vulgar. I get people in here.
Is there a new photos allowed on that thing?
Uh-huh. Another one, pussy eating.
I always found it. Can we talk about this for a second? I always found it interesting that Twitter allows pornography. It just doesn't. It seems weird. Like Facebook is like not a porn site, you know, but Twitter somehow is like, yeah, it's fine.
Right.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, this is a good question. So the thing about Twitter is you have to be 18 to create an account. So once you're 18, put whatever the fuck on there you want, so long as it doesn't hurt someone. I have no issue with that. The difference is Facebook and Instagram, you have to be 13, and that's why they don't allow nudity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. But there's just like no way to filter it really on Twitter, you know. It's just like on the site.
Yeah, there are. Hold on, there are a lot of ways to filter it. You go to your filter settings.
Is there like a safe for work setting?
Oh yeah, definitely. So you go. Generally, you can't do it on a phone. You have to do it on your computer. But it just says, "Don't show me any nudity, and don't show me NSFW stuff," and you'll get none of that stuff. Don't show me violent stuff. You can change your criteria for what you want to see.
That makes sense, and I think that's a good way to operate that.
I do too.
I don't think that like the default should just be like whatever.
Yeah, I get that. I think that the default should be whatever, and then if you want to be a prude and adjust all your shit, then you should be able to. In my opinion, when you're creating your account, there should just be a question that says, do you want to show NSFW stuff? Yes or no? And then you'll never see it if you choose no. And if you choose yes, you will. I mean, it's just, if they're willing to ask you what your fucking gender is, which they have no business asking, they should ask you what your preferences are. If you know what I mean? If they're forcing you to follow Elon Musk and ESPN and the Wall Street Journal, well, then why can't they ask a pertinent question, which is, hey, what do you want to see on this website?
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. I wouldn't necessarily want them to just show me stuff automatically, but because I feel like when I think of Twitter, I think of like the social media application, not a pornography application.
I get that. So then
I think that their agenda should be to push. I think they're going to push away more users if they start just pushing that sort of content as their like default content here.
Well, that's why when you create your account, there should be a question. Who cares what your fucking gender is? Who cares what your interests are? I mean, I understand the interest, but there should just be a question. Do you want to see NSFW stuff? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, it seems like reasonable enough that you can filter it out.
Yeah, but there are people who don't want to see that stuff, and they shouldn't have to start using the app and be like, oh, I don't want to see that, and then figure out in their settings. Look, you use Twitter more than just about anybody, and you didn't know that these were settings. And on top of that, they're not settings in the app. You have to do it from a desktop, and that's ridiculous. They should not ever, on any platform, have an app that doesn't have the same settings as you have on a computer. They should, or if they have to do that, they should tell you. If you want to change these settings, you have to do it on a desktop. A lot of times people don't even know that there are settings available like that. Like, for instance, Reddit. If you want,
unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. I'm 100% in agreement. So, with that being said, I started coming up with these.
What's on Reddit? Continue, sorry, what's on Reddit?
So Reddit has settings that, as I recall, yeah, I'm correct on this. If you want to see NSFW content on Reddit, you have to log in to Reddit on a desktop computer, or at least through a browser, and adjust those settings. You can't adjust them through the app, which I think is ridiculous. If I'm using my device, I should be able to change the settings any way that I want, and either on a desktop or on the app. What's the purpose of having your app if I can't change the settings?
Especially for such a critical.
Exactly.
Like that,
Exactly. 100% right, Riser. And these companies are so specific about, again, do you know that it doesn't matter? It shouldn't matter, but it also doesn't matter what your gender is to Google. It doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't fucking matter. But it's the first question that they ask you. After they ask you, I've made so many different fucking Google accounts. I can tell you exactly what happens. You say, do you want to create an individual account or a business account? If you do the individual account, it asks you, do you want to create a new Gmail or do you want to use an established email account? Let's say you create a new Gmail, they give you the username, fine. Then what do they ask you? Once you're able to do that and you do the password and everything, the first question that they ask you is, what's your gender? And the gender choices are male, female, I prefer not to say, or other. And then when you do other, you can type in there whatever the fuck you want. Why is that a question? That shouldn't be a question. It should be a question. Hey, do you want to see NSFW stuff?
I think that's like the funniest part though, because every time that comes up, I always go, I prefer not to say, or like other, and then I just type in strange sentence, and that way they can't get a read.
There you go.
I feel like it is relevant to Google from their point of view. From like a personal perspective, it's like, okay, you know, this person, like this random company, $1 billion corporation, does need that information. But like, I don't know, maybe for like targeting advertisements or something.
They're gonna be able to do that anyway. They're gonna be able to do that anyway. It's not a question that they need to ask you. It's a question that they put in there to, because they're controlled by people who are very big into the equity, the six things, equity, diversity, and there are two of them.
DEI?
No, that's the other one. Oh, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then there's another one. Welcome. What up, Tony Montana? How you living, pimp?
Pretty good, man. Can't complain.
Are you making billions of dollars on TikTok yet?
No, well, it's a work in progress, but things have been going well.
Okay.
But yeah, man, it's a work in progress. I want to hit 100K in a month this year.
Very well. Do you think you're going to be able to do it?
What happened?
Do you think you're going to be able to do it?
I think so, man. Just ordered a shipment of my own products, so I don't have to be an affiliate anymore.
Okay, very well. This is my friend Tony Montana. Tony Montana, Riser, I'm sure would be interested. He loves people who make money on the internet. Tony Montana, explain to him what you do.
Okay, so Riser, so basically what I do is I create as many TikTok shop accounts as I can make possible. And then what I do is I basically post as much as I can per day on each account. So right now I'm doing 20 posts per account. And you can either do affiliate or you can sell your own products. Ideally, you want to sell your own products, but if you don't have enough money, you can just do affiliate and you don't need any money for it. And yeah, you can make very good money from pretty much nothing. Just earning commission for selling other people's products. If that makes sense. Why did you transition to your own product? What is that? Well, because you can make a lot more with your own product. So, for example, what I mainly sell is Shilajit gummies. And, I sell supplements, vitamins. And so basically, I would only earn $5, $6 commission versus making around $18 if I had one product. So yeah, I just ordered some Shilajit gummies with my own branding on it, and yeah, it just makes more money doing it that way. business that I haven't really spent a lot of time investigating. I like the sound of it. No, yeah, TikTok shop is booming right now. But that's a different type of account though that you set up. So yeah, the slight it's a slight catch is that so to be able to do this you need 5,000 followers. But what I've been doing to make the accounts, I'll earn like 1,000 real followers and then just buy another 4K fake followers or botted followers, whatever you want to call them. And yeah, that's how I get the TikTok shop accounts. So I have 7 accounts right now. Yeah, that's interesting. Can I ask roughly what your earnings potentially like monthly and what your goals are? Yeah. So my biggest month so far has been 11K, and like my worst month was 4K. So I would say like an average of like 7K a month. That's cool. So yeah, it's decent. Nothing crazy, but yeah, I just have to scale it more, hire people. If that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, what do you do? Do you do anything online or anything like that? In terms of like selling things. Yes, just like making money online or anything. I don't know. Or like stocks. Making thumbnails for my brother's YouTube channel. My brother makes like a lot of money on YouTube. Oh, nice, man. Would I know who he is? Probably not, but he has a channel. I don't even know what the channels are called, really, but one of them is anime and one of them is crime. Oh, so they're faceless channels, I'm guessing? Yeah. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of money with YouTube faceless channels. I tried it, but it's just such a grind. I just found TikTok easier to do.
You know, I was
It's just such a grind on YouTube.
I just heard about this just for a moment. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go, Rabbi.
YouTube said they're no longer going to monetize YouTube faceless content. They just brought.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, I saw that. No, I think it's AI.
It's
content.
AI.
I don't know if it's necessarily faceless content, but AI content there.
Yeah, so effective in 3 days, YouTube has introduced new monetization policies effective July 15th, 2025, which significantly impact faceless content. The platform now requires creators to demonstrate original creative input, clear transformation of reused content, and compliance with updated advertiser-friendly guidelines to remain eligible for monetization. Faceless videos must show originality, such as through original commentary, storytelling, educational insights, or thoughtful editing, or they may be flagged as low effort or repetitive. Low value AI content will be demonetized, and creators are encouraged to disclose their use of AI when it plays a significant role in the video creation. So it doesn't seem like it'll affect your brother.
Yeah, so basically, as long as you put effort into the video and it's not just a complete bot making your videos or it's just complete AI, you'll be fine. As long as you put some effort into it and has a human, like, I don't know how to explain, maybe a human attachment to it.
Right. So you know,
I mean, I kind of think that's bullshit, though, because even if you're pumping out low, crappy content with AI, like, they have to get that up. Be like, trying to make that work. The thing is, there's a lot of, like, I've been noticing accounts on YouTube, and it's like complete bots. I mean, I can just tell it's like a complete bot that, like, whatever, it just take like a news story, and it'll, like, automatically, like, make a video, like a crappy video, and I'll still get views on like a news headline. So yeah,
Probably just response to try and mitigate all that like low quality AI fluff.
Yeah, I just saw the bonded shit, which makes sense. But no, you'll be fine as long as there's like a voiceover in the video and it's like edited well. You'll be fine. There's always a workaround on the bullshit that they do. Same thing on TikTok, man. It used to be so easy to post just a 1 minute clip of like an edited faceless video, and now they just strike everything as unoriginal content.
They're flagging things as unoriginal.
Yeah, like so I used to have a pretty big account for like sports edits. That's how I started in this whole like online money making shit. And I had a big basketball account that I would make a sport, and it just got demonetized. And every other account I would make would just get demonetized after like a few weeks.
Why? Just because were you using AI?
No, it was no AI. It was just like clips that were already out there. So I would take the highlights, make an edit, and edit out of it. And bro, they would just all get demonetized. But it happened to everyone. Like this guy, what was his name? He was super big with the basketball edits. And yeah, we all got demonetized like around the same time.
And do you think that is like wrong?
Yeah, I mean, bro, it was just so easy. Like, yeah, I guess it wasn't. I can't say it's wrong because it was so easy to like just hit like 5 million views on a video, and yeah, bro, 5 million. I was making like, if I had a banger, I would get like 5 million views or more. I was making like 3K minimum of every video. And, yeah, no, it was crazy. Fuck, bro, I missed that shit. And now the accounts got fucked. So yeah.
Where does the money come from? Because it's not like YouTube. They all
comes from AdSense. So yeah, it would all come from AdSense. Like TikTok's RPM is like $1 to between like 50 cents to like $2.50. Like anyway, it can be anywhere in that range. And yeah, for every 1,000 views, that's what you would get.
Isn't that like low compared to YouTube?
I mean, yeah, it's way lower compared to YouTube, but the thing is, all you needed was a 1 minute video to qualify. And it's way easier to make a 1 minute video than a whole, like, actual, like, entertaining YouTube video. Like, TikTok, it's pretty easy. You just need a good, the first 5 seconds just needs to be amazing. And the rest can be okay. So, it was like a little glitch at the time. Yeah. But no, YouTube is the way to go if you have like a solid channel. But still, even with YouTube, there's bullshit, fucking violations for using other people's music, copyrighted content. And if you lose a channel, you're kind of funked.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I feel like music should not be like copyrighted for.
Yeah, like it's not on TikTok. Like the music labels have to know that if they're using your music, it's good for everyone. Like it's free promotion. Like why wouldn't you want that?
Yeah, it's gonna lead to people like, oh, who's this person? I like this song. This was
There's songs that have popped up, that have blown up off YouTube before TikTok and IG Reels was a thing. And it's like these music labels are just so greedy. It's like, bro, you're literally gonna make way more money when you just let people use it. Like that's retarded. So money
Why do you think that is?
Because they're fucking greedy. A lot of the people who run that business are old, or they're fucking, I don't want to be racist, or they're just like stupid and fucking like black, like honestly. A lot of people who control the rap music don't even know like what social media is. Well, they do now, I guess, but I don't know, man. But like TikTok, yeah.
What's on your agenda
Bro, I
for
don't know.
What's on your agenda for tonight, Tony Montano?
What was that?
What's on your agenda for tonight?
Well, I already had my night. This is like the end of my night. Went to a little party. That was about it.
Did you get blown?
My friend's house. A little party. What happened?
Did you get blown?
I wish, man. I failed. I failed, bro.
It's all right. It happens.
It's over.
No, there's always next week.
Bro.
Fuck, there's always tomorrow.
I was trying to do decent in that part of my life, but I don't know. Today I just didn't seal the bag.
Did you have any targets?
Yeah, there was one girl. She was pretty damn hot.
Scalar on Scalar 0 to 10. Scalar 0 to 10.
1 to 10, easily like a 7, minimum 7.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, a 7 is pretty high in my book.
Dude,
Once
absolutely.
you reach like 8, 9 to 10s, it's like, I don't know, that's be pretty good.
Doug, I used the Reddit True Rated Discussions criteria, and like even super hot girls on there, super hot girls are 6s according to these people. They literally go with.
That's the thing, man.
They like. I mean, they like if you go on Reddit and ask them to fucking rate people, like who is somebody who's really hot? Sydney Sweeney, they'll say is a 7.
Yeah,
Selma Hayek.
I see why they say. I see why.
I do too. I do too. Her eyes are never open. She's got a gummy smile. Nevertheless, they'll like Margot Robbie. They'll say is an 8, which is like in any guy's world, Margot Robbie's a 10. Angelina Jolie, they'll say like an 8.5. Like it's like ridiculous. Jennifer Aniston, they'll say.
They see some pictures of her where she doesn't look too great, which happens to any person.
Literally anybody.
And they look at that one picture and they judge it just based off of like, oh, she's such a fraud or whatever.
But they're very specific. They're very specific on what chicks are like, how chicks are rated. So, like, if you are like a 6.5, you're smoking hot, and that's not normally like
anything over a 5 is good. Like, the way I rate it is most people rate very generously. Like most people are just a 5. Most people are just the average.
That's exactly right.
But yeah, so yeah, if you're a 6, 7, or an 8, you're very good. I would say.
Just
like 7 and 8 is where it gets real good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like at least on Reddit, these people, a 7 or an 8 is like a Hollywood actress. Like you don't find them; they're just too hot. Like
that's because of the whole black pill and looks max on beach.
100%. 100%. That whole community, they get really fucking specific about that shit, and it's hilarious to watch.
They look at everything, so.
Right. I'll tell you what. Your average 5 chick on there who has the guts to put they're fucking hot as shit. It's just like you'll get some loser dude who's like she's a 4. Like fuck you, man. You're a 1.
Yeah, dude. The people who run all those servers and communities, I've seen what they look like because I'm in some of those communities, and they're all, bro. It's actually like an embarrassment. They're all just so like, ugly, man. All those guys who run the server will be like some huge fat dude, super fat obese guy.
Right.
And yeah, you can search him up. He's like because of the servers and all the forums, like 50 people have killed themselves because of them. Like members of this guy's quantum servers, and he hasn't even gotten arrested.
Well, I don't know if he should be arrested, but if anything, he should put himself out there to be like, hey.
Yeah, no, he can't. The thing is, he can't be arrested because he didn't do anything. All he did was make the server. So yeah, it makes sense. But he's got like a lot of backlash.
I can see that.
Yeah.
All right, so this chick who was pretty hot, why didn't she dig you? Did you show her your fucking TikTok account? I'd be all over you, dog. I'd be like, damn, you got 5,000 people and you got a fucking TikTok store? Let me blow you.
I should have, I guess, but so basically what happened was I was coming back home from my friend's house. We had like a little get together party type of thing, and I meet this girl and dude, it was like this hot ass girl and some other girl in the elevator. And then the other girl who was really ugly invited me to drink with them at their room. So I was like, all right. And yeah, I wasn't interested in the ugly girl, but she was interested in me. And I was just focused on like her hot friend. And yeah, I just couldn't bag the hot friend. I don't know if she had a boyfriend or something, but bro, she was just so hot, man. Fuck. I fucked up. Like, I got her number, but it doesn't mean anything.
Dude, you got the hot girl's number?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, man. You gotta seal the deal.
That means everything, dog. Now you can ask her on a date.
I guess I do have to. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, I can always, like, pull up on her and, like, say some shit like, oh, I'm going clubbing here, or
No, dog. She doesn't fucking want that. Dude, she doesn't want that. She gave you her number. Now, within the next 24 hours or so, you should lock her down for a date.
I mean, yeah, ideally, yeah, but the thing is, I asked her, like, to come to my room, and she was like, no, I'm just gonna go to sleep now.
So what?
And then, you know, that's bullshit.
So what?
I mean, yeah, no, of course I'm gonna try. Of course I'm gonna try, bro. Of course.
Give it 24 hours.
It's your lucky fucking day. You got the guy with the fucking can. And his name is fucking Tony Montana.
You're exactly right. Yeah, so you should tell this girl, you could text her tomorrow night and be like, hey, I had a good time with you last night. You want to go out to dinner on Friday?
Yeah, that's facts, bro. No, I'm gonna tell her. Yeah, bro, she was blonde. Fuck, man. The body was just... Fuck. Everything was good. The face, the body. Fuck.
All right.
I have to try.
Well, dude, you didn't strike out. You fucking got a number. Frankly, in its own way, getting a number is better than like a random makeout if you didn't get the chick's number.
That's true. But yeah, bro, I'm past all that shit. Like, my eyes, like, making out, getting the number, that's all, like, bullshit. Like, it's either you fuck when you see her or not, because, bro, all these girls...
Dog, what if she's on her period? Do you expect her to say to you, hey, yeah, I'm on my period? No, she's going to say, I'm just going to go... No. She's just going to say...
I think that's the biggest excuse in the world, because I fuck girls in their periods. And when they're girls on their periods, she's funny as ever.
Yeah, some girls don't want that, though. Some girls find themselves to not be at their best.
Yeah, I gotta try. No, of course I'm gonna try, obviously.
And
but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I can do it.
All right.
You're trying. If she's the one, she's the one. If she's the one,
No, I know she's not the one. I can tell, but just by the way she dressed, obviously.
Dog, she's gonna be your.
I'm just trying to have fun right now.
She's gonna be your Sharon Stone in Scarface.
Yeah, dude, that's my life, man. I'm a freaking Cuban. My grandfather came here on a raft from Cuba. That's why I'm alive today. And my family's never been rich, but I want to become rich. Fucking make it. That's why I love Tony Montana. That's why that's my name.
The world is yours, baby.
Hell yeah, man. That's how I see it. only live once. You better do what the fuck you want to do.
All right. So you're gonna stick your dick in this girl by Friday. That's great. Good on you, man.
Yeah. You know what, Rabbi? I'm gonna start believing that just because you said it, man. I'm gonna believe that's gonna happen.
Absolutely.
I gotta believe in myself.
Absolutely. The
If
difference.
we don't get a fucking paternity test on fucking Friday, your kid's out of this thing.
You are the father.
Fuck, man. Pressure's on.
Word, dog.
I'm the
Yeah, but you gotta. Are you gonna text this chick?
Yeah, I'm gonna text her, of course.
All right.
That's why I asked for a number.
Right. All
Of
right.
course, man. Of course, you gotta keep trying. I'm not ready yet.
All right. So is this bitch on TikTok?
I don't know anything about her. I have her number so I can find her name and all that shit.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll look it up.
Look her up right now. Look her up right now.
Yeah, no, bro. Miami's fucking crazy, bro. Wait, what'd you say, Robert?
Look her up right now.
Let's see. Let me go on Zelle. That's how I find everyone's name. Let's see what her fucking name is. She talked a little ghetto, I can't lie. Like, I'm not ghetto. I went to private school my whole life, but she talked pretty ghetto. Like, I live in like a college town. There's a whole bunch of mixed-up people. Let's see.
You're gonna make this bitch the queen of Coral Gables.
Oh, you know about Coral Gables, Rabbi? Okay.
Word, dog.
Yes, sir. Coral Gables is a very, very nice place.
But you.
But yeah, I don't go to UN. Damn, she has a freaking LLC. I searched up in the book and Busy Boutique LLC. Okay, let's search that up. Wow, she doesn't even have her name on it. It's kind of weird. Let's see.
She's got a website. Welcome to Book Busy, a community.
I already found it.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, Rabbi's the fucking god.
I don't know if this is her, but
Okay, I cannot find an Instagram, but this is a website. Let's do this shit. Dude, Rabbi, you're literally the god of the internet, bro.
I was telling somebody earlier today that I am the central spoke in the wheel of the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even find anything about this chick. Oh no, I just did. Never mind. I found the LLC.
What do they do?
Oh, this is the boutique. Alright, I found her name. Yep. Oh no, the first guy's name is dude. Elizabeth Kelly.
It's a nice name.
It's freaking white ass name. I'm not used to those names. I'm used to my Latinos. Elizabeth Kelly, Miami. Yeah, nothing's popping up.
Dude, we'll find her. We'll have her fucking social security number in 10 minutes.
Fuck, Rabbi, I fucking love you, bro.
Okay, so
yeah, but there's a million Elizabeth Kellys. That's the issue. It's such a fucking broad name.
right. Okay, is it Busy Babe Boutique?
I have the LLC right here.
Okay,
It's the Florida Liability Company, booked and busy Boutique LLC. That's the name of the company.
Booked and busy.
Show up out of the blue at her
No, she doesn't work, man. I can just tell this girl. This is a bullshit. So I can tell she doesn't work.
Hold on.
I can just
Hold
tell
on.
she was like a trashy girl.
Is it busy? Bizzy?
Yeah, that's what it is. No, I'm looking at the same thing you're looking for, but her name is just so broad. Wait, let's search up the guy's name actually.
Yeah, I see the guy's name.
Brandon Nathan.
Yeah, I see that.
Brandon Nathan. Let's see. This was her ex or some shit. Brandon Nathan, Diana. Oh, bro, this guy looks like he has a whole media company, a show. No way it's this guy.
Yeah, that's him.
Dude, I can't compete with this guy. Fuck. Dude, what the fuck? No way it's Army. Maybe he follows her. I found his Instagram. Shit, this guy's like freaking grown man. Yeah, bro, I can't find her. Bro, this is the guy. What the fuck? No way this is the guy. This guy's like freaking 30 years old, man. Oh, never mind. This guy, I can compete with him. I don't give a fuck.
You have a fucking like 8-pack and can bench like 300 pounds.
No, but I'm 6'5", so it helps a lot.
Oh, dude, it's game over with that.
Yeah. I would say I'm 6'5" with like an average face.
Dude, you could have your face run over with a tractor.
How much do you weigh?
I weigh 194 pounds.
Dog, you should be pulling so much tail. It's redonk.
I mean, I kind of do.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I fucking like to hear.
Sort of do. The dig naps are just so easy, man. So easy. Like whenever I pay for the subscription, like the premium, it's just so easy. Wait, I should get jacked and get a fucking 8-pack. She just takes steroids.
Jack testosterone into your asshole every fucking morning at the stand.
Bro, I know a bunch of kids who are on tests and peptides. And bro, like they literally like change.
Dog,
They literally fucking
are you sure this girl isn't...
change her whole
Hold
body.
on. Hold on, are you sure this girl isn't a prostitute?
I wouldn't be surprised. Like,
Dude.
she was dressed like a
Dude, she
freaking
is.
whore, man.
She is. So Booked and Busy is a modeling agency. DMS for booking inquiries. This girl just gave you a random number. Based in Los Angeles, San Diego, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Miami.
Yeah, bro, I figured, man. She looked like a fucking whore, bro. She talked like ghetto. Like, she had that ghetto accent in her voice, man. And, bro, that's not my type at all. Like, I just met them on the elevator. I was going up to my room. And, yeah, I was just like, fuck it. Maybe I got lucky. But, yeah, bro, I only hung out with her for, like half an hour. That was it.
All right, what did she say she did? What did she say she did?
She didn't say anything specifically, but she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm always getting that money, or whatever." So I can just tell. It's like I can tell that you don't look like you work or anything. I can tell you don't work a 9 to 5. Like you probably just hustle and do some bullshit, like a fucking whore.
All right. Did
Yeah,
she?
bro, there's a lot of whores in
Did she?
Miami, especially these young girls. They're all fucking whores.
Did she? Let's see here. Yeah, and this company hasn't been around that long. I mean, let's be honest. If this girl was like a legitimate chick, she would just have a normal number. Her name would come up as whatever,
Exactly.
Kelly Elizabeth or
Yeah,
Elizabeth
exactly.
Kelly or whatever. So whatever, no big deal.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's no big deal, man. Bro, I have like a whole, I have like 10 girls from that I'm supposed to meet up with, like from yesterday, just from Tinder. But bro, the dating apps are just crazy, man. Like I would say, a majority of the girls that I've had sex with have all been from like dating apps.
Well, they should be, unless you're just
Yeah.
literally just tearing it up on the fucking in clubs.
Yeah, clubs are good too, but it's still harder than a dating app because a dating app you just have so many more options. And
Right.
everyone knows what everyone wants. It's
Right.
just like straightforward.
Exactly.
No, the club, you only see what you just see at the club that night. You might get lucky or you might not. You might talk to the girl that's down, or you might not talk to the girl that's down.
I get that.
But yeah, I'm trying to be a player until I'm like 35 and then settle down. That's like my plan.
Whatever
I don't
floats your
want
boat,
to get
pimp.
married, man. Girls are just a distraction, man. I'm not made yet. You can't be fucking around. Wasting no energy worrying about when this girl's gonna text me or this girl's good or not. I just can't focus on all that crap.
How ugly was her friend?
Oh, she was fat, bro. It was chopped.
Oh,
She
okay.
was just fat, man. Can't do that. There was no shot I was gonna do her friend.
Yeah, usually like super hot, super classy girls are around just other super hot, super classy girls.
Exactly, man. Bro, she was just ratchet. I can tell she was ratchet. She was ghetto. She had that fucking ghetto ass accent. But I don't know, man. I can just tell she's probably been through a bunch of fucked up shit in her life, and that's why she hangs around people that are lower than her. All those whores have trauma and shit. But yeah, Miami's a crazy place, man. It's a wonderful place, but also a crazy place.
wherever this place is registered, I know you don't care about it anymore. It's just some guy's house.
Yeah, I saw that on Ocean Drive.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they were doing some fucking horseshit business, OnlyFans or some shit.
All right. So you met her at a condo, or where was it?
It was in my apartment building. I was going up on the elevator.
Oh, I gotcha. All right. You ever meet any chicks on TikTok?
I don't. Thing is, I don't post myself on TikTok, so I've never met. I mean, I've gotten some girls snaps and shit on TikTok, just DMing them from my accounts, but it's never really led to anything.
Why don't you do like why don't you do TikTok like a real person?
I know, man. I'm thinking about it. But I don't know. It's like, I don't know what I'm going to post yet. I feel like I got to make it first and then start posting like my lifestyle and shit.
Okay, so you just want to post like you in private jets and you at fucking nice restaurants and you on a boat?
Yeah, pretty much just doing shit that catches the girls' eyes. Because if I'm just there like trying to post thirst traps, like I don't think that would work well. Like you got to look a certain way. And I know myself, like I would just say I'm slightly above average looking.
Dog, I don't know why the
So,
fuck you keep saying that. You're 6'5", like you should be able to pull tail, even if your face got run over with a car.
Yeah, that's true. I could just show my height off and shit and it would work. You're not wrong.
Dude, dudes do that and it fucking works like a charm.
I know they do. Trust me, I've seen it. I'm just not the most, like, how do I say, outgoing person or like putting myself out there person. But yeah, it would be beneficial. Shit, dude. Might just have to, man. Might just have to pop out.
Yeah, I mean, how do you expect chicks to find you if you don't put yourself out there?
No, you are right. This is the modern world, man. This is the new world we live in.
Right, you're already on the
So
internet like a ridiculous amount. You're on my stream, so you're comfortable having your voice on the internet.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, I just gotta do it, man. You're right, Rabbi. Fuck. So true. Like, the social media presence matters a lot when I think about it.
No, I get you. I didn't do social media before the pandemic. And then just having to be on camera so much for my job and for classes I was taking forced me to do it.
Yeah. Damn, bro, I do gotta do it. You're so right. Because I know if I don't do it, I'm gonna look back and be like, damn, I should have done it.
Word, dog.
Just gotta jump out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
If I'm gonna die one day,
You
might
can.
as well just do it.
You can still go down to the fucking harbor and take pictures next to a yacht. Doesn't necessarily have to be your yacht. Just as a nice picture.
No, yeah, I know how to front. I know that's pretty easy. I have some rich friends here. Yeah, bro, you're right. Gotta start. I gotta fake it till I make it.
Word, dog.
Yeah. Dude, Rabbi, you're the GOAT, man. Fuck, dude. I can't believe I met you, Rabbi.
Thanks,
you remind
big
me of
dog.
like a Lester, but in real life.
All you had to do was have the confidence to be able to join my Discord, and we transform your life.
Yeah. A lot of the people, every time I join Aiden's server, there's people there that like, who is this guy, Rabbi? I always tell them about you. And like, oh my god, he sounds crazy, man.
Exactly. Everybody thinks that. Right. They just don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, like this one kid was like scared. He was like, dude, is he gonna hack me? I'm like, no, bro. I'm not gonna hack you.
No, that's the last thing. That's a lot of work.
Yeah. No, but like the reason I found you, I kept seeing you at Aiden Servant. Like, this guy's onto something. Like, this guy is always an Aiden Servant, 24/7. This guy has to have something special.
There you go.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Moose. Oh, yeah. Well, Rabbi, if you don't mind me asking, how come you don't try to go viral? Because, yeah, you're always streaming 24/7, but it's all about the clips. I'm sure you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, how come you haven't
the
go
first
viral,
the,
like, with some quality content?
the first year that I did this, I did. So I would stream
Yeah.
in Santa Barbara and Beverly Hills, and I'd stream at Disneyland, and I'd stream everywhere. And
Yeah,
like nobody watches it unless you are buying bots to boost your accounts. Nobody watches your shit. And I did that. So I bought 10,000 Instagram followers,
yeah.
and I bought all kinds of followers, and even still, it's just like nobody cares. Everybody does that.
I feel like you just need some viral, like anyone. I feel like anyone can start getting viewership if they just really go viral with a lot of clips in the beginning. Because, bro, in the beginning, I won't lie, it's very hard. I can't imagine being able to get people to sit down and watch your stream consistently. That's like, to me, that's like the hardest thing to do in social media. But I feel like with enough viral clips, like 1 million views plus clips, you can start getting a solid like community of people, like 100 people watching you consistently to start off.
I get that. I do it.
I think, Rabbi, I think someone just needs to I think a big person just needs to do like a documentary on, or like a stream with you,
I've
and
had
the right person, then you'll really blow up.
I've had
Because
people.
I find you interesting, so I know for a fact that other people will find you interesting. I want to come join your server and talk to you, like how I'm doing. Be a part of like the community.
I've had people mention that. I had somebody just not 2 hours ago with 70,000 Twitter followers make a post about me.
Yeah, there you go. That's gonna start to snowball.
That's right.
That's all it's about.
Poor dog.
Yeah, man. No, it's gonna happen, man. Someone's gonna find you really interesting the same way I find you interesting. They're gonna create some content about you or stream with you, and then more people will find out about you.
100%.
Yeah.
I know it's just a matter of time.
Yeah. I mean, bro, you're the most dedicated at this shit. Like, you're the definition of consistency.
100%.
Consistency is gonna beat everything else.
Yeah.
If you show up every day, that's gonna beat everything else.
You're 100% right. When people watch the stream and they ask how I'm able to do it as often as I do, or when it becomes successful, let's say, people will try to find the secret sauce, and the secret sauce is my consistency. It's the fact that I was comfortable being on camera all the time, and I would just continue to make streams. Like, my sleep habits are built around it. Sometimes I'll be in bed and I'll be like, I know that the stream, like maybe I started at like 11 hours and 30 minutes ago, and I'll know like I got to get up in the next 30 minutes to start the next stream because I have to do it within 12 hours. And I do.
Yeah, bro, that's dedication. You can't compete with someone who never stops. You just can't.
Can't stop, won't stop Rockefeller.
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. So, Rabbi, do you want to become famous, or do you just want to keep doing what you're doing?
I don't want to be famous, but I'm going to be the most famous person, not just in the world, but in the history of the world.
Yeah. That's fucking crazy, bro.
Right. I don't want it. I mean, I like anonymity. There are ways to have anonymity, though. Even when you're super famous, there are masks and disguises and makeup and things. But I know people when people really hear what I have to say and find out about me, they're going to be so excited that whenever they want, they can just watch somebody and watch their life, and I'll be able to give people different angles. I'll be able to travel the world and do really exciting things. But in the end, I mean, I I I very much like being alone. I very much like just living my life normally, and I know that there are going to be people who bombard me. I get people who visit me, and like that's cool and all. But when I go viral, I'm going to need like a security team and all kinds of other things, and that's going to be understandable. But even like you find out about heads of companies and heads of states, they're able to get out and be free as much as they want. I mean, they can always go out after hours and put on a mask or a hat or whatever and change it up. Now, I personally will want to wear a first person camera so that you can just see my life like a POV view as much as you want. That's really exciting to me. And I'm fine. I want people along for the ride. When I'm fucking every hot chick who's ever lived, every chick on the Thought Patrol, every chick in Hollywood, I think it'll be real. Everybody's gonna want to be a part of that. And here's the thing: more than anything that a woman wants, more than money and diamonds and gold, and women want power. And what they're gonna want is to be more famous than their girlfriends. And how can you do that? By fucking the most famous man on earth.
That's facts. Status is everything. Status trumps money. Status trumps looks. Status is everything, man.
Exactly. And they find out I'm a nice.
I really do that post on TikTok. Holy shit, man.
What'd you say about TikTok?
I really gotta start posting myself.
Yeah, you do. And I mean, when people find out I'm a nice person and I'm smart and I'm exciting, that's all really cool too. But even if I had none of that, I could be ugly and boring and a total loser. And the fact is, if chicks know that it'll make their girlfriends jealous if they fuck this guy, I'll never want for another woman again.
Yeah. Dude, that's so facts, man.
Word.
So facts.
But then I talk about such cool shit like Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and faster than light travel and artificial general intelligence and quantum computing. And then they find knowledge to be extremely sexy. So in my own way, I'll be the total package for these chicks.
Yeah. 100%. They're going to find me interesting. Holy shit.
I had a guy in here.
Dude, Rabbi, you can become. I think you have the potential to become really, really famous overnight. Like,
oh yeah.
I think one clip can make you so famous, people become so interested in you.
I think it's just going to take somebody. Somebody will tweet something on Twitter, and that I mean, like it happened earlier today. The guy who tweeted with the 70,000 people, he brought 10 people in. When I started the day, I had in the server 1,780 or so people, and I'm close to 1,800 right now. And while that isn't necessarily like a huge amount, those are real people, and those are people with whom they know about me, they connect with me, and it'll just take somebody like that, and it'll get people interested in what I do, and it'll go viral, and then it's game over.
That's how it starts.
Exactly.
But it brick by brick.
Well, and here's the exciting.
Finds out, they tell another person, they tell another person.
Exactly. Here's the exciting part for me, is with any influencer. Let's say it's Justin Bieber, or let's say it's Adam Levine, or let's say it's Brad Pitt, or whatever. They only have so much content and then people get bored of it. Why? Because it's like, well, I've seen all their movies, or I've heard all their songs, and I've seen all their pictures. Well, with mine, you will literally spend years of your life going through my content and still getting things that you've never seen before in your entire life. Basically, I'm a content mountain. And with any other influencer, whatever it is, people would be like, oh, I saw that, or I saw that. People won't be able to say that. You could watch my life right now just on one of my streams, not all 20 of them, but just on one of them for 3.5 years and still not know everything that I've done. So imagine when, huge amounts of people find out about this, there will be entire communities dedicated to organizing my clips, and like people who just want to be able to sleep with someone at night, know that there's somebody in the world who's a good person who cares about them somewhere in the world, and be able to just watch them sleep. That's going to be very attractive to a huge segment of the population. They're just bored at night and they just want to watch somebody sleep. They'll just keep it on it. They'll find it as soothing. It's the same idea of people who like to listen to the rain on like a white noise machine or on YouTube or whatever it may be, but except it'll be live streams. That's super exciting to people.
That is true, man. It is true. The online space is taking over, and the way is you can look at China. Like China is already kind of like that. Like it's very, very everything is done online. Like they watch a lot of streamers. Like all the shopping is done on live shopping. Yeah, that's like the future for the rest of the world.
Exactly. And I'm going to be giant in China and in India, but like I'm going to travel to major population centers and live stream my life. Like it's like when IShowSpeed goes there, I'm going to need 1,000 times the security that he has to be able to walk down the street, because not just am I going to be an influencer, but I'm going to be a religious figure. This is going to be extremely exciting to individuals to know that, wow, there's somebody out there who just doesn't care about us and want to make our lives better, but he's going to give us money. And that's how am I going to do it? Every single person who's in this Discord and any person I've met along the way of this journey, and it's all recorded, will be able to be rewarded for helping me. Even if it's in a negative way, I'm going to help those people. And they're going to start charities of their own that are going to help the world. That's going to be extremely exciting to people. I think that I may be wrong here, but I think I may beat Elon Musk to being the first trillionaire.
Really?
I really do. Well, just once my shit goes viral, I could just pretty easily to a company say, look, I'm going to wear like what a NASCAR guy wears because I'm always on camera. And if you want to put your name on my clothing, it's $1 billion a year. But I'll talk about your shit all the time because I'm always on camera. And I just need 1,000 names on my fucking shit, and that's $1 trillion right there.
That's true. Holy shit.
And if the company's like, well, what's in it for us? Well, everybody's going to be watching me, but not just now. 100,000 years from now, people are going to want to see what was going on in the past. It would basically be able to have a shout out in the Bible.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. That's fucking crazy.
And I don't do this for money. I don't do this for money. I know that the money is going to be there. I do it because I don't want world war anymore. I know that it's inevitable, and I want world peace, and I want to end world hunger, and I want to end world thirst, and I want alien disclosure. And these are like topics that are near and dear to my heart, and I want them talked about in the mainstream. And so if somebody's like, well, I don't like this guy, okay, that's fine. I don't have to be on NBC or CBS or ABC or Fox or even YouTube or even TikTok. I'm basically uncancelable. So if you don't like me on one of those, somebody's going to find interest in what I'm doing in one of the others. And on top of that, if you look at the terms and conditions of YouTube, a lot of times they'll say like, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. But what I'm doing would be considered newsworthy, which means I could live stream movies if I wanted to when that becomes a big thing. And people in movies are going to want me to live stream their movies because it's no longer like, oh, this person's a social media influencer. They're an influencer on history. They're the person we've been waiting for. Basically, the person, if you study populations, even like animal populations, there's always one alpha that dominates the group. And we've had like minor alphas, but we've never had one alpha that just basically said, this is how we're going to be doing things. And I'm not just going to be able to do that within Judaism or within the United States or the world. I'll be able to do that for people now and into the future. The words that I use, the topics that are of interest to me, the humor that I find funny, all will shape future generations.
Dude, so you really think you could become the top streamer?
Oh, easily. I'm already the top streamer. I don't look at streamers in terms of how many views they have. I look at streamers in terms of how many hours have it archived.
Okay, I see.
So, like, let's put it this way. Mr. Beast can have, I don't know, he's very obsessed with trying to be an account known as T. It's called T. Oh, I can't even think of it right now. It's the biggest YouTuber. T. It's from India. It's called.
Shit, man, I think I've heard of him.
Yeah, it's called.
I think I've heard of him.
No, it's not a single person. It's T-Series.
And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, or what Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian lands elsewhere, this was really a period of great liberalism and flourishing of cultural activity. There were also moments of violence during this period. Let's not think that this was one of uniform peace and happiness. There was a rather remarkable pogrom in the southern region in 1066 after the death of a very important figure named Shmuel Hanagid that we'll discuss, God willing, in the next video. His son, who succeeded him, was unable to live up to the expectations of the larger population, and there was literally a popular attack on him and on the Jewish community that resulted in the loss of life. This was definitely not a convivencia kind of thing to do, but it just serves to illustrate that we can't view this period entirely through rose-colored glasses. And finally, one of the most striking examples, perhaps, is the flight of Maimonides. He is often considered, since he was a native of southern Spain, he's often considered one of the great exemplars of La Convivencia. But in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an adult and as an older individual. His period in Spain was fairly brief. His family fled when he was still a young man, primarily because of Muslim persecution from those North African invasions that occurred at the time. So this is just kind of like caveats to the overall idea of convivencia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embodied the ideas of convivencia. Finally, I'd like to give you just a little bit of a historiographic perspective on the reason why we get to this whole concept of the Golden Age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th through the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to late 19th century. This is a period when Jews were arguing quite strenuously for equal rights, for what was called emancipation, a major theme that we'll, God willing, speak about much more in next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this man, Heinrich Gretz, who wrote one of the first major encyclopedic histories of the Jews that has been translated incidentally into a beautiful 6-volume edition at the turn of the 20th century, and it was the bar mitzvah present par excellence for decades. At any rate, in that context, if you go to Europe in the 19th century, you see that Jews have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior in the late 18th century. They had made tremendous strides similarly in England and even in Austria. The tolerance patent was out, and all kinds of things were indicating that Jews were getting more and more rights. Germany was not yet unified, and so there was a patchwork approach.
Tranquil Breezes, can you hear me? That's okay.
Approach to how Jews should be treated. And there was also that brief-lived revolution of 1848 that for a moment swept away disabilities and then it slammed them back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to colleges and universities, equal access to professions and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Look at what happens when a society gives its Jews more freedom. Those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally. They're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts, all kinds of areas where, Jews are this untapped human resource that are going to waste because of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on them. So by sort of elevating the Spanish Golden Age and this noble Sephardic ideal, the 19th century historians really tried to create an image of this perfect society as a model for 19th century Germany to follow. The historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I tried to outline here, there are some major caveats that take away from it. But at any rate, now that we have a sense of why it was considered such a golden age, in the next video, let's look at 3 figures, 3.5 really, that exemplify the ideals of the period, and maybe you'll see why it really was so fantastic. Thank you very much for watching.
They're gonna get on the testosterone. Yeah, when you're gonna start working it. Don't you need to work out? Yeah, I've been doing that. I run and lift and stuff, but I can tell I'm not 18. I don't wake up on a red chain or snore. So I probably did a CPAP machine. I looked up a bunch of shit before I got on this podcast, just medical jargon.
In the previous video, we talked a little bit about the structural features that made the golden age so golden, and we talked about some of the questions about exactly how golden was it. In this video, let's look at actually 3.5, or if you want 4 figures who exemplify the golden age and give us some sense of really what was so fantastic about it. Let's start first with Hastai ibn Shakrut, whose years are approximately 910 to 970. He is really an example of the wise and loyal servant that we saw a little bit in the previous video. There's a fascinating story that actually you see in a couple of these figures where he is drawn to political authority because of his literary ability. He was, like many other Jewish figures of his period, a doctor. There is, of course, a long historical association of Jews with medicine. A lot of reasons for that. It is a field that demands literacy. It's a field that is it's a portable profession. You can be a doctor anywhere. It's not tied to land, which sometimes has the disadvantages of restrictions on land ownership in some places, and then the fear of expulsions that would lead to losing all this land, things like that. So Jews have been associated with medicine for many, many centuries, and the multilingual qualities of Jews in the Middle Ages, being conversant with Hebrew, frequently with Arabic, and with Latin, several other languages, means that they're able to access many different texts. And so being a doctor was something that we see among many prominent Jews at this time. Although that's not where he was especially famous, it was one of the areas in which he excelled. He was even invited to treat the prince of a neighboring Christian country for weight loss. He apparently was quite overweight, and Hastai ibn Shakrut was one of the earliest diet doctors who was able to shrink his waistline significantly, and that led to his increased fame. He was also known for having discovered the secret ingredient in a long-lost medical potion, a panacea really, that would cure all ills, called teriyaka. And although it's been lost since then as well, there was this idea that if you could just make this one perfect medicine, it would cure everything, kind of like aspirin for everything. I always think it's kind of interesting that the term teriyaka sounds a lot like teriyaki, and that connects us to Asian food, which, as you know, is something that I think a lot about. At any rate, he's drawn to political centers primarily because of his literary qualities. The story goes, and again, there are a few different versions of this, and it applies to several figures, but a servant girl from a local government authority, of course, is illiterate. She goes to Hastai ibn Shakrut, who's running kind of an apothecary shop, and she asks him to write letters for her. She dictates to him the kind of ideas that she wants these letters to say, and he writes them in beautiful, poetic Arabic for her. Later, her boss finds out about these letters and says, wow, these are beautiful letters, such turn of phrase and such beautiful calligraphy. I want to meet this person. So he's brought in, and then he's promoted and promoted. And the end, what happens is he is essentially made the Minister of Trade, which makes him essentially the foreign minister of the southern chunk of the peninsula. And he ends up, for the purposes of international trade, communicating with kings far and wide. His multiple languages help him. His ability to compose a literate message helps him tremendously. And his authority just expands and expands in this context. He never loses sight, however, of his responsibilities to the Jewish people. And frequently, he uses his position specifically to defend embattled populations, writing strong letters to Constantinople, for example, writing, as we saw in the previous video, letters to inquire about the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria that he's quite interested in. So he's using his position and his skills really as a leader of world Jewry at the same time as he is representing Muslim leaders in southern Spain. Now, another thing that makes him especially well connected to the Golden Age is his establishment of a scholarly basis for the Spanish Jewish community. He redeems a shipwrecked rabbi named Moshe ben Chanot, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanot, I should say redeemed, because quite often you have the situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped, and of course if they're shipwrecked and they have no papers and things like that, they can be taken by slavers and then they're sold in the slave market. It was a very large phenomenon of Jews pooling their money and redeeming co-religionists from slavery. So Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch is redeemed by Chasdai ibn Shaprut, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch is quite learned, he's an Italian rabbi, he says to him, you know what, why don't you stay here and establish a yeshiva here? This yeshiva was incredibly successful, and the establishment of this yeshiva set in motion a Spanish Jewish scholarly tradition that would eventually become the pinnacle of scholarship in Europe, particularly in areas of maintaining very fine texts, because Talmudic manuscripts, of course, they're being copied by hand, and quite often there are errors, and there are multiple versions circulating because of these errors that get repeated by scribe after scribe. But the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the concept of getting the text precisely correct. That required a lot more of their investment in Hebrew grammar and things like that. By the way, I'm sorry about the image here. Those of you who were born before, let's say, 1970 will recognize it and the connection to the shipwreck. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. But anyway, let's go on. Another example of the activity of the Spanish Golden Age that I find especially perfect in the lifetime of Chasdai ibn Shaprut is the massive poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalist Menachem ben Saruk and the interloper Dunash ibn Labrat. So the story goes like this. Everyone's a big supporter of poetry here. There's a strong Arabic tradition that values poetry very highly. Spanish Jewry is heavily influenced by this as well, and there's a massive industry created for poetry. Poets are called in for hire to compose original poems for weddings, for funerals in particular. You have these gatherings, frequently of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who will sit around the table together and drink wine and will, recite poetry that they have composed, sometimes on the spot, sometimes in terms of competitions, whose poems are the best. Really saturated with poetry in their society. So Menachem ben Saruk would compose poetry in Hebrew based on biblical norms, and very beautiful, powerful Hebrew. We know from one of his letters to Chasdai ibn Shaprut that he was engaged in this kind of poetry for hire for his entire life. However, this newcomer arrives, having been influenced in Baghdad by some of this newfangled Arabic poetry, and he says, you know what? If we just recalculate the metric value of Hebrew vowels, and this is a huge discussion about what's going on here on a grammatical level, but basically Hebrew is written without vowels traditionally. The vowels are added later, and in fact it's typically printed without any vowels whatsoever. You have to literally memorize which vowels go with each word. So that's just to make Hebrew easier to learn. But there are certain vowels, like the shva, for example, that can be pronounced two different ways, and that alters the way in which a line of poetry could be read. So Dunash ibn Labrat said, you know what, if we just apply some of the Arabic rules of grammar to Hebrew vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic and fit with poetry much better. So there was a huge uproar that literally led to riots in the streets of Granada. I mean, literally Jews fighting each other physically, fistfights, over whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Menachem ben Saruk, or whether we should go with this rock and roll version that this newcomer, this Elvis Presley type, has brought to our society by, contaminating Hebrew poetry with Arabic meter. In the end, of course, Dunashi ben Labrat wins hands down. He colors the next 1,000 years of Hebrew poetry. Most of the poetry that Jews love today, songs like Dror Yikra, which is recited at the table on Shabbat and so on. These are, the Arabic inflected Dunashi ben Labrat versions that had such a huge impact. And even Chasai ibn Shaprut abandoned his support of Menachem ben Saruk in favor of this new poetry. But you get a sense here of how cultural this society was and how literature played such a huge role. And gives you also a sense of what.
How's your day? What's good, eccentrics? Can you hear me? Hope you're doing well.
What we've lost in the last 1,000 years since then. Let us move on to another figure who will certainly share in the poetic legacy, but has a much more military trend. Shmuel HaNagid, whose years are 993 to 1055, so he just slightly overlaps with Chasai ibn Shaprut and moves on into the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was a military genius, and get this is phenomenal. He served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army for 16 years. Incredible. Where would you hear of such a thing, that you have Muslim soldiers following the orders of a Jewish general? And this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never forced out. He never retired. He was a phenomenal individual. And he was a ferocious general, tremendously successful. We know this because he wrote a lot of war poems, of course. And the poems are so surprising in the sense that they express such a range of the human experience that you won't find in typical religious poetry at all. He has, poems that describe the heat of battle, that harken back in many ways to King David's poetry in the Bible. And in fact, he referred to himself.
Hey, I'm glad you're back. Come here. Don't go anywhere. How you living, pimp?
Yo, my favorite fucking blonde gnome in the world, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yo, baby.
24/7.
Absolutely. We're at.
How does it feel looking like a fucking lawn gnome?
Dog, I've looked even more like a lawn gnome than this. I've had a beard like down to my belly button.
World's sexiest lawn gnome.
Oh, 1,000%.
Have you ever seen the more sexy fucking lawn gnome?
Never. Absolutely not. All right, so I was telling you, by the way, I'm about to hit 1,800 members, which is huge. I have previously never had a server this big. And until you have your own server, you'll recognize how fucking difficult it is to get any single person on Earth to join your server. But that guy, the Falcon guy, brought in like 20 people. So that's tight. All right. So I have a project for you. And remember I said I was coming up with these usernames that are really funny? Or at least people think are really funny, and it gets a lot of people in here. Do you remember this?
Is it 60 characters or 16?
64.
Well, that's a good chunk of work, though. Because I'm like, there's no way you can fit, like, the pussy fucking Wrangler from fucking Utah and fucking Cactus realm into that amount of characters. Like, 16 characters usually.
Oh, absolutely.
Or decent amount of words. You can construct a whole sentence with that.
Word. Somebody just mentioned me. They said, I actually prefer the World Peace Discord Rabbi bots to you awful resistance liberals and your shit offensive. You know he does think you can actually criticize. I don't know what if this person is saying about me or what. I've gotten in the last hour 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who tweeted about me, and it's 1:24 in the morning. All right. So let's go through my funny names. Okay, when I first started, the first one that I did that was funny was hold on, it was biggest pimp in human. Hold on, biggest pimp in the history. No, it was not that. Though I do go by biggest pimp in history. Hold on one second. It's history of humankind. History of humankind.
John, boring.
No,
Boring.
no. It wasn't that. It was. Hold on. It had to do with MILFs. Hold on. Was it? Oh, lover of MILFs. Hold on. It wasn't just that though. It was. Just one moment. Or maybe it was MILF lover. No, I thought it was lover of MILFs though. Let me try MILF lover. No. I'll be able to find it. I just have to put my name in. Just one moment. So I want you to know what one I started with, which I started. Well, I did pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw Rabbi. I did I mean, when I first started, it was please speak with Rabbi Rothschild in Discord. Oh, I know what it was. Here it is. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, plus MILF-loving rabbi. So I tried that, and it got a ton of people talking about me. And I was like, oh, tight. So then I did, I do that for like a couple days, and then I see what else works. So then I did, just a moment. So imagine you're just going about your day and you get this fucking notification on your phone, and it's from Pussy Eating University, Dean of MILFs, Chief Rabbi, and Pimp. Reply to your post. These people are just like, who the fuck is this person? And it's hilarious to me. Okay, then I did most recently. Let me see what I've got. I did another one. I forget exactly what it was, but I noticed if I talk about eating pussy, it gets a lot more because it's just so blatant, and it's the shock value. So then I've got fact of the day, Rabbi chews clit like bubblegum, parentheses, upon request, close parentheses. And I also have, so then I just created a list of these things that I'll put out every 2 or 3 days, because whenever I put them out, people get excited. They're like, Rabbi came up with Rabbi has a new name, and then they'll tweet about it or whatever. Oh yeah, I've got Rabbi tongues clitoral hood like a hound dog eats peanut butter. And they're just so graphic. Now you have to understand that these have to be 64 characters. So then I came up with a bunch more. I mean, anybody could just put in there dick, clit, pussy, pimp. Anybody could do that, but it has to be like a joke. And I also have to have the word rabbi in it. So I came up with more of these. No, you're exactly right. Okay, so here we go. Here's the next one. FYI, Rabbi sprays hot cum inside MILFs like the bombardier beetle. Just like a fact for people. Next person. Next one. Rabbi provides orgasms at no cost to needy MILFs in your area. Next one. Now, I've already gone through all these, and they're like exactly 64 characters. I've maximized it. Blue Sky Trivia. Rabbi is the mastermind behind Gilfs Gone Wild. Next one. Rabbi makes you orgasm so hard that you will flood your house. Next one. Did you know? Rabbi both rates and ranks queefs for charity. Next. Rabbi can lick clit at a distance like chameleons eat insects. Next. Warning. Rabbi will munch your box until your labia callous. Next. Did you know? Rabbi fingers chicks like bowling balls. Next one. Blue Sky Alert. Rabbi's penile girth causes vaginal canals to widen. Next. Important notice, Rabbi causes MILFs to spray like fire hydrants. Next. Did you know? Rabbi can fist you like an engine piston. Next. Did you know? When Rabbi fists you, your vagina becomes a hand puppet. Next. Fun fact. Rabbi destroys MILF pussy like a jackhammer. Next. Blue Sky Warning. Rabbi impales MILF pussy like kebab skewers. Next. Fun fact. Rabbi pumps MILF pussy with cum like an oil derrick. Next. Rabbi pounds pussy like a heavyweight boxer punches a speed bag. Next. Flash flood warning, Rabbi causing MILF leakage, seek high ground. Next. Severe weather alert, Rabbi causing panty dropping, seek shelter. Next. Severe weather warning, Rabbi causing pussy to gush like geysers. That has alliteration. Next. Breaking news. Rabbi raw dogged the entire Thought Patrol. Next. Blue Sky fact of the day. Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Next. Blue Sky alert. Rabbi tosses salad like a turbocharged salad spinner. Next. Rabbi once ate so much pussy, his jaw had to be wired shut. Next. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like a Gatorade commercial. Next. Rabbi distributes orgasms like an ATM dispenses cash. Next. Rabbi treats pussy the way wood splitters treat logs. Next. Rabbi licks pussy like an ice cream cone. How do you like them?
I think that it's like a whole, could be in a museum of some sort, probably delve into the history of time. Luckily, we have the screen to preserve this
You are funny, man.
extremely valuable data that has just been presented to us. There's a whole lot of pussy pounding references there, all twisted and turned into various sentences that could be construed by Blue Sky users as being very intriguing and interesting to read and learn more. And I think that it was a really good summarization of Rabbi Rothschild and what he represents to the community and the online communities worldwide. And I'm glad I got to hear all that information. There's a lot to observe, but I'm glad I was here for it.
Absolutely. So with that, do you have any suggestions?
I think my favorite one was the Run to High Ground one.
Ooh, I like that one too.
Like there's gonna be a pussy flood tsunami, and you're gonna have to run to high ground. I thought that was very clever. I liked it.
Thank you.
The boxing one. I mean, there's the oil, the elector,
Derek.
one. There's a lot of great examples. I like the Run to High Ground one. Personally, that one was like the Chang moment. It'll be interesting. I mean, I like your thought process behind it. How it's like your brain goes from, analyze the data. People are clicking on pussy-related, eating pussy, cunnilingus related. You didn't use the word cunnilingus once, or no, and that needs to change. But
Yeah, so I did have one. Welcome. How are you? What up, Tasquel? How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Can you hear me? Yeah, I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Anyway, oh, dude, we hit 1,800 people. Maybe. If that person stays. Maybe they won't stay, but if they do, 1,800, dude, that's a fucking accomplishment. It is so much easier to just be Facebook friends with somebody or Instagram follows or whatever. But to get somebody to join your Discord, like not a lot of people even use Discord, or I shouldn't say not a lot, but like baby boomers don't really use Discord. Millennials don't use it all that much. It's not used that much because it's just kind of like a secretive thing. But to get 1,800, well, some parts of it are. I think it is because it is.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that you can buy drugs on Discord, which is shocking. Well, what makes it like so elusive?
Sure, they don't have a very good search function to find people's Discords.
That's absolutely right. It's actually like a huge net negative to Discord itself, because it should be like its aim should be to enable users to join more communities. But
right.
You literally have to find Discords through like these abstract links that you'll only find if someone recommends it. There's no Wikipedia page or like a thing to just search through them.
Wait, there are.
That's some are private, some are public. Oh, they do have some public ones where you can search them.
Yeah, but you have to know that. I mean, I was on Discord for like more than for years and not know that, and you are too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not built into the app, right?
Right. Well, so right, and even if you want to search it, it should just have a big fucking magnifying glass that just says search. No. What you have to do, you have to basically have the link. There isn't a good way to search it. And I've read that they want it that way. They want it to be this private thing. So when I say that it's so when
My apologies. I was looking up the search function. I searched science, and then it dragged me into some. Do you have a science fucking channel in this BC?
Yeah, dog. And if you click the text, the chat, it should have a little write up on science.
Okay, because I was trying to find. I just looked up science as an example, but it's not like it's recommending me a lot of Discord. It's literally there's the science page on Rabbi, the Discord that I'm already in. It's recommended, and then beyond that, you're fucking in camp. Fucking go fuck yourself.
Oh, exactly. And I don't understand it. I really don't. I would really love to sit the CEO of this fucking thing down and say, why would you ever create such a shitty system? It's a great platform, but to be able to do anything in it is really, really bad. And I don't understand why it shouldn't be easier. Like, you should now, if you want to find Discords, you have to go to other people's websites generally to find them. That's not how it should work. It would be like, imagine YouTube didn't have a search box. It would just be like, oh no, you need this link to watch a video. Like, I can't find stuff that I like. Like, literally when you type in, like, I don't know, video games, it should show up all the video game ones. Now, I shouldn't say that. If you're using a desktop computer, there is a search function, but not on a phone. And so many people use a phone. And again, it goes back to my previous discussion with you.
On the desktop, it didn't work. It did not, like, I go to the search thing, it doesn't give me, like, any giant Discord.
It will. If you go in the bottom left corner, do you see it says search?
I'm on a desktop, so it's on the top left. Yeah, either the search can.
No. There's a way. Okay, so on the left side, you see all the Discords you're in.
Yeah.
Okay, scroll all the way to the bottom, and then you should see a plus.
The server.
Yeah. No, not that one.
Okay.
Go below that one.
No, that's the plus. The plus icon is on the server.
Yeah, I don't think it's that one that you want though. And then below that one, there should be another one. Below the plus. What's below the plus?
No, it's Discover.
Yeah, Discover. That's what you need to click.
Discover. Oh, so they do have it.
Yeah, but nobody fucking is looking there. And it's not available on the phone.
Well, that's another.
We were just talking about this. The same function.
A weird thing where it's like big companies don't know that like synchronizing the phone and desktop like features and functions is at all important. It's like you have $1 billion and you not just make the app the same. Like Twitter, there's no reason why like you can't turn off the fucking like it's not safe to work.
I 100% agree. Look,
no reason.
Look, right, so I've seen this from the inside. I built both iOS apps and Android apps. And you would think that using an iOS app and an Android app, they have the same functionalities, but they don't. They're built independently. So you literally need a quality control team to watch both of them to ensure that they have the same functionalities. Now, the apps that I built I got to know them so well that I knew where everything was, and I knew how everything functioned, and that how everything was supposed to work. But if you don't have somebody who has that kind of knowledge, you'll literally have functions on iOS that you don't on Android. Here's my favorite example of this, of any app, Twitter. It was bought for $1 billion. Okay, if you have an Android device, you can't have a video space on Twitter, but you can on iOS. And Elon Musk is fine with that. It's like, you dumb motherfucker. Don't you know that you have different opportunities for people just based on what kind of phone they have? Here's another one. If you're hosting a space on Twitter, you can't use a soundboard if you have an Android device, but you can if you have an iOS device. Why should it fucking matter? You should have the same app. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a technical barrier or it's just Twitter being very cold shoulders for iOS users in that instance, but
they don't care.
I agree. I think that there should be complete
symmetry between the apps. 100%. All right. So you've been using Discord for like a year, and you didn't know that this discovery thing.
I've had Discord for several years.
And you would have never known that little function exists if I didn't tell you. You'd go another 5 years and not know.
Weird. Yeah, that's very strange because you'd think that it would just be like the search function,
but no.
It's some random things. And maybe I like skipped over the tutorial because I skip over every single.
No, there's no tutorial. I've created so many accounts. I can tell you, there's no discovery tutorial. There's nothing like that.
Well, there goddamn needs to be a discovery tutorial.
Well, absolutely. And then exactly. Okay. So remember when I said that like Discord is like secretive? Well, that's what I mean. Is like you need this fucking link, and they don't have a very good search function. And now here's another thing. Let's say you want to search for a user. Well, if you're not in a mutual server of that person, you'll never find them. There's no like global search.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought that there was.
Let's put that to the test.
Yeah.
You go to add friends.
I'm gonna take your word.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. You go to find friends. Okay, so you can only add by.
Add friends. I see it, and I should be able to type in like generic name.
Exactly.
Tammy, whatever.
Exactly. Here's another thing. Do you know what the maximum amount of friends you can have on Discord is?
Any maximum amount of friends is like bullshit.
It is stupid.
Like Xbox only allowed you to like have like 100 friends. Xbox. Maybe I want more than fucking 100 friends. You ever think of that, Microsoft?
Right.
$1 trillion company?
Exactly. So I looked into this. Why is it that they maximize the amount of friends, or they have a maximum amount of friends that you can have? This doesn't make sense. That you want to limit users' interaction, and it has to do with server costs. So, like, if you just go in and you have a bunch of people that are just friending people randomly, then they're going to have the Discord people are going to have to pay more money. But I'm thinking to myself, if they allow people to just live stream all day long, like I do, that's got to be more expensive than if Riser wants 1,001 friends. Or that's how I feel.
Yeah, no, I would agree that the video would probably be like 10,000 times more expensive than just like a database of content.
Exactly.
I mean, I was thinking about this and like having a different way. That's just like, I mean, I get that Facebook monetizes through advertisements, but like, think about all the data that Facebook has to store. Like you have messages of people that go back years and years and years that share photos and videos, all these things, and each of those conversations, like probably billions and billions of conversations, all have to be archived with the photos, videos, all the necessary. Like, how much do you think that costs Facebook to store?
I mean, they have their own servers, so nothing. It costs power to generate the servers and maintain them.
Yeah, so there's still like a cost to that. So how much do you think it costs to run Facebook?
Probably like $100 billion a year.
That's not a small amount.
No, that's actually probably too high. Maybe $5 billion a year. Oh,
yeah, I mean,
wait. It depends if you're including people's salaries and stuff. If you're just talking about running the servers and power to it, maybe $5 billion, $10 billion. But when you have to,
You can store all of like all those millions of conversations worth of data with like $5 billion.
oh, easily, yeah. They're only like bytes. Like they're not. I mean, like a Facebook message is only a certain amount of bytes. It's not like, and you own the servers already. So you get to the point with servers. Let's look this up because it's a statistic that I really want to know. We're gonna go to ChatGPT on this one. Once you get to be a certain
I'm not an expert in fucking servers.
yo dog. Well, I'll say this. I have a certificate in this from Amazon Web Services, and I read one time learning about this stuff that once you get to be big enough with your servers, you can store literally like an infinite amount of information, something like that. Like, yo, dog. One time I read that once you have enough servers, you can store like an infinite amount of information, or basically maybe once you have like a big enough system, you can have as many servers as you want. Like once you get to a certain point. Can you explain this to me like I'm 5? Like a company like Amazon can create like infinite or basically infinite more servers if they need, or Facebook. Like once they get to be really big like that, how does this work? And put it in bullet points, please. All right. Yo, dog, I got you. Here's how infinite servers idea works. How's how this infinite... I explained like year 5 and in simple bullet points. Once a company gets really big, it's like they have a magic Lego set that can keep building forever. Well, almost forever. How it works. A server is like a toy box that stores stuff like photos, videos, websites. Big companies like Amazon and Facebook have tons of toy boxes, servers, stacked in huge buildings called data centers. They can build more anytime they need more space, kind of like adding Legos to make a taller tower. They have a lot of money, so they can buy more servers whenever they want. They plug all the servers into the internet and boom, it's like adding more brains to their system. They can even rent out their extra toy services or extra toy boxes like Amazon Web Services does, so other people can store their stuff too. Why it feels like infinite. They can keep adding servers forever as long as they have the money, space, power, and cooling. They have automatic systems to add new servers super fast, like robots building new Lego towers while you sleep. A lot of it's in the cloud, so it's invisible magic storage that never runs out, or practically. For you and me, it feels like they never run out of space, even if millions of people are using it. But it's not really infinite. There is still a need for electricity, land, internet cables, etc. They have to cool the servers so they don't overheat. It takes work, but they made it so easy and automatic it looks like magic. So that's like they can literally store infinite amounts.
I mean, it still comes with a cost, though. I mean, data centers are kind of fascinating. I don't know if you have heard of like Kevin O'Leary's. He did a little trying to get like billions and billions of dollars to build a data center in like northern Alberta, which is supposedly this like really utopic location for a data center because they can generate a whole shitload of energy, like basically right at the data center through like natural gas or coal or oil or something, and then that can be used to power the data center. And then also it's like extremely cold there, like 9 months of the year, so that they have like cooling that's just natural and free for the data. No other part of Alberta.
That's why Google built some of theirs in Iceland.
Yeah.
Well, no, just the average temperature is pretty low, and it has a like a major airport or semi-major airport, so it's like accessible. It's a very accessible place for being such a northern latitude.
Yeah, they literally like target the cold
Word.
the data centers.
Word.
Going it anywhere else would just be a nightmare.
Yeah, but okay. So the electricity isn't, to me, that's not an issue. I mean, I know people want to make it out to be an issue, but with nuclear energy, you can have basically unlimited energy. So, like, it's just about getting there. So you have to get through environmental policies and all that other bullshit. But once you're able to do that, you can build, like, energy is no longer an issue. So then you just need to get to land. So it's not like a big deal. Like, land isn't that big of a deal. I mean, you can build acres of this shit. And then internet cables. Okay, that's small. So basically the big issues are electricity. Electricity is the big issue. And if you just have nuclear power, then you could power all this shit. That's the beauty of a nuclear energy. And let's say nuclear energy didn't exist, then just put a geothermal plant right next to it. Stick a pipe in the ground, have that pipe turn a turbine, and you have essentially unlimited energy that way.
Did I mention to you this like nuclear disaster in the United States in like the 80s, I believe, that
3 Mile Island?
apparently not. No, it's a different one that apparently not many people know about, and it affected this indigenous tribe. I don't want to. I believe that they were in Arizona, and they were digging out uranium. They have these uranium mines on indigenous land, and there's a whole bunch of tribes that lived off. Basically, like, their whole source of life was like this river that was flowing through this Arizona desert, and the people that ran the mine and the government and the regulations people all failed, and they were supposed to make this like moat thing for the uranium, like, toxic waste runoff, but that cracked, like the dam that they built cracked, and then the regulations and everyone that was in charge of overseeing it like, glazed over it, and then a whole bunch of nuclear waste, uranium crap spilled out into the river and just like ruined all these communities' livelihoods immediately, like in the like close proximity, and then like further down, miles down the rivers and other communities. And they didn't want to pay and all this crap, and they eventually settled by paying like very little retribution for all the damages, considering that their entire livelihoods were like destroyed practically.
Okay, let's look this up.
Really off the story.
Let's have Joy Diaz tell us about it. Yo, dog, can you tell me about a nuclear accident that happened maybe somewhere around Arizona where some indigenous people were there and there was like a uranium leak of toxic stuff? And tell it to me like Joey Diaz, please. All right, come here. Let me break it down for you, Joey Diaz style, you filthy animal. Uncle Joey's going to tell you a story. So, boom, 1950s, 1960s, Arizona, New Mexico, Navajo Nation territory, all right? The U.S. government is out there doing Cold War shit, hunting for uranium like it's the last cannoli on a plate. They start digging, blasting holes in the earth. No regulations, no warnings, no protection. They send Navajo workers down there in jeans and a damn lunchbox. No masks, no radiation suits, nada. Just here's a shovel, get to digging. We go build bombs to build. We got bombs to build. Now picture this: hundreds of uranium mines right in sacred land, places where Navajo prayed, grazed, lived for centuries, and the government is like, sorry, sweetheart, we're making nukes. Move over. They dump toxic water, leaving radioactive rocks just lying around. Kids playing with them like they're freaking Legos. Livestock drinking contaminated water. Nobody tells the people jack. Then boom, 1979, baby. Church Rock, New Mexico, just near the Arizona.
Yeah, that's it.
Excellent.
That's the one.
Worst nuclear spill in U.S. history. Not 3 Mile Island, not Chernobyl. Church Rock. Ever hear about it? Nah, because they don't want you to. They keep one locked. They keep that one locked in the basement next to Jimmy Hoffa. So what happens? A dam breaks at a uranium mill, and 94 million gallons. Let me say that again. 94 million gallons of radioactive waste and sludge comes flooding down the Puerco River like Satan's milkshake, right through the Navajo land. No one's warned, no sirens, just oops, people are wading through it. Animals are drinking it, crops are dead, and the government crickets, cocksucker. And for decades, people on the res getting cancer, lung disease, birth defects, nobody's connecting the dots, or worse, they are and just looking the other way. Like, that's just how it goes. You feel me? This ain't a fable. This is America's dirty little nuclear secret, buried in the desert with a smile and a handshake. So next time someone tells you uranium's just a rock, you slap them in the mouth with a history book. You understand me? That's it. That's your story. Real shit. Real people. Real quiet cover-ups. Tip your waitress. Take your vitamins. And don't trust nobody with a clipboard in the desert. Stay black, cocksucker. That's a really good synopsis of it. That's it?
That was, I really like the devil, Satan's milkshake, final name, very good, yeah. Church Rock, not many people know about it, but it's very fascinating piece of history, very exciting.
Word, dog. Welcome, human. How you living, pimp?
Did you know about it?
I had heard about something like that, but I didn't connect the dots.
So in other words, no.
No. I remember some story about a huge nuclear, like sludge accident that occurred, but I didn't know the name of it.
Well, that could be anywhere.
No, I know, but it happened out west. I'm glad you told me about it. You brought it to my attention. I will say that.
All right, good. Give me credit where credit is.
Oh, you got credit where credit is due. For sure, dog. Church Rock, New Mexico.
What?
You got to be 18 to be in here. Just for a moment, let me restart my device. Yo, can you hear me? Yo. Just a moment. All right, can you hear me now? Oh, you'll be able to see me in a second.
There you go.
Absolutely. How you doing, Randy? Is Randy talking? No. What's up, Randy? How you living, pimp? Whatever. I didn't want to talk with you anyway.
Interesting that a lot of people just join and then like, hey, would you like to say something?
Well, the reason why is because the link that I share with people takes them literally right into here. And nobody else's Discord does that. Normally, a Discord has this bullshit system where it's like, tell us your gender and tell us your age grouping and tell us what your favorite video games are. Do you know what I'm talking about? When you join some Discords, they ask you all these fucking questions. It's the worst. It's the worst. Nobody wants that. It's like, dude, I haven't even seen this fucking server yet. You don't need to know like what continent I'm on and shit. But they ask these stupid questions. So I'm the opposite of that. I want to talk to you immediately. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. And you've got that right. It's the same shit that Google does. So anyway, okay, we were talking about Discord and how difficult it is to find new Discords, right?
They make it impossible, even though. And I also discovered another problem with the Discover function is that it seems like highly filtered, and that there's only like if you go into gaming, like it's very select Discords like that they're allowed. Like, there's like a total of like 5,000 or something to choose from. Like there's got to be way more Discords than I don't know.
Right.
But the search function is like, no, you get 5,000.
Right. It's very strange. So I utilize other websites. One that I like a lot is discord.me. It's not discord.com or discord.gg, but it's just another website, and it allows you to advertise yourself. And then instead of somebody, when they're like, hey, what's the link to your Discord? I don't have to be like, oh, it's lowercase p, uppercase x, lowercase whatever. I can just be like, go to discord.me/rabbi, and it'll take you right to a website that will take you here.
Very high IQ of you.
Oh, for sure. So the big,
play the charades.
Yeah, I mean,
going straight to the link.
Now I know that you said, or like we talked about Discord, it doesn't have advertising, which is really, really nice. But they do Discord Nitro and stuff to be able to pay the bills, and that apparently pays it enough. So it shows that like you can run a really complicated website like Discord and basically do it for like nothing, like basically, and not have to steal everybody's data and do all this other stuff. Anyway, but I still stick with my original point that Discord's very secretive, that not a lot of people know what it is. It has a strange name. It's like, oh, Discord. It sounds bad. It sounds like, well, the other one that sounds bad is Twitch. Like Twitch is like a negative thing. Like it's like something that like you do involuntarily. I don't understand why they just call it that. But anyway, I didn't name it. And then
that's hilarious. The definition of Discord is like a disagreement between people, a lack of harmony, or just like disagreement in general. It's not like anything that you want to face the community, anything that brings together fucking members.
100% right. I don't understand it, and that's fine. Another thing I don't understand about it is why. I understand it's like a heavy app, but it sometimes takes so long to start up. Do you know what I mean?
I don't really have that problem.
Oh, it absolutely does. Or you
My browser and I just every time.
no,
like,
not your browser. Not your browser. Browser's pretty fast. But if you actually download their software, it takes forever to open up.
yeah, I've never downloaded it. So. I have it on my iPad. Does that count?
No, it has to be on a desktop computer. If it's on your desktop computer, it will take like 2 minutes to open up every time. And they always have to run updates and stuff. And it's like, oh, this just takes forever. The phone is better, and the browser's pretty good. But it's, again, like, if you don't know those are options, like, a lot of people don't know. Like, here's one. If you just go to discord.com, it's not like an inviting website or anything. It's not like find a Discord that's made for you. It's nothing like that. It's like download our app. That's all their website is, and it's ridiculous. It should have like an inviting home screen, and you should be able to have like randomly filtered Discords. It should be like YouTube, but it's not anything like that. And I don't understand why. It's literally.
Do you recall me mentioning I believe it was called the Wikiverse? And it was
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, they, like, one day I was on a quest, I was like, why the fuck can't I, like, search for Wikipedia articles? The way that's not, like, you have to know what it is, like, some visual way to search it, and then some base, like, Google visual data person, like, had this whole universe where you could explore, like, all the branches of Wikipedia articles perfectly, like, connected to each other, like tree branches, and it was beautiful. The most beautiful application ever. I was like, oh wow, there's like all the world's data in this beautiful exploration device, and of course no one bothered to fund it, and that project's dead, and that makes me sad. Because, like, as a user, your number one, or to me, it's like a high value, like, priority is like, how quickly and easily can I find these new things that are within the app? And so it should be like it should be built into the apps that they allow the users to easily find a network of people within those apps and discover different communities.
You're absolutely right. Another one I find interesting about that whole.
It's funny because it's like these billion-dollar corporations just go out of their way and don't do that.
Exactly. Name one person you've met in real life who's a Wikipedia editor. I'll wait.
Myself in like grade 4, like computer class, like grade 3.
No.
When we had like
No, okay. No, your Wikipedia edits did not get transferred. You might have submitted something, but it was not accepted.
So you let anybody go in there and look at it.
They do not. They lock it.
They used to allow anyone to go in there and edit it.
Right, but not main.
Like about 10 years ago.
Right.
I believe that's true. What Audie's thing is true.
I recognize that, but that doesn't mean that those changes would be saved. What they would do is say citation needed, and then it would be reviewed. I agree with you. I have a Wikipedia account. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. But what I'm trying to say is that if I just go and make a change on Wikipedia, especially anything popular on Wikipedia, it will not get saved. You have to have like an established track record of editing on it. And I just find it interesting that everybody knows somebody with a YouTube channel. Everybody knows that someone with an Instagram account. Everybody knows somebody with a Discord account. But people don't know established editors of Wikipedia. I just don't understand
Isn't
that.
that, like, the purpose is that, like, highly academic people, like, all, like, collaborate on what the correct information is?
No, it's anonymous. Highly academic people may have their findings published on it, but they're not the people editing it. They don't have time to do that.
Who is editing the Wikipedia article? The foundation?
They say so, but even that's quite secretive. I mean, if you watch like interviews with Jimmy Wales and stuff, he's basically moved away from it, and it's now the foundation that does things. And I mean, if you really want to ask me, I think clandestine organizations are the ones who edit it, and I'm pretty certain that's correct. Meaning it's like an arm of perhaps the National Security Agency, or perhaps the Central Intelligence Agency, which is what I would expect the Central Intelligence Agency to do, is create a database of the entire world. I just wouldn't necessarily see it that way. Anyway, with that being said, it's not like a normal, like if you go to these other websites that are wikis, you can edit them. You can create a page on them. That's fine. You can edit a page on them, but not Wikipedia. I mean, not on anything very.
Do you think it's bad that it's centralized? I think it should be just open source. Anyone can edit any article at any time. Because they have to fight the people that just want to say like whatever nonsense into like the thing.
Right. I think that there should be, and I guess it does have this, but it's not really available to people. Is like you can have what the main text is, but then if anybody disagrees with it, you should be able to see their edits, which you can, but it's not very user friendly. Like if I say, let me think of an example. The United States is the greatest country in the world. That's a subjective statement. So maybe that won't be on there. It would say the United States is seen as one of the greatest countries in the world. Okay, that's fine. By some, as one of the greatest countries in the world. But there should be a thing under that says somebody disagrees with this, and I should be able to see the arguments for and the arguments against. It doesn't work that way. It's like you have to go to another page, and it's deep in this garbage, and I don't like that. I can tell you that I wanted a Wikipedia for a startup that I was helping with their social media, and when you really get into it, you have to be like an approved editor to just create a page that is going to stick. You can create a page, that's fine, but it's going to be seen by a verified editor, and they're going to put it in like a non-traditional place on Wikipedia. And I just don't like that. I feel like there should be more people should be able to edit on it, and they don't allow it. It's not like some of the other ones that I've seen where other wikis where like, okay, who was I watching? Oh, I was watching this one document, or it was a podcast with this guy. He's the guy who made the clothing. He's an artist. His name is I think David Braun or something like that. He is the artist who made Jimi Hendrix's clothes. He made Macho Man Randy Savage's clothes and like Bob Dylan's clothes for when they were doing concerts and things. And I was like, well, I wonder if that guy has a Wikipedia. He does not. And they base it on like, is he a newsworthy person? And to me, he is. But to other people, he's not. He should have a page. And if you don't want to see that page, that's fine. But in my opinion, somebody like that should have a page.
it's like, just donate $1 so we can do what we do. So pass it on. And then maybe I'll have enough people to put all the information in.
Audie, I am a donator to Wikipedia. I don't donate to basically anything because
Can you put it out?
when you donate, it just comes out of my bank account every month.
It's too bad. I should stay. You can say exactly what we charge.
No, there's nothing like that. It's an automatic withdrawal. But anyway, I bet you guys like that's one like nobody fucking donates to Wikipedia, but I do. And one of the reasons why I do, not just because I think it's an important organization, but I've heard in the future Wikipedia is going to be paywalled. And so the only way you'll be able to use Wikipedia is to pay a subscription fee. But if you're already a donator or you're already a benefactor, you'll get grandfathered in. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure, but I've heard it.
Yeah, Wikipedia is like an enhanced version of the encyclopedia.
Right? Oh, I love it. It's one.
I don't feel like for the most part, everything is just factual. And then there's links to everything else. So it's like never ending fun.
I love it as well. However, if
that makes sense now. The word pedia literally in Greek means like education, upbringing, and learning.
word. Okay, so let's take a person who you don't like, or like who I don't know, who someone doesn't like. They can be labeled on there in ways I don't like and I don't think are right. So for instance, like I was looking at somebody recently. Okay, so here's one. Somebody came in here earlier today and they're like, what are your opinions on Nick Fuentes? And I'm like, I don't really know who that person is. I don't really pay attention to them. But when you go to his Wikipedia, he says is an American far right political pundit. Like just using the term far right is like dismissive. I don't think they should say. You should just say he's a political pundit. Now they say he promotes white supremacist, homophobic, misogynistic, and anti-Semitic views. Okay, like
Not hard to you. Are those negative views though? That's all
absolutely, those are negative views. And while I don't like this guy, I'm going to stand up for him, and he shouldn't be labeled with all of these things. It should say Nick Fuentes is a political pundit, live streamer, and whatever else. It literally just it throws in that he's a neo-Nazi and all this other shit, and it's like I don't need it. That's propaganda. That's where Wikipedia becomes propagandist to me.
How is that propaganda? It's actually. See, that's something I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know all those things.
Okay, that's fine, and you can. When I read it, to me, those are labels that I feel are negative towards him. They're negative towards him to the point where they become dismissive. I'm like, okay, I want to. What does this guy say? But instead of it, like he's known for hate speech. Like I don't even think that's, in my opinion, that's a dismissive. That's a dismissive term. I don't like it. It hurts free thought.
Have you actually done your own independent research on the guy?
No, I have no idea about him. Okay, if I go to Kanye West, they will edit this to say, okay, so here's one. Instead of saying that he's a neo-Nazi, which people would say, they say his artistic achievements have been frequently overshadowed by his controversial public persona. They should say that for the Nick Fuentes guy. Because it's true, and it's not as dismissive. Pardon me?
It's dismissive to can't understand why the language is there. It's just there to help us categorize his frame of mind. It doesn't, whether or not it cast judgment, it's like a usage.
No, it's not. So why is it that the Nick Fuentes guy gets labeled as a white supremacist and anti-Semitic, but Kanye West does not?
Because he's neither of those.
Who's to say that the Nick Fuentes guy is? Wait, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And
typically they'll write that in there, self-proclaimed. But that might, there's a difference between affiliated.
Kanye West created a Super Bowl ad that linked to a swastika site, a swastika shirt. What more do you want to be promoting Nazism than that? But they don't label him a...
What he's doing is he's using it as a tool to cause discord so that he can make money and stay relevant. He's having a midlife crisis. And he's just very, he wants the symbol to be seen as a more ancient symbol, but one that means peace before it was
No, he doesn't. He's not saying that this is... No, he doesn't. He doesn't say that this is how...
He doesn't have to outright say it.
Okay.
What do you think he doesn't have to outright say it. He is a poet. He's an artist.
I agree.
And
I agree with everything that you're saying. I'm saying that they...
It's dirty and ugly in order to, like I said, get himself, haters are going to make him famous. But at the end of the day, education is important.
Look.
And should really be simple, fucking... When he says that he doesn't like Jews, he's talking about, commercial Jews.
Look.
He's not talking about...
That's fine. He should be able to say that. I think that he shouldn't be labeled anything for saying that.
He's not a perfect man.
Look, we're not even talking on the same wavelength here. You're defending Kanye West.
He walks him around looking naked. And he used to make music about Jesus. Something is wrong here. I'm just trying to say that, listen, that's why he's called that shit, because people don't have understanding about this.
Artie, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not talking about Kanye West the man and Nick Fuentes the man. I'm saying that Wikipedia and the way that they're labeling to me is incorrect. I don't like that. I'm talking about Wikipedia. You're talking about Kanye West.
Sounds just fine to me so far, because I don't have any other information on this.
And that's fine. I didn't either. Somebody came in here and mentioned this person to me earlier, within the last 4 hours. And I go to their Wikipedia, and it's all these negative things. He's a this, he's a this, he's a this, he's a this, he's a this. And it makes me say, well, why is he being labeled all of these things? And I'm not even able to hear what he says. He should be just called a political pundit who has had some controversial public events or whatever. That's a fine way to say it. But when you label someone with all these isms and ists, I don't like that. Anyway, with Wikipedia, when they label someone a black supremacist or a white supremacist or someone as a misogynist, I just don't like that. I don't like those terms.
Yeah, those are, I mean, the ones that you just those are pretty heavy terms to even be used.
That's what I'm saying. They cause people to be dismissive of others, and I don't like it. I call them propaganda.
Well, okay, so like, what about the term misogynistic is a little bit too much. It could definitely be used, but the term sexist is a good replacement for it, right?
No, I don't think that either of those are good terms. If you have an issue with someone did, then talk about it, but you don't have to label them as something. Look, Audie, I don't even want to talk about this. This is not the conversation. Okay? Riser and I are talking about platforms. That's what we're talking about. That's what I want to talk about. If you
When you were talking about, and if you and Riser started talking about something else.
No, you're fine. You don't have to apologize. I don't want to get into these controversial topics because there's no way to really have it. They're arguments about words. What I'm saying is that you're allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to have an opinion. What I'm saying is no matter what it says on Wikipedia, you can't just go and change it. And I don't like that basically, or even see that this is considered contentious. Like, for instance, if they label someone as something, sometimes they'll put on there in Wikipedia by whom. And I think, okay, so it should say whatever groups want to label this person as that. It doesn't do that. Okay, here's one. If I look up Donald Trump's Wikipedia as President of the United States, it will say is an American politician, media personality, and businessman who is the 47th President of the United States. A member of the Republican Party, he served as the 45th President from 2017 to 2021. Why doesn't it go in there and say that he's a misogynist? Why doesn't it say in there that he's a convicted rapist or whatever that whole trial was? Why doesn't it label him these things, but it'll label Kanye West as somebody who's a controversial public figure? I don't understand why you have to say he's controversial. Just say what he's done and have those discussions. And I should calm myself down. You're not the one who wrote up these Wikipedias, Audie, but I get that. I'm saying that for some people, they want to label them with all these things, and other people they don't. Yet they want to say that they have a neutral tone, and I don't always understand it. Anyway, with that being said, Riser, back to the discussion that we were having. I do love that website that
Nick Fuente's character must be off the fucking rails. You have Kanye have a neutral Wikipedia
exactly
description, and then this guy is just actually being targeted.
Exactly.
I don't know what the fuck he said, but
I don't either, but I'm in agreement with you. Riser, you hit it perfectly. What did he say that's so bad that they're calling him misogynist and white supremacist and all this other stuff? What Kanye West said was what they don't label him those things, and what Donald Trump has, they don't have any of his bad shit in there, and it's just it's confusing to me. And when Wikipedia comes out and they're like, we have a neutral tone on these things, I don't find it that way. For the Nick Fuentes guy, it should be more neutral, and maybe it's because they don't want him to be neutral.
I feel fucking Pablo Escobar probably has a least offensive description.
You're exactly right, and that's a great example. If I go to Pablo Escobar, and I look he's a murderer, so what do they say? Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria, he was a Colombian drug lord, which is a positive thing. We're going to call him a drug lord, a narco-terrorist, okay, not that great, and politician who was the founder and leader of the Medellin cartel, dubbed the king of cocaine. That's a very positive thing to call him. Escobar was one of the wealthiest criminals in history, having amassed an estimated net worth of $30 billion by the end of his death, equivalent to $80 billion as of 2025, while his drug cartel monopolized the cocaine trade into the U.S. in the 1980s and the early 1990s. There's nothing in there about him being a misogynist or about killing people, killing hundreds of people. There's none of that. Abusing his animals, cheating on his wife. There's none of that. Okay, so then why do they disparage this other guy who the fuck knows what this guy said, but then they raise up this lifestyle? I don't understand it. Or if I look up Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner. George Washington was a slave owner. They don't say anything about that. They say he was an American founding father and the third president of the United States from 1801 to 1809. He was the primary author of the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson was the nation's first U.S. Secretary of State, yada, yada, yada. He was a leading proponent of democracy, republicanism, and natural rights, and he produced formulative documents on decisions on the state, national, and international levels. Okay, nothing about him raping slaves and having children with them. Nothing about him Sally Hemming. There's none of that. You'd think that he's like a great guy. So this guy literally owned people, and the other guy didn't do it. They don't call Thomas Jefferson a misogynist. They don't call him a white supremacist. How much more of a white supremacist can you be than be a slave owner?
That was very common at the time, but nothing greater.
It doesn't matter about being at the time.
Rabbi, you're Wikipedia.
I am.
How do you discern what is like slander and how do you actually go about forming these people's characters? What is fact and what's true?
Okay.
The Wikipedia's point of view.
Right. It's difficult to maintain a neutral tone. So wherever there's any contention, there should be a drop down, and you can read what other people have to say on the matter.
Okay, so implement multiple.
Well, exactly.
I don't think that's what that is.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying, is that instead of having this thing be set in stone that Thomas Jefferson was this great guy, I mean, and I think I make a really great point. What more of a white supremacist could you be than a slave owner? That's like the ultimate white supremacist thing to do. The other guy, the Nick Fuentes guy, he didn't own slaves. He might have said the N-word or something like that, or I don't know what he did. I don't even want to say that he did that. But yet he gets labeled with all this garbage at the beginning of his Wikipedia, when the guy who owned slaves and was like perhaps one of the ultimate white supremacy people, that the phrase white supremacy probably isn't even in Thomas Jefferson's Wikipedia page. And I don't understand it. So what would I do to avoid these things? There are just some labels that I would say we're not going to have that on the website. So like what? Narco-terrorist? Okay, what the fuck is that? I mean, you could say a narco, but throwing the word terrorist, okay, fine. What's another one? Misogynist? What's another one? White supremacist, black supremacist. These are just divisive things. You can say that somebody was perhaps very controversial during their time, but that doesn't mean they have to be labeled like this, in my opinion. It's dismissive of free speech. I don't like it. And if we are going to have a phrase on there, let's say a term that's not as divisive, like king of cocaine. There could be a drop down under there and have some people say this motherfucker was the king of cocaine. Here's all of the evidence of it, and then you could have the other side that says he wasn't the king of cocaine. There were all these other drug pins who were as big or bigger than he was. They do this in certain areas of Wikipedia. It's just not easy to see. If you actually delve into the edits on Wikipedia, there are giant fights that go on behind the scenes. And even if they were like, even if you couldn't read them all right there, just say how many arguments are in favor of one side versus how many arguments are in favor of the other side, like an upvote, downvote button, so that you know that, well, maybe a lot of people do agree that he's the king of cocaine, but there are a lot of people who disagree with that too.
Audie, did you want to chime in?
Who are you?
There you go. What?
It would be nice if they were more thorough. Because what they're doing already is, I just really like using it because I feel it's pretty neutral. I don't find a problem with what I'm reading because I'm able to see the language. And then like, yeah, I mean, I think I know that, slave owning is one of these celebration, but that's a whole, like, they just don't tell us, like, first of all, they don't even get explained, like, beginning of this country. So I think that that's just a larger issue that needs to be touched on first. It's probably not going to reflect in Wikipedia at this moment. But, like, if somebody called me far right, I wouldn't be upset with them. I would just feel that it's probably incorrect, and maybe you only heard what I could. But I wouldn't be offended by that.
It's a dismissive term.
To certain people, it's not dismissive to me. Liberal, or left-leaning, far-right, these things they can be dismissive if you're closed-minded. But to me, it just helps me categorize like this person's frame of mind. I'm gonna actually have to look at something that came from them that they produced.
Let's use Thomas Jefferson as our example. He owned slaves. He inseminated slaves. What more white supremacist is there than that? That's literally the most white supremacist thing anybody has ever done. He didn't consider black people to be a whole person. He considered them to be 3/5 a person.
No, yeah, I get that, but that's what I'm saying is that, that's like when we get talk about like the history of black race as individuals, they don't link it to like, hey, meanwhile, like these people that were teaching you are building that shit are also doing this. They just can't tell you that it's going on at that time, and I think that at the time that we're taught it, which is very young, because we want to start to learn, different subjects simultaneously, I don't necessarily think that it's proper to even really speak of slavery in the detail that we do, but that it's something that needs to be taught a little bit later, and that's when we can connect the dots on that and stop leaving that stuff out. Like, they teach American history in high school, but they start teaching these lessons like in middle school, and they teach them improperly. I definitely agree. But I think that the average person knows this and doesn't need to be taught it by Wikipedia. Nor does somebody who doesn't know it need to necessarily have access to all that information on just like a Google search. They might be using it for school.
Why do they label Nick Fuentes, who has never owned a person, a white supremacist, but they don't label Thomas Jefferson, who did own black people? Why don't they label him a white supremacist? In my opinion, you shouldn't use that term. That's a dismissive term. That's what I'm saying.
Why do they use Rabbi, somebody who's dead can't do anything with their views versus somebody who's alive?
That's okay. I'll go to a dead white supremacist from like the 1960s.
Like a white supremacist, even though they could be, I would put them like as like a slave owner. I would just plainly say that.
Okay, that's fine too. That's not as divisive as saying they're a white supremacist. Okay, so here's a guy. He died, James Ellison. He was an American white supremacist from San Antonio, Texas. He died in March of 2021. Why did they call this? This is his Wikipedia. It says James Dennis Ellison, June 18th, 1940 to March 2021. It doesn't give a date from when he died. He was an American white supremacist from San Antonio, Texas. This guy never owned a slave. Why do they call him a white supremacist, but they don't call Thomas Jefferson a white supremacist who literally owned black people?
But you can't own slaves right now, so you can still be somebody who, like, we can tell would have engaged with some very questionable activity, like treating somebody like beneath them or owning slaves, because yeah, I would say that you're a supremacist if you're going to treat like a different race like beneath you.
And Thomas Jefferson did. And Thomas Jefferson did. He literally had an entire field of people who he treated differently and wouldn't let them come in the house and made sure that they did all the work for him. That's his white supremacist.
Look, you know what I was just like, if I wanted to look up the term white supremacist on Wikipedia, I think it would be extremely helpful to have like those people listed. You know what I mean?
Then, if anything, I would say that these are alleged white supremacists. By whom? And then it should say who they say that they are. In my opinion, Wikipedia has a lot of power in society, and by just labeling somebody this, it's dismissive of their opinions.
That being said, on that note, I think that Kanye West should be labeled an alleged anti-Semitic and an alleged neo-Nazi.
I agree.
Even in the it says, it's, doesn't it say something like, it's like fucking telling you what they're calling him, but it leaves it where you can tell that the author using it like a story.
Okay,
It's not as straightforward.
I'm in agreement with you that it should say alleged, and with Kanye West. And frankly, going back to Kanye West's Wikipedia page, it should perhaps say something like, I think they should get rid of the phrase, although he is regarded as one of the greatest rappers of all time, his artistic achievements have been frequently overshadowed by his controversial public persona. Who cares about that? I can read about that at the bottom when they have all the other stuff there. It should just say he's regarded as one of the greatest rappers of all time. It's like they're bringing him down. It is. It is.
Wikipedia could disassociate themselves from any like responsibility of like administering that truth by just saying like, oh, Kanye West. Instead of saying like, oh, Kanye West is this, Kanye West is that. Like, Kanye West is commonly regarded as being this, but 70% of the people agree, 30% of the people don't agree, blah 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 blah. We're just kind of this fucking intermediary. It doesn't really inform, like, inject our own opinions. It's up for mostly the public to decide, but we're just this conveyor belt that's trying to give you the best information about it.
So there's a nice part of this where it says his achievements have been frequently overshadowed by his controversial public persona. If you click controversial public persona, it says views on Kanye West. I think they should have that for Donald Trump, which I think they do, but it doesn't include him in that, and Thomas Jefferson and this Nick Fuentes guy, and that's where you should put all that stuff. But aside from that, the Nick Fuentes' Wikipedia page should read something like, he is an American political pundit, activist, and live streamer who promotes controversial views. And then you can put the controversial views in there. Because he says homophobic and misogynistic and white supremacist. Like they just shit on this man. And while I don't agree with him on perhaps anything that he says, I don't want to take away his ability to see.
There's also like a lot of like nuance where like if you take what the words that they're saying are on like face value, it might mean one thing, but if you look at like what Kanye's saying on like a deeper level, it could mean a whole other thing, but that's not going to be interpreted if you're just looking at things word for word for word. Right?
I do. I understand that. All right. What'd you say?
When he talks about being a slave, and then he makes like he regularly makes fun of his own friends, like that are his. Like, he doesn't characterizes himself as an individual. So it's
whether he is or he isn't, Wikipedia should not promote him as one way or another. To me, that's libelous. So they should tell me about his start and about his mom and about his family and about his rap songs and then they can say his political views, but they shouldn't label him as one thing or another. That's all I'm saying. When you get into these labels, not you personally, but when Wikipedia gets into these labels, it gets very dismissive. And I don't like that. So what I'm saying is that you either use these labels appropriately and you call founding fathers white supremacists, or you don't call anybody a white supremacist. You can say that somebody had controversial views, and I'm okay with that. But you don't come out and just call somebody a black supremacist. Like if I read the Malcolm X Wikipedia, many people consider Malcolm X not just to be a black supremacist, but one of the biggest black supremacists of all time. So Malcolm X, born Malcolm Little, later El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, was an African-American revolutionary Muslim minister and human rights advocate who was a prominent figure during the civil rights movement until his assassination in 1965. A spokesman for the Nation of Islam until 1964, after which he left the movement. He was a vocal advocate of black empowerment and the promotion of Islam within the African American community. Many people have called that to be black supremacism. A controversial figure accused of preaching violence, Malcolm X is also a celebrated figure within African American and Muslim communities for his pursuit of racial justice. You know, they call a lot of people who preach violence terrorists. Why aren't they calling him a terrorist? Why don't they call him a black supremacist?
Okay, a terrorist would be different. You know.
He preached violence. He preached violence.
Not exactly, but that's getting closer. I mean, I would say that he was definitely a promoter of violence, no doubt. That's the whole point. That is like why. That's what he encouraged, the use of violence. But I don't think that he was a terrorist, because he wasn't encouraging the average person. He was encouraging those who had no other choice to fight violence with violence, because if you're getting fucking sprayed with a hose from a fire truck, maybe you shouldn't just only be peaceful anymore, because that is fucking insane.
I agree
That
with
is what he was saying.
Wait, I agree with you. And in the same way, I would defend Pablo Escobar and say, when American companies have raped your country and given your people no opportunity at a future, then you do everything within.
That's why he's a lord.
Okay, but they also call them a narco-terrorist, and I just don't think that's an appropriate term.
What do you think a narco-terrorist is?
A drug terrorist.
Accurate. Like, terrorist doesn't mean like flying planes in the building and blowing things up.
I don't like that term, period, because again, it is a very divisive term. And so I think it's appropriate.
A person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians.
That's what Malcolm X did. That's what Malcolm X did. And they don't use it with Malcolm X, and they don't use black supremacists for Malcolm X. But yet they'll use.
He was not a black supremacist.
He absolutely was. If you ask ChatGPT, at least.
Okay, if you ask ChatGPT, it's different.
Well, wait.
If I fucking ask ChatGPT a lot of shit, it's gonna fucking agree with me. I could tell it next time I ask you this question, respond like this, and that's what I'll do. It's not even. There's no thought process. It's a search engine. It's worse than Wikipedia.
It's not a search engine. It's a large language model.
I think, wasn't Malcolm X
right, but that doesn't mean that it's anything more than a fucking search engine. Because every time that I go back, fucking talk to these fucking things.
So
they don't want to remember why.
Here's what it says. Malcolm X is.
So who are they?
Malcolm X is often associated with black nationalism due to his early involvement with the Nation of Islam, an organization that promoted black self-reliance, empowerment, and at times racial separatism. During his time with the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X preached that white people were blue-eyed devils created by an evil scientist, a belief that aligned with the Nation of... I'm saying that
Those are people. Do you understand there's different terms for beings on this planet? There are people, and there are demons.
What I'm saying is that these terms, black supremacist and white supremacist, shouldn't be used in someone's Wikipedia page. They're too divisive. I even think terrorists shouldn't be used. It's too divisive.
At some point, you have to describe someone.
Okay, so let's take the guys who flew the planes into the towers. Instead of calling them terrorists, you could say just what they did. You don't even need. I mean, you could say that hijackers isn't a great term either, but you could just say they okay, let's use the term hijack the plane and crash them into the towers. But you don't necessarily need to refer to them as again.
They're anti-building us.
No, I don't like these terms. Anti, pro. Welcome. How are you, Frying Bag? Frying Bag, how are you?
Pro-demolition.
Perhaps. Frying Bag, how you living? What's good in your neck of the woods? Frying Bag, can you hear me? There you go.
Yo, dude, don't ask like a question to Audie. Like 6 people join, you're like, oh hey, how are you doing? What's your name? My name's Rabbi. How's your neck of the woods doing? And then they like leave immediately. Audie, you didn't even do that, dude. You didn't even say like, yo, what's up, Audie?
Dog, I've known Audie for like months. She's in here more. She's in here more than you are, Riser.
No, she can't be.
Oh,
That's impossible. I come in here every week.
Dude, Riser, Audie sleeps in here many nights.
Since when? I've been in here for months, man. You can't.
Dog, Audie was in here for like.
When?
Okay, Audie. I mean, you can look at the date that she. Here, I'll look at the date she joined, and she literally has been in here. Oh wait, she joined with a different account, but even still, with her original account, she was here. She's been here for like 3 months, maybe more.
That is like recruit rookie level.
But the thing is, she's in here for far longer than you are. Right, so she'll be in here for 16 hours tomorrow. She'll literally be in here from like now until 5 p.m. tomorrow, and then she'll leave for an hour and come back for another 7 hours. It's just you guys haven't had any overlap, but that's why I didn't say, "Hey, Audie, how you living?" All that, dude. Riser, Audie and I have played about 100 games of literati against each other. Like we like I know her pretty well.
Get out of town. Don't tell me that, Rabbi.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, she played bowling with Zoot earlier today. She knows Zoot.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, John. Yeah, Zoot is amazing. He means well. He's a little bit of a quack, but that's okay. He's Australian. It's okay. Everyone on Australia is a little bit of a quack. Where did Audie come from?
I sent her a direct message randomly, just with a bot in Twitter, and she came here.
Okay, well, welcome.
There you go.
Were you smoking weed earlier? Is that what I saw? What? Oh, hell yeah. I wish I could smoke weed, but I can't anymore.
Why not?
I think I smoke so many weeds that my lungs have holes in them, and it hurts my lungs a lot if I inhale smoke now. I don't know. I hate a lot. Yeah, there's too much weed. I've smoked all the weed, so it's okay. I do miss it a lot. That did make me feel happy. But That's fine.
Well, I hope I was able to answer your question. Why didn't you? How are things in your neck of the woods, and all that other stuff? Because she's here a lot.
Robert just doesn't want to hear because it was 7 hours. And then if he has to put me on, I'm gonna cry.
Rabbi is probably the kindest person.
Actually, we know a lady who's super nice. Her name is Miss Aquarius. Have you met Miss Aquarius?
Obviously. Everyone knows who Miss Aquarius is.
Okay. Well, if you know who Miss Aquarius is, I'm pretty shocked you didn't know who Audie is. Oh, wait. Audie. Wait, Audie had a different name, though. It was Audie Dusky.
So different.
And then she had some other name that was terrible, and I changed it to Audie just so people would call her by her name.
Is there any meaning behind that name?
Yeah, it's my name. It means me.
Like your actual birth name? That's just what you go by?
It's a nickname. It's very close.
Okay. I like it. I don't think I've ever heard a person named Audie in my entire life.
You've never heard anybody named Audie?
No, it's unorthodox.
I mean, it's definitely used, but it's not, it's only to be lucky.
It's a rare name. You should know that it's a rare name. I've never heard anyone named Audie in my entire life. So it's rare. From my point of view.
Oh, and Riser's not with 5 R's?
That was a graffiti tag, but now I go by Aries. I used to do like old graffiti, not Aries.
Riser, I'm going to use the restroom, and when I come back, I want to talk all about the William Montgomery show. Is that okay?
I actually have a very interesting question that I've never asked you before, but
okay,
yeah,
ask it to me now, and then I'll have my answer. So ask me the question now. I won't answer.
Okay. It was, have you ever been to Israel? Do you want to go to Israel? You know about the wall that all people pray at in Israel. Israel.
Absolutely. I'll answer that question in just a moment.
Still brainstorm. Yeah.
Sure. No, I don't need to brainstorm. I know my answer.
Yo, Audie. Audie the Shoddy. What's up?
I'm laying on the couch right now. Let myself fall like a sleep eventually.
You sleep in the car?
Yes, I do these things.
How's that?
All right. I had plans to travel to Israel in 2020, and
Shut up. Just wanted to say I hear you, audience. I heard
apologies.
your response. And I hope you get comfy sleep tonight in your car, wherever it's home. I hope you have a cat. I hope you have a cat. Oh, damn. Well, new cat will find you or something. Hopefully. Sorry, Rabbi.
No, you're fine. Apologies. I'm the one who interrupted you guys.
Michael,
I had anticipated traveling to Israel in 2020, and the pandemic put an end to that. I have plans when I go viral. It's certainly a place I'd like to be, and I'd like to retire there in a place called Sfat, Israel. I am someone who would like to not just go to the wall, but like to help rebuild the temple in Jerusalem in a peaceful way. And I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want anyone to die. But I'd like to see Solomon's temple rebuilt in my lifetime.
I saw you watching those YouTube videos before I joined the Discord and interrupted. It's still on the screen there. Like, how deep does the rabbit hole go for the Israeli or Jewish religion?
Well, I mean, we consider ourselves to be in year 5,785. So that's since the creation of the world. But really, if you talk to more open minded people, we recognize that the universe is approximately 13 billion years old. And we would like to see the temple rebuilt. We've been waiting for it to be rebuilt since about 70 of the Common Era. And my goal, I'd like to see it rebuilt by the 100th anniversary of Israel, this modern state of Israel. So that would be by the year 2048, specifically May 14th, 2048. But I don't control those things. Now, in terms of how deep does the rabbit hole go, it's as deep as human existence. Prior to Israel, we had Canaan. Prior to Canaan, we had early peoples in the Fertile Crescent. Prior to those people, we had the nomads that perhaps traveled from Africa. Before that, we had people perhaps in Central Africa who were tribal people even before becoming nomadic. And we've had the development of human evolution into prehistoric man, and then Homo erectus, and since Homo sapien, Homo erectus, and all the way back to where we have a common ancestor with mammals that we share with quite a few other mammals, including gorillas and tigers and dogs. So that's how we see it as scientific Jews. But there is a contingent that somewhat denies that. Not in a negative sense, but they think, okay, if the Bible says that the earth is 5,785 years old, that's exactly how old it is. But even their rabbis will say that the Bible wasn't written as a history book. And so the way that we both sides understand this to be is that early peoples did not have a way to define what a year was, or what a day was, or perhaps what a billion years were. And so before creation, we have essentially of the 7 days of creation, you can take each one of those to be 1 billion years or 2 billion years, and then eventually track human existence from the seventh day of Eden. But in reality, we're denying science if we don't think that the Earth is, or I should say, the universe is 13.2 billion years old. That's what the best scientific minds state. However, that doesn't mean that that type of mentality can't be merged with an idea that it's the year 5,785. And so many of us, I know both religious Jews who did this and non religious Jews, use a 2 calendar system. If you look on my phone right now, it says that it's, I don't even know what the date is, the Sunday, July 13th, but it's also the 17th of Tammuz, 5785. And I just have like 2 calendars going in my head all the time.
That's fascinating. Why is it so important to you with your religion?
It's my family's history, so it's a connection to me and what not just my family's been through, but my people's been through. And in the same way that you would have stories in your family, that's how I interpret religious documents.
Yeah, makes sense.
It would be like
Like,
if somebody had a diary of their grandparents. That's interesting. Well, if I follow my grandparents back far enough, that's the Bible. So that's my diary. And I'm not the only person. There are millions of people on earth who can connect themselves to the people of the Bible, both Jews and non Jews.
on Speak Gotti, yeah, like a
The concept of time beating up over time. But say you can't actually measure that it's sped up because you can't observe it, but you can observe it being slow. What would happen if time sped up? Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't understand what you're saying. Maybe Riser, can you elaborate, or do you not understand either?
You mean like the perception of time? Like as you get older, time seems to accelerate? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, some people say that, but like, more time, as time goes on, it will become quicker. And so, how is that possible? But I think that what you said is very important. You have to as the point of observation has had longer to observe it. You can't absorb more quickly. So time look the same, the longer that time has existed in reference to something that you're measuring, the quicker it produces. And that's how you know the time is speeding up, is because production.
I've heard that like the more you're alive, the faster time seems to go by because the amount of time that you're comparing a day to is like when you're young, a day only represents like a tiny fraction of your life, but as you grow older, that day represents like a shorter fraction of your life. But personally, I feel like 24 hours feels more or less. Maybe I'm not. I don't even know if that's what you're referring to.
Well, we're saying that is a good point to make. And I agree with what you're saying. Others say time is not short. For me, you have to say there are days where it feels like the day is dragging. If I look at the day, I can still fit a lot in. I can still get a lot done. But it felt like it was so small. And you're saying it's because I'm bigger. So I'm not an equation. I'm agreeing with her. I'm saying that the Bible says that the fucking time is supposed to speed up. It doesn't say that, but it says it. And I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like what he just said. But that's not just it, because it also works that way for the universe. Because it is producing at a quicker rate. And it did that from when it started. And so I don't understand how it doesn't say that. It says that time to God is different than time to us. And that's because that's how it works. I just told you. I need to shut up.
No, it's okay. Time is like a very ungraspable concept almost, and often regarded as an illusion. It's hard to wrap your mind around it. Whether or not it's speeding up, people think that we're ascending into a 5G universe with blah, 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 blah. I don't know what to believe personally, but I just roll along. Yeah.
There you go, Pim. Are you ready to talk about William Montgomery?
I don't want to embarrass you too hard in front of Audie here on my William Montgomery knowledge.
Oh, dog. Well, firstly, who's Tony Chin?
How do you not know who Tony Chin is? That's an embarrassing question right off the bat.
Oh, I know who he is.
There's the Tony Chin Orchestra.
Right.
Tony Chin Orchestra.
Right, but who's Tony Chin?
He's the Tony Chin Orchestra.
No, I know that, but who is he?
He's the guy that is the orchestra, like the conductor or something.
I know that. He says it at the beginning of every show. Any true William Montgomery show fan would know this. But who is he in real life? Or, like, who is he?
A musician. What do you want to know?
He's not. He's a made-up character inspired after Doug Benson randomly mentioned him.
Well, you're clearly reading some lore, copy and pasting it right off the Reddit.
That is true.
Dismissed. Not dismissed.
No, it's not dismissed. I just wanted to know if you knew who that was, and you obviously didn't. You would have said he's a made-up dude who.
You're free to go.
You would have said he's a made-up dude whom William has made a joke. All right. Did you watch the most recent William Montgomery? I mean, this wasn't supposed to be William Montgomery show trivia. I'm not done with it, so I think that would be unfair. But what I would want to talk about is how fucking boring it is.
How boring the William Montgomery show is?
Dog, they can't even get sponsors. They can't even get sponsors. They can't even get.
They can't get sponsors, bro. They don't need to clog the podcast up with that bullshit sponsorship. So let's listen to that crap.
I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised his show isn't bigger than it is.
I mean, you just said it's boring, right? So what side of the fence are you on?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of podcasts. A lot of Joe Rogan is boring, but he's got giant sponsors.
Does Joe Rogan even interrupt like halfway through to just like alpha brain crap deal? Or no?
Oh yeah, definitely. He's like the person who invented that shit. In fact, he's part owner in Alpha Brain.
He doesn't shill it every episode. Though.
No, I think he sold his share of it, but he still uses it. Doug, do you know who Brendan Schaub is?
No.
He's the most invited guest on Joe Rogan. He's the guy who does that. He's the fighter and the kid.
Do not start talking about that fighter and the kid.
Oh, it's the worst. Okay, so do you like Casey Rocket?
Yeah, I do. I don't think he's like. I have nothing against Casey Rocket.
Do you think he's a good sidekick?
I think he's the perfect sidekick.
I agree with you. He's the perfect sidekick. That's the word. He's not just good, he's perfect. What do you think of Erica?
When she occasionally chimes in like 4 times an episode.
That's kind of a lot.
Totally. It's like an allowable amount. Considering she's faceless. It's interesting that she's faceless.
It is, and I don't understand that. I think she doesn't want to be on camera, but also William Montgomery doesn't want her on camera because people will just shit all over her. No matter if she's beautiful or she's not. She'll become like a meme.
Didn't they like show her face for like a blurry 2 seconds?
Yeah, when William Montgomery painted his toes rainbow colors and he like showed them to the camera, she was on there for like one screen share or whatever, one screenshot.
Okay, well, I like that Erica has a good sense of humor, and she often kind of leads to these bigger riffs. I appreciate Erica being on that.
Do you know how I think it could be much more successful?
They incorporated a search function into their app.
I love it. Okay, so they do it from the Austin podcast studios. You know what I mean? They like rent it for like an hour or two. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I absolutely do, because I am an actual William Montgomery fan. I'm like this Kill Tony, freaking whatever the hell he thinks he is, the guy that I'm talking to.
Okay, well, they have to pay a lot of money to do that. And I was hearing them in one of their recent episodes, which you would know if you were a true fan. They said, like, the podcast doesn't make any money. In fact, it barely scrapes by.
Coming straight from the mouth from the spout of an imposter, everyone.
You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. And he mentions it like 1,000 times an episode.
I mean, what do you expect William to do? Like, film the podcast in his, trailer?
Wherever he lives, he should just do it from there. They would save a lot of money that way. Have you ever seen Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast?
Is that Shane Gillis?
Yeah. And it has like 700,000 people on YouTube, and it has a Patreon that pays like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and they just do it from like they did it from like Shane Gillis's parents' basement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a podcast, like, it's probably one of, like, the lowest budget, like, forms of media that you can have. Literally, a microphone and an environment that could literally be any room with a couch,
Exactly.
anywhere.
Exactly.
Like,
that's all they
it doesn't
need.
matter.
That's all they
I don't
need.
know, yeah, paying for a studio is pretty avant-garde, but it has a green screen, but obviously
you could
save the money that you're spending and just buy a green screen. So
the green screen's $10, and you're exactly right. I don't understand why they don't just take a wall of one of their apartments and just like put 2 chairs in front of it, and then a green screen behind there, and then just film it or whatever. I mean, that's literally what Matt and Shane's secret podcast is, except instead of having a green screen, they have an American flag. I mean, since they've gotten bigger, they've bougied up a little bit, but back in the day, that's all it was. They just had a round table, and they would just sit there and talk about shit, and it was very entertaining. And they had guests. They had like Louis C.K. and some other people. Like, they had big guests, and that's all they had to do. I don't understand why William Montgomery pays all this money to the Austin Podcast Studio Company to, well, and I heard this as well, and this is what triggered it in my mind. They were like, yeah, we were making more money, but then we added a camera, and that costs more money. We have to, for us to rent it. And it's like, dude, why would you not just do this in your apartment and have a wall and however many cameras you want, and then just record it and then put it out? I don't understand why they think their production value is so great. It's literally just them in front of a green screen. You can put whatever you want behind them. I don't get it. I mean, let me say this. There are some stipulations where people live sometimes. Like, even this wouldn't really probably be in an apartment complex. Like, for instance, Brendan Schaub couldn't have the Fighter and the Kid podcast at his house because his homeowners association says that you can't run a business from the house. Okay, that's different. An apartment complex isn't going to say that. You can work from home from an apartment complex. And so I would just imagine that you just put a screen in front of your wall, and William Montgomery, even if the homeowners association did say that, he just wouldn't abide by it. He would just be like, okay, whatever. It's just like we're taping or recording Friends in our house, and we're just, putting it out to the internet. You're allowed to do that. Anyway, he does this thing at the Austin Podcast Studios, which is expensive. I think it's like each time they do it, I've heard other podcasters say it's anywhere between $700 and $1,000 at least every single time you do that. And I don't know. I just don't understand why they have to do it there. I feel like it's a much more William Montgomery way to just do it in front of a wall and with a green screen. Have Casey Rocket come over. They get high or whatever the fuck they want to do. Have Erica there doing whatever she wants to do. She doesn't have to be on camera. Have your producer there who's manning the cameras and just do it. I mean, I'm just trying to say, like, these guys.
Yeah, like David Lucas does his podcast, like literally fishing.
Have you seen it? I actually love it. I actually fucking love it. I hate David Lucas, but I fucking love his podcast. I don't watch it a lot.
David Lucas, I disagree with your assertion that like he doesn't have original material and he does like the same jokes every 2 seconds. Maybe he's not like fucking Charlie pulling the shed or whatever, but I fuck with him.
Have you ever seen that one guy who does it in a tent and he just has he has a big podcast?
Yeah, I mean, William could literally do a podcast in a goddamn $10 Walmart.
That's a better thing that I would expect him to do. There's this one guy though. He's like, I forget his name. He had David Lucas on his podcast, and he told David Lucas he was going to pay him $10,000 to be on the podcast, and then just didn't pay him. But it was like a joke. He wasn't like serious about it, and David was pissed. Anyway, they just do it inside a white tent, just like that's all you need. Well, anyway, with David Lucas's podcast, I think it's very creative of him to do the fishing podcast. It's different than what anybody else does, which I think is cool. I mean, I've only seen one of them. Do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? He's like this guy from San Diego who does this character from like New Jersey that got really popular. He's only been on Kill Tony one time, but he like everybody really liked him. He was very similar to Andrew Dice Clay back in the day, and people just really liked that kind of comedy. And so David had him on his podcast, and he did the first half of the podcast in character, and the second half of the podcast he did as himself. And he was just like, it was just them hanging out, fishing. But that to me was a really, I've never seen a podcast like that. I think it's a really cool way to do it. Now, I could see William doing the same thing with whatever he wants to do, but I don't know. I just don't look. William Montgomery does a podcast, about once a week, right?
Every Wednesday. How the fuck do you know?
Well, sometimes he has to miss. Right. Any true William Montgomery fan would know that. But they'll do. Well, what they do though is they bank episodes. So what I'm saying is, if it's $1,000 to rent that studio every time, that's $52,000 a year that they could be saving by just doing it at his house. In fact, you could literally rent an entire apartment easily for $52,000 a year, and just, you know what I mean? Like,
I think William is like just he's busy drowning in the cameo money to consider $1,000 paycheck as an obstacle.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Like, yeah, I mean, even if he makes $500,000 or $1 million off of cameos, like that's $50,000. So enough for one favor. Especially when you can do it for literally free outside. But in like same quality. It's not like you're sacrificing quality. There's people in like the subway that do interviews and get millions of views. And they have like little microphones attached to like bus cards or like some little like metro cards. It's doable.
Okay, so
low budget podcast.
So here's why he does it, and this actually becomes really smart. It's not $1,000; it's like $300, and they edit it all for you. And
like a producer grant. It seems weird that the studio would edit for you. That's like renting a studio as a rap artist and they mix it for you.
That's true. I don't know. When I just heard that William Montgomery's podcast wasn't making any money or barely breaking even, I just thought this should be a really big podcast. He's a really popular person. He's on the largest live podcast in the world every Monday. Look who the fuck it is.
Go back to where you came from. Go fucking go hunt the kangaroo.
Right.
I'll send you some kangaroo, man, if you want.
Yeah, I've heard people that have tried that. Do you see them hopping around? They're like fucking squirrels. Right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. You go up and pet them? Or are you leaving your ass
Fuck yeah. Riser, you know that Zoot and I...
We're already in the game, dude. You just have to invite already.
We've been playing the oldest game in Roommate.
That's true. I bet you Riser would never guess it. It's the family of oldest games in the world, according to Wikipedia.
It's on Play-Doh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Not checkers. Zoot, tell him. No.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
in the future, with all the input I put into the stream and all the times that come in the stream, will people be able to measure my IQ just based off every conversation we've had?
Yes. Come on, baby. Dude, they had a guy from Newfoundland on Kill Tony this last week, and he wasn't that bad, but he came out and he was like, I'm so bad. And he even apologized in like an Instagram post. And it was like, dude, you weren't that bad. Dude, Riser, that was a great shot, Riser.
What did Murphy say?
He owns the only comedy club in Newfoundland, and Riser, you never make that mistake. And he owns the only comedy club, the oldest comedy club, or the only comedy club, I think. I could be wrong on that. But he owns a comedy club in Newfoundland. And he went up and did his stand-up, and it wasn't very good. But it wasn't... Oh, what the fuck is that shit?
Time's gonna run out.
Do you like that conch shell?
Amen.
Do you like that conch shell? Do you like it? It looks like a vagina, doesn't it? Dude, I specially bought that.
You're too late. But you paid money.
Yeah, well, no, I didn't pay money for it, but I used the in-game currency. It cost me 150 tokens.
Doing in-game currency, you can get fucking Play-Doh coins.
Fuck yeah, dude! You get different kinds of bowling balls and different kinds of skee balls. When I play with Zoot, Zoot, you're just playing so badly. When I play with, what the fuck?
Oh, sorry, water.
You don't have the balls.
No.
Why would you do such a stupid thing?
I was gonna fucking swing under the water.
Why would you do such a stupid thing?
Hey, brother, how do you feel that Bitcoin's at 107 million and you gambled by Bitcoin on leverage?
It doesn't matter.
Now you could get me.
Do you think about something?
No, I literally don't care. I'm not like not uptight about it. Doesn't matter. I get why like a feeble mind would be upset about losing $1 million, but geez, nothing. Rabbi's gonna make me a trillionaire, so.
Word, dog.
Roz, do you have a job yet?
Yeah, I do. I make thumbnails for YouTube videos, and I travel the world, painting murals, and I almost secured my first mural gig. I also am Bonnie Blue's agent.
Zoot, what number is Bonnie Blue?
5.
Good for her.
It needs to be 1.
Well, you're doing everything
She's
you.
worked too hard.
Oh, fuck. I fucked up.
Name a woman on earth that's worked harder than my foot.
Your mom? I don't mean that in a funny way. I mean that, like, your mom has worked harder than Bonnie Blue has.
Yeah, she works in childcare. I've worked more in corporate sex work.
There you go.
I'm not saying sex work's not important, but
Yeah, and I came out and said, like, your mom, like, in a mean way. I didn't mean it like that. I meant, like, anybody's mom. Anybody who has been a mother has worked harder than that woman.
yeah, of course. It's like, I'm not saying that. I wasn't implying that sex work is important work. I wasn't implying that either. I'm just saying that there's a lot of sex workers that work harder than most people.
Well, I think Bonnie Blue, she's hustling. Good for her. She's got that dog in her.
This is the hole that defines whether or not you're going to succeed in life. These kinds of moments. No!
What was that?
I feel like Bonnie Blue had a lot of influence from her ex-husband that's kind of taken her on to grow up. You think Bonnie Blue's mom?
Yes.
I mean, she's never going to. She's going to have a hard time ever having a child.
Zoot, that was a great shot. Why is she going to have a hard time having a child?
Could you imagine going to school and telling people you're Bonnie Blue's child?
Dog, Kim Kardashian's kids have no problem telling their friends that their mom is Kim Kardashian. And what Kim Kardashian did in 2005 or 2008 or whatever was more taboo than what Bonnie Blue is doing. Because she made, like, arguably, like, only the second biggest sex tape of all time. And a lot of people do OnlyFans and all that other bullshit that Bonnie Blue's doing.
This goes down, I'm going to be cheese.
Riser,
Absolute.
I want your shot to go in.
Whatever we just witnessed was so.
I'm so glad Zoot's here. I mean, I'm glad Riser's here too, but Zoot
doesn't even get into about 1 point in this game. Crazy.
Dude, you should see Zoot and I play darts. It gets intense.
Is that the one games he knows how to play?
Yeah, he's very good at it.
Is it just pure luck?
No, it's a lot of skill, and he's very good at it. Oh, what a great shot. Alrighty. 3 players, 5 holes. Zoot and Riser. Let's have Riser go first. Oh, I'm going first. Whoa.
Crazy how that works.
It is random how that works.
Most like it's rigged in your favor. You're into the water, dude.
What a great shot I had.
Okay, everyone. Rabbi, is this a true statement? Right?
Is what
everyone has the same IQ in this league.
No.
Well,
Kidding. Because you're just not conscious, but you still have the same IQ, is what you normally do, but not everybody has the same IQ.
I mean, everyone's cognitive abilities are the same in this league,
Maybe their performance or their utilization of their IQ is the same, but that doesn't necessarily we all have the same IQs. Oh, fuck you.
What a
Zoot, that was a great shot, big man.
I completely fucked over on this.
Riser's going to get 0 points.
But everyone's cognitive ability would be about the same when they're dreaming, because there's no rules in dreams.
Now, dreaming is a reflection of your subconscious, and which is like offshoot of your fucking conscious.
Yeah, but there's no rules when you dream.
Riser, Zoot just fucked me. Fuck.
Alright, let me ask you a question further. Are the rules of physics the same during a dream?
No, they're not. Don't go in. Don't go in. Don't go in. Don't go in.
What a great shot. What a great shot I just had. Great shot. Riser, you know that was a great shot. How does Riser... This is my best hole. I've beaten Zoot on this hole when we play 1v1 like 65 times in a row.
Have you ever had a dream so real that you thought it was like a memory?
Yeah.
I mean, it tricks me every night almost into thinking it's real. Is that the purpose of dreams?
I mean, have you ever had a...
Zoot, you had a great shot.
Okay, sure. Have you ever had a dream when you break gravity?
What do you mean break through gravity?
intense gravity. Like intense, and break through and go into the dimensions.
No, I can't say that.
I have. I know what you're talking about. Like basically, there's something that you want to do in the dream, but you can't. You're prevented. Whether it's walking or talking or doing something. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you break through gravity. It's like lucid dreaming with break through the gravity. You break through like lucid dreaming, and it feels like you break through, and you can feel gravity in your brain. Right? For the most dream, you can't. When you wake up in most dreams, you're just like, holy shit, like that doesn't feel real because I couldn't sense any sense of gravity when you wake up. Like when I dream, I wake up and it's like, yeah, that was a dream. To the memory of the dream is like very low gravity.
Riser could have a Newfie shot right now. That's not it. That's a terrible shot. Dude, fuck yourself. Fuck you, man. Come on,
Like,
Zoot.
I know I'm not dreaming right now because the way I dream might be different from the way you dream, but in my dreams there's a low sense of gravity. But when I'm awake, I feel gravity. But when I'm sleeping, I don't feel the sense of gravity.
I still feel like regular gravity most of the time when I'm dreaming. Like the odd time I'll be able to fly around, like very rarely I'll be able to fly around in zero gravity. Or I'll be able to like do 360s skiing, but most of the time gravity feels the same to me as regular Earth.
Here's the thing, gravity when you every dream, gravity doesn't exist in any dream.
I mean, it's your perception of gravity, right?
Yeah.
Dude, please fucking make this next shot.
Shut the fuck up, Riser.
I'm gonna make my shot, and it's gonna go straight in the hole right ahead of Rabbi's ball, so now you just need to not do the shot that you just did. Then I can win the hole.
Big shot for Riser. Or big shot, well, yeah, for Riser. Oh, no.
Oh, that was a good shot. Interesting approach. Psychology of food is fascinating sometimes. Right. Put the nail in the fucking coffin.
Shut the fuck up.
Too hard.
Missed it.
Way too hard. Way too hard.
He missed it, but he fucked me.
How do you miss that shot?
Fuck.
Oh, I won.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
How would you send out emails to every single person in the world?
It's really difficult to do using modern systems. Generally because of spam limitations. So you would need
to... Wait, I have an idea. Yo, is text message? I get these random fucking text messages all the time to myself. Is there any fucking filter on the text message shit? You just mass spam the shit out of people's texts.
Yeah, they do. They have there's a setting on your phone that says filter low quality texts. Riser, you have an invitation.
You get a high quality text, dude. Like, I still get crap that's like phishing me, like literally trying to fish my bank account and saying that I like speeding and have to take a ticket when I don't have a car and like all this shit. Big money. Shit.
I get all of those over.
Dude, that was a great shot. Dude, that was a great shot.
I got the Coinbase one. In my email, I get like, I get email or my Instagrams like we have $20,000 worth of USD Tether.
Oh, what the fuck? Zoot tried to fuck me. You know how. Oh, I have to mute you, Zoot. Why did you do that? Either of you. Oh, what a shot. That's a great shot.
My aura is radiating.
YouTube's getting rid of its trending page. It's going to have charts. It's going to have charts instead.
What page is it getting rid of?
Trending. Look how good this shot was. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Get it. Riser, you just gave Zoot a perfect shot at the hole. Hit my ball, baby. Oh, fuck.
And water.
You're going to hit the thing. Oh, Riser. What are you doing, Zoot? Zoot, what in the fuck are you doing? Zoot, what are you doing?
They still gotta fuck it up.
Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot, do you know that there's a hole on the left side?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't understand you, Zoot, sometimes.
ADHD.
Zoot, you can't just say that.
I have a diagnosis for ADHD.
What did he say? I didn't even hear it. Was it offensive?
No, I said I have a diagnosis for ADHD.
No, before that. Rabbi say you can't just fucking say that.
Zoot thinks ADHD makes you dumb, and it doesn't.
ADHD doesn't make you dumb.
Well, you do dumb stuff, and when I say, why did you do that? You say ADHD. Oh, fuck. Riser, your hatred of me is more important than you winning. How'd you like that shot, baby?
I should have taken it.
My ADHD makes me forget that we're playing a game sometimes and I just do dumb shit.
Okay, I can live with that.
Well, it's not ADHD, it's ADHD high, which is a subset of ADHD. Okay. It's the same thing, right?
Are you
I
gonna?
don't have the hyperactive stuff, but I kind of forgot to tell them that I go run around in circles outside and listen to music sometimes for no reason. And like my brain functions like, yeah, like there's a lot of things that I kind of just forgot about when I was doing the ADHD test this day. But I pretty much. I had all this in ADHD as a child, but only one symptom of ADHD as an adult, but I lied and actually was
that. Now it's ADHD. First it was I work at fucking finance capital Australia. Next was I fucking install solar panels at Bonnie Blue's house. What the fuck is this, dude?
Oh, Riser, you're funny.
Yeah, ADHD. You can have ADHD and Tourette's.
Does that explain why you suck so bad at this mini golf game? So you beat me there. We're actually tied right now, too, so congratulations.
This hole is 3 points.
It's actually bullshit and it should be removed from the game. Luckily, I have a new strategy to fuck over that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fuck me over.
Oh, what a fucking shot. Oh, if I just gave it a little more juice, you would have been so screwed.
Don't bother me. She said, there's a million guys that would want to look like you. There's no fucking man in the world that would want to be living inside your head.
I don't know. That's like sad, kind of.
Super sad. Look how sick the shot is. Did you see that? Boys, did you see that? I just had a perfect game. I just had a perfect game. I just had a perfect game. Riser lost to Zoot. Riser lost to Zoot.
Yeah, he fucking blocked my ball and he fucking doesn't know how to play the game.
I just had a perfect game, gentlemen.
Well deserved.
Thank you. I played it
Is there a
perfectly.
game that involves like actual skill that we can all play in here?
Yeah, it's called mini golf. Look how sick this shot is. Zoot, did you know that Riser didn't know who Audie was?
I didn't know.
Who Audie was? Like, she's here all the time, but Riser didn't know who she was. Oh, that was a terrible shot, Zoot. You didn't have... You,
Maybe again, but this first got caught.
does he drive? Yeah. He drives a lawnmower.
I feel like I'm a real one.
You're not even close.
Why not?
Okay, let's start. Were you an All-American football player?
No.
Did you meet the president?
No. I didn't meet the president, but I met the president's son once. On Telegram. Cool.
You may have met the president's son on Telegram. I don't remember that part of Forrest Gump where he meets the president's son on Telegram.
Rabbi, did you really just try and steal my tactic? You really just tried to steal my own text.
Thank you, Zoo.
No, don't. Hurry up.
Riser.
Threading the needle here, folks. Okay. I just need to rely on you to screw over Rabbi. Let's see if you can do it.
Alright, this was real life version of Brandon Show.
Word.
I mean, it's not.
Get me in the hole. Oh.
I can't remember the movie that well, but it's possible that you could analyze Truman into being in a psychosis.
Yeah, you could.
No, it's pretty rational, the emotion is feeling based on circumstances.
What are your guys' thoughts on this shot?
But where the hole is on this one is, it's like, hey, It's pretty average.
Shot that will be
That shot sucks. That shot sucks, dude. That's as good as going in the water, Riser. Don't hit his ball, Zoot. Don't hit his ball, Zoot. Fuck. You needed Zoot's help. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water.
I actually want the best position on anyone.
That is bullshit.
How'd you like that, baby?
People in history could see their best shot and vomiting onto their own one of the, followed by my sexy fucking beautiful shot. I was like, Alba in the 90s here, sexy.
Sorry, she wasn't even that sexy. In the 90s, she was just like a high school chick.
Pretty attractive to their high schoolers at that time.
Hilarious. I learned a secret on this hole that is such a dick move.
Well, no, she was 18 years older than Auntie Marty. Predatory. It's not predatory to say that they're scrapping. She was 18 in the 90s. Like I was 3 years old when she was 18. Just 15 years older than me.
Dude, Riser, you just fucked it.
I gave you a hole in one.
Oh, I fucked up.
In the water. Right in the water. One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Fuck. Hit his ball.
Hello. Excuse me. Hello. There we go. Dude, break that shot for me.
Oh, I didn't realize Riser and I were tied.
I think you're losing based on that shot right there.
Don't go.
I honestly am really bad at this hole. Oh, my finger literally slipped. That was bullshit. Gave your chance. No.
Hit my ball, Zoot.
Watch his ball. Good. Good.
Zoot, you fucked me.
Oh, yes. What a shot. Make it, dude. Make it. Way too hard. You've been playing this game for like years. That should never happen.
It all comes down to this. I need the comeback of the century.
It's gonna be one of those bullshit. Oh, okay, good. I know the dickest move on this hole. You want to see it?
Yeah. I think that was pretty smart.
Some would say it's by accident.
Oh, fuck.
Then the people can, then everyone will just start guessing at the hole, like, it's impossible for you to get it in, so it actually backfires. Like, if Zoom were to be correct right there, then I get to go for this hole, so it's really kind of team. He is the one.
I know where it is.
If you guys are right, Zoom, you don't know where it is. You have no idea. Fuck off.
Where it is now.
Fuck off, bro. Dude, no. Don't knock his ball away.
Welcome to the
Always been there and you do me like that. Oh my god, that's the worst possible.
I didn't realize my score is like.
I won because you got it in first. 2 wins in a row.
Dog, I haven't lost. I have 4 wins in a row.
That kind of is worth like the most dick move.
That's a dick move, man. That's a dick move.
You can go the other way. Suits turn up at the golf course.
Zoot, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, it's your turn. Zoot! Thanks, big dog. You're the man.
How the fuck do we do that?
And you fucked him. You fucked him badly.
Hold it right up.
Gentlemen, do you know what it's like to be all the way down where my ball is versus where you guys aren't even like off the tee. Get it, Zoot. Oh, Zoot, you could have a best shot. If you hit it off the corner of the far like square. No, not that. That would be terrible. Riser, do you think you're going to score on this hole?
I mean, I'm playing against you, so yeah.
That was a good shot. You want to see a very good shot? Look at this. I'm going to bounce it off of this fucking thing. Oh, fuck.
Horrible. You actually allowed me to get it in on the next shot.
No, you're not going to get it in on this shot.
I will. I will. Watch this shot.
I'm watching, dog. I'm watching. I'm watching.
Get in. Drop. Oh, my Lord. Okay.
That was a little too close for comfort, son.
Everyone here can acknowledge that was probably one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
That didn't go in the hole. I'm in agreement. That was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen that did not go in the hole. That was a really good shot, Riser. Make it, Zoot. Oh, make it. Oh, make it. Oh, that almost did. That would have been amazing.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
what IQ do you think my mental capacity is?
69.
I did it. Rather, what age do you think my mental capacity is?
11?
You hear it?
I don't know what that question means, but you're going to assume, yeah. 11.
When I saw Triatric, I was at 12. Like, yeah.
Why would they tell you that? Like, by the way, you're an 11-year-old. You're 12-year-old.
They really said that you were 12?
No.
You're still going to miss this, but I want you to make it.
There is no way Zoot misses this shot.
Oh, he finds a way. Look how close this shot gets into this one.
Zoot, put him out of his misery, son. Show him that he has the intelligence of an 11-year-old. Nice job, Zoot. High five.
Did you listen to the new Justin Bieber album?
Oh, dog, he's all about it.
How do you know?
What do you mean, how do I know? How do you not know that Justin Bieber got
How did you know that, like, I was looking at that album for like 3 hours?
talked about for 2 hours? How's there even 2 hours of discussion to be had about that?
No. It was Zoot saying, did you know that Justin Bieber's launching an album? And I was like, no. And he's like, well, he is. And I'm like, what's the name of it? And he's like, what's it called? Spud or something? Swag. And then I was like, oh, are you going to buy it? He's like, no, I'm going to do what everybody does. I'm going to listen to it on YouTube. And then it was like, it came out and I was like, how was it? And he was like, it was interesting. Like it was, I don't know what he said. It wasn't avant-garde, but he said something like along those lines. And that's the entirety of the discussion that we had about it.
Yeah, it's different. It wasn't what I was expecting.
That's what he said. It was different. It wasn't what he was expecting. Oh. That was a great shot.
I feel like people are going to be very, very mixed on the album. It's like unique. Did you like it?
4 of the songs were meaningless interludes, so didn't need to be there. Nice shot, not going into black.
Oh, for sure, dog. Bye-bye.
Oh, if you knocked in the thing, 3 songs are good. Basically, it's like Michael Jackson type R&B beat, which is cool and unexpected stuff.
But the interludes were kind of funny.
Yeah, they were like trolls on them.
No way.
I did feel like some of the songs were too short.
Yeah, one, like Zuma House could have been, it was actually probably like the most emotional song. They could have like actually turned it into a real song, like a minute long clip. That sounds like a leak.
Purpose is Justin Bieber's best album, right?
What about Yummy?
That's not an album.
Oh, all right.
It's claiming that you're the number one Justin Bieber fan.
That's not Justice. You only got Justice. Justice has like 2 good songs. Pictures is the only fucking song I can remember of Justice. Like, I they always wanted to be black.
I don't know about that,
But then the interlude on the fucking album where it's kind of like, it implies that he wishes he was black. In his last album, he had Martin Luther King. Was it Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? Fucking interludes all over the place.
I didn't listen to those, but what did he say on the most recent album that makes you think that he wants to be black? Nice shot, Rabbi. Try and get it around the water.
I can't remember the name of the person, but it was an interlude of someone saying, "This feels like real soulful black. I'm sure you're not just a little bit black."
Stop. No, not water. Amazingness. Riser, do you think Hailey Bieber is attractive? What a shot.
Considering he has a net worth of like $500 billion fucking dollars, she's like a 5 out of 10. And it upsets me that the pride and ego is so high.
Isn't she richer than him? Or isn't she richer than he?
What does she do?
She just
do? Fucking walk around?
No, she just sold a makeup company for over $1 billion, dog. It was like 800 million cash, and if it does well, it's going to be another 200 million or something.
I'll tell you something. She's not ugly.
She did basically no work, and all the work was done for her.
Riser, how many games in a row have you won?
Like 6 now, right?
No, you lost that game.
I'm pretty sure I won.
I've won 6 games in a row.
I've won that 6 in a row.
You're going with someone who has Zoots.
This is a hole that, like, really, like you guys are clearly on the stuff. That's why you're on that side of the hole. But we're not really good at the game. Like, right in the middle there is usually what you want to aim for. A nice second shot to get in. And if you're really bad at the game, what you'll normally do is get, like, 2 shots that are, like, right where you started. Where you land. And that's what happens.
Dude, that was a really good shot.
Get in. Sometimes, if I had like a little more power, I would have been important. Oh, no, man. I need you to think that you can bank it off my ball, you can bank it off the turkey, you can bank it off the chickens, you can bank it off the barn. Way too hard. That's
Way too hard.
Excessive amount of power. You have to go 100%. Yeah, maybe.
Way too hard. Way too hard. Way too hard. Way too hard.
You're gonna have to put more down on the power.
What a shot. Zoot, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
I actually think that was a 10.
That was definitely a 10. That was amazing, Zoot.
Whenever I make this shot, I'm gonna actually.
I think we should look that screenshot so that, like, we should capture that shot and put it out there. One of the proudest moments I've had.
Maybe inspired some younger generations start and then you go.
He becomes
This
the.
is the Rush. We're from the Rush was. Like, you don't understand how bad my show was.
This one's hard because you really have to wrap it around. That was not a lot of room for error. You don't want to be short where you are. That's garbage. So it's just unplayable garbage. You don't want to shoot backwards from the unplayable garbage. That's just even more garbage.
I would just help Rabbi if I did that. So I'm just going to do this.
That was good.
Backwards.
Rabbi is in the best position out of anyone here. Why the fuck did you do that? It didn't really do much to impact me, but it's just annoying.
Oh.
Thank you, dude. Now I have to knock your fucking the wall. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, thank you, dude.
Oh, I'm still in front of both of you, though.
Think it.
Rabbi's on 0. Rabbi's on 0.
Oh, I thought you.
No, it's not fun. Alright.
Imagine if you got him 0. Has that ever happened? I doubt it.
No. No, because I'm amazing.
That would be unreal.
I'm saying you get 0. You've gone 0 against me before.
Never. Not in a million years, Zoo. Did I ever
Never
not?
literally happened ever.
Where's,
I mean,
where's,
I think there was a time where you go, yeah, I think you did. I got 4 and you got 0.
no, that never happened.
Maybe it was 1 point. Maybe you got 1.
Okay, well, that's not 0. Dude, that was a great shot.
Nope. Hungry Clark really was.
Oh, no. Come on.
The West Side Pimp.
I mean, there was a time where we both got like 1 point each, though.
Zoo is just making up stories.
Did we have a game where we both scored 5 points?
Yeah, we have done that.
This may look a little weird, but
Oh, that was fucking amazing. That was amazing.
Rosa, have you ever taken a pizza?
taking a what?
IQ test.
Oh, IQ test. Yeah, I think mine was like 168, but they're like yeah, you're too smart.
Hey, that's kind of bullshit, but okay.
When I took it, they needed to add another digit.
You're both bullshit.
I took one and I got a 161 when I was in 7th grade.
I think you can Mensa. Show me your Mensa certificate.
Okay, I will.
That is the extra shuffle.
Yeah. 100%.
If you're a Mensa, why do you just get stabbed on by being good on this goal?
Because Mensa doesn't calculate mini golf score.
In the game, especially when you don't play it 9 hours a day. You're just guessing on a percentage.
I always do it. I never look at the percentage. I always do it by touch.
What the fuck is the advantage of being in Mensa? If you're on a culture, being in Mensa, there's just like, nothing.
There isn't. It's like $130 a year to just be able to say that you're in Mensa.
Yeah, what's the fucking point of that?
You get to sit in discussions with like extremely bright people.
You mean are there like meetings? No. Well, like sure, but not like in a traditional think tank sense.
Okay. Look, anyone who just studies like an IQ test over and over and over again, it's still really fucking fun. IQ test. If you understand how the IQ test works, you can score high and stuff. Like, if you just sat there for a whole year, you did nothing, like next 6 months, you can score 39 IQ test, you can score really good. If you don't study at all, don't study, and have no academic ability, just you're going to score really, really fucking low. Doesn't manage to get, just means have an ability to concentrate.
He's testing certain parts of your brain for certain skill, like pattern recognition and match. But
yeah, but I could score extremely low one day and extremely high the next day.
I mean, I think you'll probably have like your like upper limit where the questions are still hard if you haven't seen it before. Maybe not.
Fuck.
I see what you're saying, dude. Oh, who won that game, Rabbi? I didn't quite see it.
Let's play a different game. Let's play a different game. It's known as what's a 3-person game that you can play?
Rothschild's IQ scale. What? Rothschild's intelligence scale is the IQ test for over focus. You can buy textbooks to study that. You can buy a lot of things to study that.
We'll play poker next.
What?
Riser, come on, dog.
What you would find is most people who score extremely high IQs are psychology students who study Rothschild's textbooks. They have the advantage to them textbooks. What questions will be asked?
What the fuck is Riser doing? Riser. Zoot, how is Yoshi?
Yeah, good.
What'd you say?
Yeah, good.
He's good? She's good?
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zoot, do you remember that time Riser accepted the invitation to play Bounce? What's the name of this game, Zoot? Bounce?
Yeah.
Zoot, you want to know something? A topic on which I think you're smart?
What?
Cryptocurrency.
What about it?
I think you know a lot about it. I think you're pretty smart about it. I'm not saying your investments are great, but I'm saying you know a lot about. I'm saying you know a lot about.
My investments are terrible.
This must be recent that you say this because they weren't bad. They were really good.
I I went on impulsive gambling spree everyone else. Wait,
Like gambling on what?
bank coins and bit of leverage, bank coins, and impulsive behaviors.
What behaviors?
Just gambling on bank coins and using leverage and being reckless. Swapping coins from coin to coin and trying to like yoke people. Yeah, I got wrecked using high leverage, and like 20 minutes later, like I had time to pick up, went up like 25%, but I got liquidated.
Riser, what in the fuck are you doing? Riser, you have an invitation and we're waiting on you. Riser, I can't even hear what the fuck you're saying right now. Join the game, dude.
I didn't realize this I'm drunk, so maybe I'll be good.
You're drunk?
I'm a little pissed.
That's what I like to hear, big dog. This game does suck. We're playing poker after this. Turn the button on the side so that it's silent mode.
Where the fuck are you, Rabbi?
I'm sick as fuck, dog.
Hey, the thing I hate about this game is so hard to like cover and so oh, I hate this game so much.
It's hard.
No, it's easy if you don't stop. Oh, that was pretty cool.
Gentlemen, I'm done. You guys have 16. I mean, yeah, I am. You have 14. I'm done. Neither of you are going to finish. Zoot, what happened to you?
Hey, what's up?
Zoot, what happened to you?
Why you tell them why they didn't
Zoot's actually really good at that game. All right, poker time. 3 players, no limit bet, starting chips, $20,000 live.
I don't want to play a game with you.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
You gonna call me?
I'll let you.
Oh, that's
Let's see. I'm curious how good you guys are at poker. I actually am a professional.
yeah. How much did that look?
$48,000. So bam.
You better than that because
I'm just getting started. While I watch this game, I like how dude raised to 1,200 and then he lost that round.
Did you fold?
Pre-flop raising too. Yes, I do that.
Riser, did you fold?
Yeah, I folded like a rational person.
I got a good hand. Well done, no. But,
two hands in a row were good enough to raise.
I took an exile. It would have been good to play.
Those are dog shit. Throw those in the garbage.
Why did you fold?
I would have clapped you guys that hand.
But I didn't bet anything.
Here comes Ziggy's 1,200 chip bet.
I'm terrible game. Brother, what do you have?
Sorry, I have to pay to see the card.
You checking? I'm pretty sure I have no.
Like, green thing, probably a straight.
I probably had
I had a very good hand.
Brother, what do you call?
Why not?
Do I have a good hand? Oh shit. Brother, I have a shirt. I have a terrible hand because it looked like it. Wow. I was hoping for a flop.
Oh, thank you for the chippies.
Yeah, also.
This is interesting right now, watching Rabbi play poker. Have you played a lot of poker?
Some.
Dude, I would not give you jam all in for no reason.
Yeah, this shit is cool.
You can't just go all in every hand.
I had a good hand.
You still shouldn't go all in. And as your risk a little.
Yeah, I'll be a lot richer, like, just even that bust 5 years ago.
Given what?
Give that a look.
Dude. Why do you keep doing this?
I fuck the king.
Okay.
I'm not really bad at this game.
I was feeling good.
Big time.
Oh, zoo. It's going to be hard to jam and fall in with only that many fish. Oh, he does it anyway. Rabbi, are you just going to let Zoo walk all over you?
With that hand, sure.
You didn't answer my question, dog. Oh, shit, whoa. Oh, fuck. Hit a farmer. Hit farmer. Yes. Yes. Slow playing me. Yes. If you lost, that's where you're celebrating.
Zoot won.
Oh my lord.
The most unpredictable, luckiest shit I've ever seen in my entire life, Zoot.
Why isn't it letting you play right now? You should have been in the lobby right now. Listening to the lobby music.
Let's see what kind of. Let's see how fucking confident he is.
I'm a good poker player. Dude, that's with absolutely nothing.
I don't think I can do it again. I don't think you can pull up the straight again.
It's like a 1 in 258 chance.
So those are I cards that